Sarah Ferguson breaks her silence about the umpteenth time about her and Prince Andrew being back together. And then, strangely enough, turning up on Loose Women I thought I was watching a rerun. Loose Women, up comes Colleen Nolan, as barking mad as she was before. Not an apology in sight. Not an apology in sight. I thought that was it. Not my words. This is from the newspapers today. They were saying, why isn't she said she cried for 10 days. I don't believe it's possible to cry for 10 days unless you're completely exhausted. But she got picked on, quite rightly, because she was bullying Kim Woodburn. And then she had to take the time off. It was all very nasty and very tacky, but she was back again the other day, and Loose Women, they've kind of lost their way on the programme. They don't really know what to do now. They're not too sure. I'm not too sure either. Brexit on a knife edge. Theresa May rocked by 3 historic Commons defeats. Nigel Farage, he's quit UKIP. Where we go from here, I don't know, but at least he did it on LBC, which is good. Bread campaigners, that could be you actually, have forced Pret a Manger to drop their natural food logo. I'd never even noticed it. I just noticed the Pret a Manger. And the only reason I noticed it is because when we go over Waterloo Bridge, there used to be a little Pret a Manger on that side of the road, on the left-hand side, and now they've transferred to where Maplin's was on the other side, which has got a downstairs. I've never heard of a Pret a Manger with a downstairs. And they've got it. Not that they ever employ anybody from this country. It seems to be all overseas students in Pret a Manger. Perhaps they work cheaper, I don't know. But it's much bigger. One in 40 applicants are British. 1 in 40? Good Lord, that's all, is it? That's not very good. Why? Because people don't want to work there. What's the matter with it? Oh. Mind you, I have to be honest, Brits don't want to work anyway. You get an awful lot of people. If you actually go to coffee shops, I mean, you can count on one hand how many Brits are working in coffee shops. 9 out of 10 times they're Polish, Romanian, Latvian, all sorts of it. Anybody but British. I have seen in our one in Twickenham, we did have a few Brits who didn't last 5 minutes. I mean, some of them, I think one of them lasted about 2 weeks, which is odd. I don't know why that is. Is it because I spoke to one of the girls, I said, why do people want to work in all the coffee shops? She said, because the money is twice as good as you would get back at home. And that's why. So, for us, not very much money. For people who've come in from Poland, like twice as much money. Why do you think the majority of the road sweepers are from overseas? You very rarely find Brits doing it. The Brits have got all funny about things like that. God, can you imagine if it was like that in radio presenting terms? Oh, heavens above, we'd never know what was going on, would we, half the time? You know, can you imagine somebody trying to explain to you Colleen Nolan not apologising on Loose... Nobody'd understand a word of it, would they? Also, Professor Green, on what he learnt from working at a food bank. They hand out food, and apparently we're in a dreadful state at the moment. And Matthew Wright used to be a television presenter. You don't see him so much on the television now, and you certainly don't hear him. He leaves his wife alone. She's pregnant, so he can go fishing, because he doesn't do Christmas. In 11 years, he's never bought a present or sent a card. In my world, we call that tight. Okay, tight and mean. Imagine not buying a present for 11 years. What have you done with your money? Not Botox, by the look of it. Doesn't spend it on clothes, definitely not. What could it be? Where does the money go? I worry about that. Steve in South London says, welcome home. We've missed your sharp, honest and dulcet voice. I know, it's always amazing what you can read from snowflakes on the internet, isn't it, really? So amazing, and so hilarious. Lockerbie, 30 years on. The town is rebuilt, but they do not forget. And my torment at the hand of the United Arab Emirates. Who would that be? Matthew Hedges. This is the one where people were saying, is he a spy? Is he not a spy? Is he a spy? Is he not a spy? Is he a spy? Is he not a spy? And he came back and I went, somebody will buy that story. Somebody will... And strange enough, he is in one of the papers today. Plus, who is the cocaine celebrity who's currently doing pantomime named the Snow Queen? I do worry about people in the business who take cocaine. It's sort of... you're on a hiding to nothing, I'm afraid. It's like, I'm sure there must be radio presenters who probably take cocaine. I couldn't name any off the top of my head, but we've all got a few names floating around in the building. Of people who sort of take cocaine, you think, oh, why'd you do that? Answer is, they're not very good, and they need to take the cocaine, which they think gives them some sort of false economy. I'm sure it is. Debbie says, I've not been well either. It's doing the rounds. Do not worry about it. It lasts about 2 or 3 days, 4 probably most, and all you can do is take lots of sweet tea. Well, not sweet. I don't do sweet tea. It all tastes sweet to me. But nice tea. And you drink that, and I've had a few sprays, And I tell you what I did take, actually, I've never taken before, Strepsils. I'm not sure if I should take them, so I can't remember if they've got sugar in or not. Perhaps they're sugar-free Strepsils, but I do enjoy taking a Strepsil because it sort of kind of numbed the back of your throat. And I can always feel, if I put my hands either side, like that, I can feel my glands swollen. You can feel them. Funny, isn't it? Don't you ever get swollen glands? Is it just me? I've had it before. Oh, right. Well, I'm sorry, I'm doing medical history this morning. I couldn't care less whether you like it. I'm telling people, because there's other people listening at the moment going, my glands are swollen too. And you can feel it. In fact, actually, I hadn't had a shave for 2 days. God, I was rough. God, I was rough looking. It was ridiculous. I had to go out yesterday and do a couple of bits and pieces, and I thought, oh, God, I hope nobody sees me. You know, it's like when you've got sort of half a face of shame, because I've been watching The Jungle. Not all the time, and I catch little bits and pieces. And I've noticed quite a few of the people on there have started growing facial hair. Anne Hegarty was one of them. And then John Barrowman, whose beard comes through as grey. Which is interesting, because when you see somebody who's clean-shaven, I have to be honest, given the choice, shaving or not shaving, shaving every time. I've decided I cannot go out unless I've shaved. It's only because I didn't have the energy the other day, which was a little bit bizarre. Favourite Christmas movies for Shane in Sydney, Christmas in Connecticut, Shop Around the Corner, and what's that very famous one? Oh, I can't remember. It's a very, very famous Christmas film. Is it Lethal Weapon? I don't know what you're watching, honestly. That's not Christmassy. How's that Christmassy? What's that one with the bloke who runs through the snow and says hello to his town and all the rest of it? Oh, God, it's the most famous Christmas film ever. Pointless, isn't it? Yeah, yes, every time a bell rings, the angel gets his ring. Somebody said the other day, I defy you to watch the end of this Christmas film, and if you don't cry, you must be the hardest person. It's a Wonderful Life. Possibly, I hated it when I first watched it. I hated it. I really didn't get it at all. Now, I can watch it time after time. Mainly because the very end of the film, when it all comes together and the whole town I don't want to ruin it for you because it's a fairly old film now. It was very interesting because it makes you cry every time. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Ron says, I think there are a few happy faces just now. Happy ears, I hope. Happy ears. I did actually, I spoke to my boss the other day, and he said, why don't you take an extra day off? Of course, you know me, I hate taking time off. I absolutely hate taking time off because it's, you know, if you don't feel very well, it's sort of, you get annoyed with yourself. And there's nothing worse than having a cough or a sneeze or a cold or a sore throat or something because you can't do anything about it. There is nothing you can do. I went out the other day to buy some Manuka honey. So I've got some Manuka honey just in case I wanted to and I've got some turmeric as well because Manuka honey and a little bit of turmeric seems to work a treat for me because if you use your voice for a living, it's, you know, and the reason that this programme is the most popular in the history of the English-speaking world is because up until now, for the whole year, we can manage to get away without colds and sniffles and sore throats and all the rest of it, and we can get into it. And I started getting withdrawal symptoms yesterday. I got to that stage where I thought, I definitely need to go back to work. Definitely need to go back to work. And from one here that says, I've been watching Dale's Florida Fly Drive. Such a good programme. I'd have loved to have met him. He seems to have time to talk to everybody. Not always. No, it gets very tiring being a celebrity, as you can imagine. Mark, that's how it goes, I'm afraid. I think he liked doing it because he liked Florida. And he had a house out in Florida. In fact, he'd had a few over the years. He'd sort of bought one, then he'd moved to somewhere else. The only problem being with any Florida property, the prices don't go up. So in other words, you buy something for, if you've got 150,000, 120,000, possibly less in some areas, you can buy a 4-bedroom house with a swimming pool. You're on a gated estate and there are service charges, things like that, but property is cheap. Cheap for us compared to if you live in London, everything's cheaper than what we're actually paying at the moment. I was watching a programme on telly the other day and they were trying to work out what the average house price in London would be. It's frightening. It's for how young people afford to buy a property, how people afford to live. I've got no idea. Even travelling is expensive. It really is. It's just absolutely dreadful. But we will go through the papers this morning. It is UKIP. It is the student who would sit in darkness. This is Matthew Hedges. We'll never know the truth behind that one, won't we? Never know that. How many gold stars for Holly's jungle wardrobe? Answer, quite a lot. She boosted the figures. She was well worth the money. Well worth the money. Also, the Daily Star, Little Mix tat row. This is Jessie Nelson. She's had a gun tattooed on her upper arm. A little gun. What for? I've got no idea. And so they've said there's a bit of a row over that. I don't have she can have as many tattoos as she likes, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think a gun is particularly clever unless you think you're something you're not. And Gould's film Sex Attack in Club. A model claimed that she was drugged and sexually assaulted in a celebrity nightclub. I've never even heard of this place. Never even heard of it. I've heard of the area, but I've never heard of the place. Alfie Boe slags off Catherine Jenkins. Oh dear, there's obviously a bit of a feud going on here, which I wasn't aware of. And traditional turkey dinner will be off the menu for over 6 million Brits. A mix of allergies and non-meat eaters now rule out the likes of turkey and pigs in blankets. That's what they were doing the other day. I would have thought very unwise for, Janet Street Porter, who's so old and ancient now. It is like dig up your dead and stick them in a studio with a bit of makeup on. And so they made her eat pigs in blankets. It was tedious. Why would you want to do something on television which involves eating when, we all have to sit there and watch Janet Street Porter masticating? And it's the sort of thing that I sort of worry about. I don't think we should have to watch things like that. It just doesn't work well on television. It's a bit silly, really. And here's some sausages. And pigs in blankets are supposed to be little sausages. Cocktail sausages, bit of bacon wrapped round there. Not something that's about 5 inches long. That's not a pig in blanket. That's just stupid. It was about £2 or something. But they had sort of silly little Colleen faffing around like she does. And it was just a waste of time, really. I wanted to see Ruth eat something. She didn't look as though she eats anything at all, poor soul. Also, what was the other one? Oh, they've got the BBC bringing in big guns for Christmas war with Netflix. Everybody's deciding what they're going to be watching over Christmas. And just been named as the world's best woman footballer. So Ada Hegerberg was expecting to be asked about the beautiful game. To gasps from the Paris audience, the bloke here who was, I think, handing on, this was the Ballon d'Or, which sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? But asked her if she would twerk. And apparently there was an outcry over this. I didn't know what twerking was, and then I've seen a picture of somebody twerking, and it does seem an odd thing to ask somebody, but surely if you've got half a sense of humour, does that not make it okay? Sorry, could you give us... I mean, she's very pretty, she's wearing... very funny outfit. It looks like sort of a half a dressing gown she's wearing. But she was very pretty, but I'd love to know what was offensive about asking somebody to twerk. Apparently, is it supposed to be sexy? I don't know. I've never done it. I've never done twerking. It's not sort of my sort of thing. I'm led to believe only women can twerk. But I'm sure if you pushed it, there are some men who could probably twerk quite well, I should imagine. Also, what have we got here? We're celebrating a birthday today. Well, obviously we celebrate quite a few birthdays. This is a particularly good one. Plus, the UK, the first for a girl of 2 prescribed cannabis to cure seizures. A 3-month supply is how much? £3,000. It's £1,000 a month. It's a lot of money. Plus the timetable chaos and the fury over the rail firm's slap on the wrist. What else can you do? If I was sitting on a train the other day, it was late coming in, so consequently it was late going out for Waterloo, and there's nothing you can do about it. The guard comes on and says sorry about it, and then I just accept it. I just sort of sit there thinking, well, that's okay, all right, so the train's a little bit late, it doesn't matter. The world's not going to come to an end, is it? It's like people who get booted off the I'm a Celebrity, you'd think seriously they committed murder. The fan is up in arms about it. How did that take such a shorter time to get from here to there? And you go, because they did it in the break. Do you ever give the dustman a Christmas tip? Says Martin. No, absolutely not. What for? Have you seen how much dustmen earn nowadays? Good God in heaven, they're doing better than I am. No, I don't do tips. I think that's a rural thing. It's not London. If we lived out of town, then I'd be quite happy to slip a little something in the dustman's hand. But generally speaking, you do. But also, it's not just one dustman, is it? You get like 3. On our route, there's 3. Sometimes I give the postman a box of chocolates, which is okay because he delivers my post, and that's nice. But the dustman, I'm not sure about that one. Should I feel guilty for not giving the dustman a tip? Yeah. Well, whatever. Do you give the dustman a tip? You don't. You're such a fibber. Such a fibber. You live in... Really? What, even in London? You give the... Well, how on earth do you find your dustman? Because they're mainly doing it in the early hours of the morning. So what are you doing? Standing outside with a torch, waiting for the dust cart to turn up? Hello, mate. Hello? No. Yeah. How much do you give them? What do you mean? Oh, all of a sudden now it's not much. What? 2 and sixpence? A shilling? A threepenny bit? A 10-shilling note? What do you give them? How much do you give them? 20 quid? That's from your mother? Your mother gives you £20 to give to the dustman in London? Would you like to give me £20? I'll give it to the dustman in London as well. I've never heard of anything so stupid. Your mother gives you £20. I bet you spend it on wanton things like drink and chips and kebabs and stuff like that. I bet you do. You give that whole... Or do you say to them, I've got £20 for you. Have you got £15 change? Do you do that? I can't believe you give £20 to the dustman. What cars are the dustman driving around in? They must be doing really well round your... Oh, yeah, but put it this way, if you're tipping them 20 quid, you know, I should imagine there must be a lot of places who are tipping, like, that seems an awful lot of money. £20. And also, his mother sends it to him. Even more peculiar. Jackie says, I never go out without my face on. I have to agree with that. You need to put your face on first thing in the morning. I don't like going out without a shave and without, you know, there's certain things you do. I mean, I don't bother doing my hair and it's not worth it, really. Seriously, that's a complete waste of time as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. It's nice to be back. Thank you very much indeed for all your lovely texts and tweets and photos of Christmas festivities. I've just been sent a lovely photo of somebody handing over £20 to a dustman, and it's lovely because the dustman is trying to wrestle it out of somebody's hands, which is great. 20 bits. Far too much money. Far too much money. Dustmen earn really... I mean, years ago it was different. Dustmen didn't earn a lot of money. Nowadays... refuse collectors do very nicely. So I was watching the television yesterday, no it wasn't, it was in the early hours of this morning, because I woke up a little bit early and started tweeting and doing little bits and pieces. Anyway, I turn on the telly and there's, every so often you get a documentary about somebody who is big. This bloke is big. He's called Big, whatever his name was, I can't remember. And he lived in a little tiny place. He couldn't make it upstairs. Upstairs was the problem, because he was so big. He could get to everything was in one room. His bathroom, his kitchen, and his settee, which doubled up as his bed. He was huge. I only watched a little bit of it, because as with a lot of people who are very, very big, he sort of sat there without any shirt on. And I remember thinking, what... could he not do some exercise? You know, I'm not saying you have to do tons and tons of exercise, but he'd asked the council for a bigger place because he couldn't manage to get up the stairs. It was because they were too narrow, and he really was. It was a problem getting him into the shower, but at least he got it into the shower. Because there wasn't really a lot, and I wasn't sure what the programme was about. I wasn't sure if the programme was about, you know, if you overeat too much. It was blamed on the fact that his mother died some years ago, and then he put on something like 30 stone. That's quite some going. I mean, you'd have to be eating a lot of takeaways, if you're actually putting on 30 stone in a few years. Difficult. Phil in Watford, yes, I don't do Fisherman's Friends. I don't do Fisherman's Friends. I've had them before, and they're made in I can't remember where the factory is, but they showed them, they do all different ones. They used to do standard Fisherman's Friends. It's like a lozenge. And that was quite good, but the Strepsils have got something in them. What it is, I've got no idea. Don't ask me, I know nothing about medicine, apart from the stuff that I actually take. And I remember thinking, I wonder if that sort of numbs the back of your throat. Then I go in to try and get some Benylin day and night tablets. Then I tried to get some, what's that spray? There's a spray that you can get for your throat as well, which is sort of something that's sort of chloroseptic. They do ultra chloroseptic, which is even more expensive than the other one. And I'm never too sure if these things work, or if you think it works. Because if I was sucking, as I was indeed the other day, a Strepsil, I'm sure I can feel that numbing the back of my throat. The spray numbs the back as well, doesn't it? Yeah. But the trouble is, I mean, there is no cure. There is no cure for a cold or a sore throat. You can just alleviate the problem. There is no cure. It's managing it, exactly. Somebody said to me, so what do you do? And I said, well, basically, don't talk very much, you know, which is always useful in my business. Or failing that, you know, just keep sort of sipping, you know, warm drinks. I'm not even sure that milk's any good. Oh, you're obsessed with this mouthwash, aren't you? Is that what you swear by? Really? Is that what it is? Oh, right. And you said chloroseptic. Is that the one that... Is that the one you like? Chlorophyll? Don't know. Oh, right. Is that the one you use? Oh, right. And you've got to get it up the back of your throat. An upside-down gurgle? What's that? I've done a gurgle. No, a gargle, not a gurgle. I've done a gargle where you put it in your mouth and you go like that. Because what you're doing is you're trying to get the glands at the back of your throat, aren't you? Up your nose. Well, I'm not sure about that. I bought a thing a short while ago, actually, because I had a slight problem with sort of nasal things, because, I don't know, it goes with the territory. And back comes a little machine. It's only like a plastic thing, and you put salt in it. It comes with a special salt, and you put some warm water in, then you shake it up, and then you squirt it up your nose. It's a dreadful shock to the system. Dreadful shock to the system, but it seems to work. It seems to work, so I sent off for this thing. Really? Somebody did it live on Johnny Vaughan did it on Big Breakfast. Oh, no. Tacky. But I wish there was some easy thing. It's like, they can make a light bulb that you can keep for years and years and years, as opposed to the ones that used to burn out. Well, there must be something that they can invent. I remember years and years ago, I went round to Dale's place. He used to live in Hatch End. And we were going... Where were we going? Oh, we were going to Nottingham. Driving. And so I said, I've got a bit of a cold. And he went, oh, dear. I know, he said, we'll go to my chemist, because Dale knew everything about chemists. Believe you me, if there was some new tablet out, he wanted to try it. So we go to the chemist, and he said, this is my friend Stephen. He said, and he's got a cold, and we need something. And the chemist made up a potion. Well, I promise you, within half an hour, my cold had gone. What this thing was, I have no idea. I never asked. I never queried it. All I know is that it stopped my cold dead. And then I tried Benylin day and night tablets, and that was quite good. Then they changed the formulation, and it didn't work as well, actually. Eddie says, thank goodness you're back. Simply not the same without you. I thought you had a royal hangover. Oh, no. No, not for me at all. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely to have you back, says Jackie. Hope you feel better. It'd be nice if Nigel started a new party. We certainly need one. He might. We don't know, do we? We're not sure what's going to happen, but at least he did it on LBC, which was lovely. Steve, 20 quid. 20 quid, yes, 20 quid. They come every 2 weeks after rubbish all over the floor. I'd love to give £20 of shaving cream, says Wes. Oh, he's very generous. As I say, I'm still totally convinced. He goes to the bank and he goes, could you split that into pound coins? And then when they come round, you actually give them £20. I can't believe your mother sends you £20 to give to your dustman down here. Your family, have they got an oil rig or something going on outside the house up in Aberdeen? What have they got up there? I mean, they own half the town. £20 for how much does she tip dustman up in Scotland? Is it more than 20? Good God, they must all own their own houses. That's amazing. You've only got to have 3 Christmases round your neck of the woods, and that's a maisonette. That's what people do, isn't it? They spend the money on property. I can't believe you give that much. Do you tip the milkman? Oh, there's not a... Oh, right. What, the horse died, or what? What happened to the milkman? Postie. You always tip the postie. Oh, that's nice. You used to give alcoholic drinks the postie. Oh, he was teetotal and then he had a mountain of booze. My uncle Alan, used to be in container shipping. He would sell container space, and in his garage... Yes, that's very confusing. In the garage, he had turkeys and whiskey and everything else to give to all his clients. You know, at Christmas time, a lot of people end up with a lot... You want to see what turns up on our boss's desk over Christmas? I mean, seriously... Makes your £20 look a bit cheap, I think. Oh, news. Welcome to Wednesday morning. It's the 5th of December. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is where the audience arrives. Well, actually, the audience arrived about 35 minutes ago, going, are you sure he's back on? Definitely. Steve, is that £20 tip? Here we go. This is going to run and run, this one, isn't it? To be shared between the whole crew. How about the other bin collections, like recycling stuff or food waste or garden waste? I don't know who he gives the £20 to. He hasn't dished me that information at the moment. So, because that was last Christmas. Oh, Oh, right, you don't actually what do you do? Sort of sellotape £20 on the top of the bin or something? Oh, well, you can buy it and spend it on chocolates. Think of a poor presenter with a throat problem. I mean, come on. Can't be that difficult. But because you've got recycling or food waste or garden waste. So, I mean, £20, you better ask your mum to send 50. Tell her 50 will cover it. Tell her because Steve Allen said 50 quid's better. And then what you do is you give it to me. I shall then decide which charities are going to benefit. Doesn't that make more sense? I mean, you do trust me, don't you? You could do that as well. You could do that if you wanted to. That would be a nice thing to do. That would be something very charitable. I get the feeling that you're sort of charitable as long as your mother pays for it. Which is lovely, seeing as she's so many thousands of miles away in the Antarctic, whipping up the reindeer and getting out there and getting ready to be Father Christmas. Because if she's dishing out to a dustman she doesn't even know 20 quid via her son, who's now told me that he doesn't have that much money to actually hand out, I don't know what you do with your money, seriously. I really don't know what you do with it. You don't spend it on clothes. You don't spend it on haircuts. You don't spend it on... Hello? I'm really pointing out and making, the gesture towards you that, I could understand it if you sort of spent your money on something interesting. But you don't... What do you spend? You don't have any... I asked you this morning, I said, have you got any tattoos? On dates? Well, I got dates. They're about £1 a pack now. You can get them 2 for £1.50. Well, how many are you eating? Do you do the stoned ones or the unstoned ones? Oh, going on... You have to pay to go on dates. How dated? How dated is that? What sort of people are you meeting now? Honestly, I've given you my little black book of numbers of people who might be up for a free meal, and all your... I mean, where do you take somebody on a... Oh, you're working... Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but where are you taking them for a meal? I mean, this is... I mean, obviously your dates are not very successful. I don't want to be rude about it, but, we haven't actually heard tales of just how successful you've been. Where are you taking them? Are you taking them to KFC? Are you taking them to Burger King for an early sort of hash brown? To upmarket, okay, so you're going to somewhere local, like sort of hotchicken.co.uk. Spedula cake, do you like spedula cake? You can have cheese and beans in the same thing. I mean, where are you meeting these people? Where are these people coming from? Do they sort of hang around your front door pretending to be dustmen? Or do they they go, I've heard about you on the radio, and I'd like to be your friend. And you go, oh, okay, should we go have something to eat? Once they've had the food, they're off out with somebody else. Get the food from you. Because it's difficult nowadays. London is so expensive. So expensive. But as I say, what people do with their money now, I mean, I'm a good boy. I save. I save. But also, the idea of dating and paying for it, I don't think so. No, it's a case of you go Dutch. And that means that you share the bill. You shouldn't have to pay for it. And also, the best thing to do is, if you're going out on these dates, eat before you go out. And then when you get to the restaurant, you're quite full and you go, well, I couldn't eat anything. I'll just have some bread or something like that. I'll just have a small salad. Which is all you need to do. And if you go to one of those places where you can have the free salad bowl, she can have the main course, and then you could just have the salad. If you layer it properly, that's a meal in itself. There is an art to layering the salad bowl in the Harvesters. It's on YouTube. It shows you how to layer it with what to put in first. So because if you put tomatoes in, it takes up most of the bowl. So you start with something flat, and then you build up. And you should actually be able to do quite well on it. I'm surprised he's not learnt it already. Sort of thing I can imagine. Has your mother ever been out for you for dinner or something like that? Your ma, she take you out? No? Oh, really? Oh. Whenever you go back home, your mother just cook, doesn't she? She wouldn't think of taking you to the local Happy Rickshaw or something like that. No. Do you have a Chinese takeaway up near you? Do you? A Himalayan takeaway? How exciting. Boiled yak. I love the idea. A Himalayan takeaway. We had a Mongolian barbecue in Twickenham. It didn't last very long, mainly because people weren't sure what it was. And it was a chef cooking on a big, the size of this desk in here. And he would sort of, cook in front of you. So you sort of all sat round it. All very common. And he would sort of cook something. Sorry? What's the sauce? I don't know. I know. I never went there once. I didn't like the idea of sitting with perfect strangers. But I went to a Japanese restaurant once where you get an expert chef in who stands in front of you. You pay an arm and a leg for it. Well, 2 arms and a leg. And he chops up the vegetables and it all looks lovely. Just food at the end of the day, though, isn't it? I suppose it's quite nice. In France, they have a lovely place in Paris where it's in an old theatre. And you eat your dinner, and then at the end the curtain rises, and there's all the chefs in the kitchen, which is built on the stage. Lovely, isn't it? Only in France. Steve, I live in Nether Wharton by Chipping Norton. I give the dustman a box of beer, says Ali. Yeah, what happens if they don't drink beer? I mean, I don't know what... I mean, would dustmen rather have money? I think they would, as I say. I mean, this one here that we've got, I mean, he's very generous. Very generous, but he's moved. So whether or not he has to give this much money this year, I don't know. I think he should invite... I think he should bring his mother in. I can't imagine what she's like. She must be an absolute treasure. Do you think I'd tap her for like 20 quid or something like that? If I go, listen, I don't have a lot of money to tip my dustman. Do you think, you know, she would give me some money? She'd like me. Is she really normal? Is she not showbiz at all? Oh, my goodness me. Does she know you're in a choir? Does she know you... She doesn't know anything about you really? Oh, how fun. Oh, that's sweet. He just said his parents are normal and nice, not a bit like him at all, no. The man who sort of, give us 20 quid for the dustman. Give us 20 quid, or the cat gets it, you know. And so he tipped. That's very generous. But you don't tip me. Why? Well, why not? Why would you not tip me? Why would you not? Oh, if I take out the bins. How about if I get you work? Does that work? Does that work? Does that work? Only mention it, just in case you were thinking of sort of, being a bit generous at Christmas time. You know what it's like being a presenter. Mind you, traditionally presenters are supposed to take the team out. Not on this programme. You must be joking. It's bad enough working with you. You don't want to go out with them and socialise as well. Did everybody go out the other night? Somebody was telling me there was a whole group of people that went out for the karaoke. For the karaoke. Did you go to the karaoke? Did you spend your mother's £20? Did you go for the curry? In Brick Lane, okay. How many went for the curry? Because there was about 10 of them went out, but I don't think they all went for curry. I don't think my normal producer, Chris, went for the curry, did he? I think he just went for the karaoke. Do you remember much about the night? Was it good? What did you have to eat? Was it nice? Chicken tikka masala? Which I quite like. My favourite. It's not... Of course you wouldn't have meat, would you? Of course, because you're vegetarian. Pescatarian. Pescatarian? Pescatarian. Okay, so you had veg... Oh, that sounds... Was that nice? Was that good? And then you all went off. Can you imagine it, can't you? This little group of people. Tom Swarbrick was there, I believe. Did anybody... Darren was there. Okay. And Will Guyatt was there as well. Well, he's not allowed out, is he? Will Guyatt? How does he manage? He wasn't dispensing advice, was he? That'd be the sort of thing I could imagine. And so you all go to a karaoke bar. Wow, that was lovely. All of us made it. Oh, what, people fell by the wayside? No. How many went to the karaoke bar? Wait. About the 15 people. And only 7 made it to the karaoke bar. Where were the rest of them? In the gutter. Were they all face down in the gutter? Oh, no. Did Tom Swarbrick make it to the karaoke bar? Oh, he's not allowed to comment on that. Is there photos or a video? And... You can't comment on that, okay. And did you have a song that you sang? I didn't even know there were karaoke bars in London. Who goes to a karaoke bar? Is it? You do, okay. What did you sing for the people? What did you sing? And, and I would walk 500 miles. Did you sing that? Oh, how lovely. So traditional, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing, I'll tell you, we are nothing if not traditional at LBC. So you had a nice night, and what time did it all finish? What time in the morning did we all stagger off home out of the karaoke bar? Was it after 10 o'clock at night? Do you think, was it much later than 10? Oh, right. Was it as late as 2? No, I didn't know places were open that late. I mean, surely people have to get up for work in the morning. Why would they be singing karaoke? Who was the worst karaoke singer? And yes, you can tell me. Who was the worst karaoke... Darren Adam was the worst karaoke singer. Why am I not surprised? He'll be listening and going, what do you mean, the worst karaoke singer? I don't think I'd be much better either, but I thought the karaoke is enhanced now. It's almost like auto-tuned karaoke, so you can't... was my producer there, Chris? Did he sing? He didn't sing. Oh. What was he doing there, then? He went to the karaoke bar, and... Oh, he went to the bar in between. Oh, right. Well, that sounds... Do you have to... Are there lots of people singing, or was it just you lot? Do they have all sorts... Oh, different rooms. Good Lord, honestly, this sounds like a hell of a night. I'm so glad I never went. Can't think of anything worse. So they started off with 15, and then 8 of them fell by the wayside. They ended up with 7 doing karaoke. There you go. And you thought your life was dull. Ridiculous. Steve, did Dale have a problem with his right shoulder as he seems to hold it higher than the left one? He was in a lot of pain, actually. He was in a lot of pain on it. You could see that. He told me on the telephone, he said he was in a lot of pain over it. And, you know, I don't... Whether or not they could have done anything about it, I've got no idea, and I don't know what it was, either. I mean, generally speaking, his health wasn't bad. His health wasn't bad. I can say that because he didn't really... you know, go down with things. He was a heavy smoker. He never drank, really, until much sort of later, over in the last few years, did he start drinking. But he smoked, but he never seemed to have bad health. Sometimes he'd be a bit tired, but then I just put that down to the fact that as all of us get a little bit older, you do get a little bit tired. You know, people sort of say, you okay? And you go, yeah, I'm fine, absolutely fine. Just a little bit tired. But he never seemed to have illness as such. You know, I don't know how that was, because I seem to pick it up every so often. Steve, an ex-school friend of mine, works as a dustman. He drives round in a 30 grand plus Mercedes-Benz. However, he does still live with his mum, and he's 51 years old. That's from Neil in Surrey. A Mercedes-Benz. That is outrageous. That's for a dustman. But they do get paid better money than they used to get paid. I think years ago it was always considered, a little... Now all sorts of people do it. And also, you get the pick of people's rubbish. Some of the stuff that people throw away, woo, it's quite amazing. 14 minutes to 5 is the time. Everybody, we found out the average pay for, I don't like to call them dustmen. We used to call them dustmen years ago, but we think on average, the starting price is probably around 16,425. But by the time you've got overtime and stuff like that, I reckon you could bang that up to 30,000 easily. Easily. I don't think that would be too difficult. It'd be very interesting. Mind you, again, it'd be one of those things you'll never find out. We keep trying to find out how much certain people earn. Train drivers, I think, are on about 60,000 a year. I must learn how to drive a train. Dave in Romford says, I tip the dustman and postman £10 each, keep them sweet. Well, actually, you're probably not wrong there, but I have a superb postman and postwoman who generally turns up with parcel. They're lovely. They're really lovely. But our postman, he's out there, come rain, come shine. Seriously, he's a good lad. Very good. So, there you go. Tube drivers. The salary for full-time tube driver is £52,972. And training salary is £32,000. Blimey. But is it a closed shop? I wasn't sure if it was a shop that was open to everybody. I mean, could I go and apply to be a part-time tube driver? And they could go, oh, would you like to do early drive? I can't. I've got a show to do on LBC. You know, I can pop in after I finish and do a couple of rounds of the Circle Line, and that's about it. Because, I mean, the only good thing is that you don't actually need to sort of worry about the thing. You don't need to steer it. Not going anywhere, is it? So it's not bad money, is it? But we can never find out how much people earn. People keep it fairly quiet, which I love. You're back. Thank goodness, says my friend Christopher. He said, broccoli 3 times a week. Please don't ever be off again. This may help. He says, a glass of cranberry juice every day, along with a handful of blueberries. Q10 and fish oil supplements also daily. Got this from one of the world's top cancer professors. Only lost my voice. I don't think it's anything serious. I'm assuming by now, young man, you have your Christmas trees up. I pushed a button on my tree. The other day, I've got one in the hall, and I pushed the button on it because it looks like a plug. It's not a separate little unit, and it now does everything. It fades in and out, and then individual... It's very pretty. I like it. But my friend Christopher's got a 6-foot and an 8-foot, which is... The Queens are like 15 foot. Have you seen them? Absolutely amazing. Wait a minute, I've just found out. Transport for London hasn't actually been advertising tube driver vacancies to the public, so are there remarkably few applicants for each position, as they're all internal. Right. TfL don't advertise the jobs externally due to a deal with the trade unions, which means if it goes for internal candidates first and only offers vacancies to the public if it fails to find enough people to fill the posts. Sounds like a closed shop. It's a closed shop indeed. It's not open to anybody at all because they're going to offer it to people who work internally. And then if they can't fill them, then, you know, you peasants out there might actually get a look in, but I think it's very unlikely. It is jobs for the boys, isn't it? Again, do you have female tube drivers? I've never encountered any. Oh, right. Oh, right, your sister's friend is one. How interesting. Honestly. Yeah, Piccadilly line. She just does the Piccadilly line. Is that all she does? Oh, do you really? I would like to go on to different lines just to sort of add interest to it. But don't tell them. Don't tell them you're just going to quickly cross over the line. Broccoli 3 times a week. I'm going to eat broccoli today. I'm going to eat broccoli. I want broccoli now. I've decided. So annoying, isn't it? I remember when I was a little girl, says Debbie, my dad working on the bins, when you had to go round the back and pick up the old black bins and put them on your back. He used to come home stinking. They've got it easy these days. Well, the machine does it. Our dustbin men, refuse collectors, or whatever they call them now, reverses the thing in. They wheel the bins around, because we have big wheelie bins. He clips it onto the back of the machine, pushes a button, it lifts it up, shakes it, like that. All the rubbish falls out. The bin comes back down. They push it. You don't have to physically, unless it's round here, because all the restaurants put their rubbish out in bin liners, and you have to pick up the bin liner and throw it into the back. It's not that difficult, is it? I mean, I could manage that with a cheery hello, good morning, stuff like that. Sometimes you used to see bins with sort of teddy bears strapped to the front and things like that, sort of rubbish that they'd found. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So my friend with the 2 Christmas trees and broccoli 3 times a week. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm not averse to broccoli. And strange you should mention it, because we went out the other day for a Chinese, and I had beef curry and sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, which is sort of fried in batter, little bits of it, and it's very nice. And on another table were all these Chinese people, and they had so many dishes coming out. I thought they had hollow legs. It just kept coming out and out and out. And then eventually there was a broccoli dish that came out. I don't know whether it's broccoli in an oyster sauce or something like that. Whatever it was, it looked really nice. But by that time I'd gorged on the beef curry. I like a curry. Broccoli, sorry, is very good for you. It's a... Yes, isn't it funny? As a child, I don't think we had broccoli. I don't think it existed. I think we had all the things that you would find locally, like carrots, beans, things like that. And but broccoli we didn't have. I don't remember ever having broccoli. I don't think it featured, in our sort of... And my mother cooked. We never went out to eat, apart from, once or twice, where we went out and the family went out. You had to dress up in those days. Put your jacket on, nice bit, comb your hair. I didn't realise, when we used to go to the theatre years ago when I was younger, you'd dress up to go to the theatre. Now, you can go to the first night of the theatre in a pair of jeans and a T-shirt. Nobody cares, do they? Nobody worries about what you're wearing. I mean, you managed to throw some outfits together today, which is quite nice. You woke up at 2. What time did you go to bed then, if you woke up at 2? Just before 12. So, no, not really asleep, more sort of a catnap kind of thing. Yeah, I can catnap. I'm very good at catnapping. I love catnapping. How do you fancy, ladies and gentlemen, working on an island all by yourself? The present bloke who looks after it is the current warden. It's very nice. It's off the coast of Guernsey, only accessible at low tide. But you've got he's probably got about 4 different beaches here, and the house looks lovely. The trouble is, it's got nothing at all. It's operating as 38 acres of tranquility. This bloke has been there for 14 years, and you look after the house and the nature reserve's wildlife, but there is no... Wait for this. These are the things there aren't. There is no freezer, no dishwasher, no microwave, no TV or radio, and electric kettles and hairdryers are banned because... I mean, this really sounds like miserable, doesn't it? Can you imagine? It's because the house runs from batteries. I mean, the house is actually really big. It's got solar panels. Water comes from a borehole, and it's passed through a filter and UV light unit before being pumped to the house. And the island is open to the general public to visit by walking across a causeway, but you can be cut off for days at a time. Oh, God, in which case you'd have to put people up. Imagine how dreadful that is. Dreadful. But, I mean, the island looks beautiful. But Richard Curtis is leaving it, and it would suit somebody who likes this nomadic lifestyle. I'm not sure I could do that. I mean, I do need a kettle. How else do you boil water up? Just in a saucepan, is it? So, in other words, you must have a hob or something like that. Where'd you get all your shopping from? I've had a look at the island. Not a Tesco in sight. Nothing at all. Nothing in sight. God knows what the toilet facilities are like, but the house looks very modern. Do I need a break? Have I missed a break? Or do I... No. We're all like, all right, okay. I can't remember sometimes whether I've done the break or whether I haven't. Sometimes I have to... Oh, my goodness me, what is that ravaged old baggage doing again? Good Lord, it's poor old Nancy Delusional. Here she is. My God, she looks more rough by the day. What is she wearing? This is... Well, she's very delusional. They now, luckily, don't put her age down. I think because nobody's ever going to believe it. She looks like she's got a dead bird's nest stuck on her head. I mean, look at this. I mean, I don't want to be rude. I mean, come on. What sort of outfit is that for a woman well the other side of 95, at least? Nancy Delusional. She's out there, and she had no idea who fellow guest Chris North was. Chris North. Well, of course she wouldn't. She's only into herself. Oh, Nancy. Oi, Nancy, have a picture taken with this bloke. Who is he? I don't know who he is. Poor old soul, honestly. She's looking her age now. Badly. Very badly. And after the news, I'm going to tell you how bad it is. Revealing how grieving families, a new report, facing a funeral fee lottery that could cost you thousands. I mean, seriously. Funerals nowadays, I mean, I've already made it quite clear. Pop me out with the rubbish, nobody cares. You know, listen, nobody's going to know, are they? Nobody's going to know. An ex-school friend of mine works as we've done that one, haven't we, Neil, in Surrey. In fact, he drives around in a Mercedes. Mind you can pick up Mercedes fairly inexpensively, so they're not too expensive. I got the bin man's job in my late teenage years, says David. I was advised by the guys working that I should expect close to 30k and would work on average 6 hours max, job and knock. That was in 1999. I didn't take the job regrettably because my girlfriend dumped me when I told her about the job. I suppose that's sort of one of those odd things, isn't it? You say to somebody, you know, I thought I'd become a refuse collector, and somebody goes, are you serious? And you go, well, why would it not be a career any more than working, you know, as a radio producer or anything like that? It's just a job, isn't it? It's a job. Admittedly, this one's a lot easier than having to hoik bins and stuff like that. But there's very little lifting to do with sort of bins nowadays. It does it all for you. So we'll talk about that the other side. Also, the curvy models who are sought because, excuse me, they represent real women. That's you. But now they've been asked to wear padding because apparently they want you to look even bigger. Honestly, how big are people nowadays? The answer is very big. Harry Enfield sticking his neck out to make fun of Richard Branson. Lockerbie, 30 years on, the 10th of December. Still a little bit lingering, as they say, in the throat department. But it's fine, it's good, it's cool. Nice to have your company as well. Sarah Ferguson, in the papers today, she's broken her silence for about the umpteenth time over her and Prince Andrew being back together. I mean, they share a house. You know, he's never said anything about it. Never said a word about it. It's just that she sort of seems to be the mouthy one in the family. Unlike the two daughters, they don't seem to be doing anything at all. Colleen Nolan, looking very pleased with herself, returning to Loose Women yesterday. Not a care in the world. The papers are full of letters from people saying, will she be apologising? Apparently not. Apparently not. She's had 10 days of crying non-stop, which is quite some going. I mean, I've watched Christmas films, but goodness, nothing as good as that. Harry Enfield sticking his neck out to make fun of Richard Branson. I don't think people ever make fun of Richard Branson, but he seems to have done it quite well. And Professor Green, what he's learnt from working at a food bank. Yes, there are people who don't have food. I don't really know what else you can learn from working at a food bank. Apparently, it's like working for a charity. You hand out, you know, food to people who don't have any food or can't afford it. However, when it comes to not affording things, funerals are top of the list. There's a new damning report revealing how grieving families face a funeral fee lottery. So in other words, funeral costs in London, apparently, an average, I don't want to frighten you, but an average one, they say £5,880. I mean, what do you get for 5,580? However, the national average is 4,271. If you go to Northern Ireland, £3,231, which seems okay, doesn't it? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's actually a good idea or not a good idea. Because people worry about things like that, and that's why there's all these adverts on the telly. So, locations with the biggest differences in funeral costs. If you go to Croydon, okay, somebody's got to, but the lowest that they found in Croydon was £880. Okay, and the highest in Croydon, 3,195. Well, that's a hell of a difference. I don't know what you're getting. I'm assuming one comes with a wheelbarrow and one doesn't. I can't think of anything. I mean, it doesn't actually say. Oh, there is a pauper's funeral, absolutely. Yes, I mean, put it this way, if you don't have any money, the council will bury you, but you don't get anything. But I've always said to people, why would you worry about it? It's at the end of your life, you know, and you're going to get a pauper's funeral. Who cares? At the end of the day, they're going to put you in a coffin and they're going to put you in the ground. I mean, that's the way it works. Whether it costs... I mean, the Americans go crackers on things like this. I mean, seriously. The Americans spend an absolute fortune. They're into embalming, you know, coffins that cost thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, I was looking at George's coffin the other day. I like the picture of the dog by the coffin. I thought that was quite interesting. So, Sully the service dog. Was it lovely there? Do you think the dog knew? I mean, a dog's quite... You don't... Producer said no. They don't think the dog knows. Well, why was it lying down there? Was it just tired or something? Dogs do. They lie down. Well, I thought it looked good. I thought it looked fantastic. I was taken in by it. My friend Christopher sent me a picture of his Christmas trees. It's all looking very nice. There's something nice about lights, isn't there? And they just photograph well. And he sent me a picture. They've got a little Christmas trees and little houses and then lights. Do you know what a friend of mine did one year, which I thought was really good? He went to Rhyness. Rhyness is it Rhyness or Ryman? No, it must be Rhyness. And they do lights and all the rest of it. And he bought fluorescent tubes in different colours. Okay, a fairly simple thing to do. And he put one in each window. So each window of the house had a different colour from the fluorescent tubes, which I thought was quite clever, but my friend Christopher's looks lovely. Work in progress. I think it looks lovely. Very nice indeed. There's something about it. There's a house down the road from me in Twickenham, and they've got, it's near Hanwell, and they've got loads of lights in with the with the next people. Next door, they've got lights which and it looks really lovely. I don't subscribe to people who say, "Oh, it looks tacky," because I think it looks lovely. I really do. I'm quite into things like that. Paupers' funerals are a no-frills service and do not include flowers, viewings, obituaries or transport for family members. You cannot choose the funeral director or the date or time of a public health funeral. Burials may take place in an unmarked grave shared with other people. Good Lord. I don't think it matters. Why would you worry about it? I'm sorry, if it's a toss-up between that... Which sounds... Why would it not... Who wants flowers? In other words, the only time you ever see flowers at a funeral service are in the chapel of rest, in the hearse, or then left on the ground, and you're in and out the funeral place. I mean, an average cremation is about 20 minutes now. You don't take the flowers with you. You leave them there. So I think they're terribly expensive. But you ask any funeral service, and they will tell you that the funeral flower people, that's their bread and butter. People love spending money on flowers. Oh, mic 2. Try mic 2, he says. Wait a minute, don't go anywhere. There you go. I was about to interrupt myself, actually. That's quite a clever thing. Wait, why has that gone like that? That's a bit bizarre. Sorry, we've just had a slight technical hitch. It probably just went all quiet just as I was talking about flowers. Why is that like that? It's very odd, isn't it? Wait a minute. I've already done that. Sorry, there you go. It's come back on again. What did you do? What did you do to make it come back on again? Yeah. Is it back on again? Right, we're good now. What was that? What was that? Wait a minute. Is that okay? No, I don't need that. Yeah. No, I don't need it. Sorry, we're just discussing which buttons we're pushing. Like trial and error this morning, isn't it? You're right. What was that? That's another one for the best. You watch, that'll turn up in the best of. I can just tell. What was that? They just went completely off, didn't it? Do you think there's ghosts? Do you think there's some sort of spooks hanging around this place? It's very worrying, isn't it? I'm sure. Listen, let's not touch anything again, shall we? Yep, you go. Don't touch anything, especially me. If you go to Shepton Mallet, I wish I could tell you where Shepton Mallet is, but if you have a funeral there, £700, and the highest, that's the lowest. The highest is 2,600. So I think that's quite a lot. Small wonder there are lots of adverts on the television for sort of save up for your funeral. And it's always nosy neighbours, isn't it? Have you noticed them? Go, oh, I just found this next door. And I thought, what are you doing next door? Well, I've just picked this one. Well, perhaps I can find out how much this costs as well. I think, well, that's outrageous. Pinching next door's post to find out how much things cost nowadays. But you do have to pay for it. And I suppose, really, it's a case of you want to make sure that somebody has a good send-off, don't you? That's what you want nowadays, you know. Or at least, I mean, I'm not too bothered about people visiting graves, because I don't think many people do nowadays. That's why there's so many, you know, graveyards where you think nobody's been here, nobody tides it up. And the reason being is that in certain areas, and my family are buried all over the place. I mean, literally. And we don't go there because it's such a long journey. I've got to go to Ilford if I want to go to my nana's place and my granddad. I've never been there in my life. My father used to go if he was in the area just to tidy the grave up. That's all people do now because people move away. So consequently, when you start looking at how much things cost, why can't you do it yourself? Why can't you go and buy a coffin? Apparently very difficult to buy a coffin. Most of the people who actually make coffins will not sell to you. They will sell to funeral directors. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why, but my friend says, Christopher, the Co-op now offer a funeral service without a burial. Or you get to take the person home. The body is disposed of remotely and a service of celebration is held, during which the family are presented with the ashes, a lot less expensive and for some people, not as traumatic as the presence of the coffin is the thing that upsets people, especially children. Yes, I mean, I can't remember how old my brother's girls were when they went to my mother's funeral. I think they were fairly young. They don't understand what it is. You just have to keep them amused with a set of car keys, waving the car keys there just in case, because it goes very quiet, doesn't it? And the last bit, and I've always said to people, because people say, I always miss the coffin going. And I said, well, what you have to do, the moment you go down for the last prayer, that's when the vicar, whoever's presiding, pushes a button and the curtain either comes round or the coffin drops down. So you have to nudge it. It's going now. Unfortunately for my poor mother, the trolley that they wheeled her away on had a squeak. I felt like nipping down there with some WD-40. So we knew exactly where she was at any one time, because you could hear the blooming thing. But it's an interesting piece by Victoria Bischoff and Leah Milner in Money Mail today. Guess whose birthday it is today? Guess who's... What are you looking at? What have I done? What's the matter? Don't stand up. You're making me nervous if you stand up. I always think something like we're going to be flooded or something like that. Whose birthday today? Come on, Mickey. M-I-K-C-E-Y-M-O-U-S. It's Walt Disney's birthday. Yeah, Disney's birthday today. He was born in 1901. 1901. And he left you with a great legacy. Mickey Mouse, 90. And he was... were you a fan of Mickey? Were you a fan of Mickey Mouse? Were you not fans of Mickey Mouse? Oh, I thought you'd be a fan of Mickey Mouse. I thought you would, actually. Oh, Tom and Jerry. We don't get Tom and Jerry at Disneyland, do you? I don't know why. I think 5-year-olds like Mickey Mouse. I like Mickey Mouse. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh. You went for Tom and Jerry, the sort of the aggressive side of it. As opposed to Mickey was never particularly sort of aggressive, was he? He was always nice. I quite like Mickey Mouse. He was really. If you see him in Steamboat Willie when he changed his appearance, and then they sort of smoothed off the edges and stuff like that, I thought it was quite nice. I like it. I buy into that sort of stuff. I want to go and live in Disneyland. I do. I wanted to sort of go there. Exactly, nobody's at all surprised. Where would you like to go and live, Steve? I'd like to live in Disneyland, please. Thank you very much indeed. I'm all in favour of it. I've never been to Euro Disney. A friend of mine's been here, but I've never been. Morning, everybody. It's amazing how many of you tip the dustman. Strangely enough, you also tip hairdressers. And we tip taxi drivers. And yet, as I've explained year in, year out, we don't tip the woman on the till who packs your bag in the supermarket. You never tip her. You never go, and here's £1 for you. And yet we tip taxi drivers. You don't tip the bus driver. Have you ever tipped a bus driver? No, you probably have, haven't you? Your mother's probably sent you money down to go and tip those nice London bus drivers. Here you are, have £20. I wonder what would happen. Yeah, she's Irish, she's moved, okay? I don't do Scottish accents. I'm not allowed to do accents anymore. Because apparently they're all off kilter anyway. I do my best. I try, a little bit of an impressionist. I can do a few impressions. I can't do anything from Mickey Mouse or anything. Oh, Pluto. That doesn't work for me at all. Have you been to Disneyland? I wonder, have you been to Disneyland? Yeah. Of course you have. And I bet you loved everybody there. Hi, love you, loving you as well, which is great. There was so funny, there was a comedian being interviewed on the television yesterday by Lorraine Kelly. Oh, you're gorgeous, you're wonderful, I love you, you're so beautiful. And it was a comedian I'd never heard of. Never heard of at all, but apparently he's been touring for ages, which is probably the best thing to do with a gig. And then she said, of course, your mentor's Frankie Boyle. And he then went into raptures about Frankie Boyle. I thought, do you think Lorraine Kelly's ever seen any Frankie Boyle? Probably not. I mean, I was watching a DVD of his the other day. Somebody sent it, and I was watching. I think it was about as near to upsetting everybody as you could possibly go. It was the most offensive thing. If you're offended, you're not going to be going to a Frankie Boyle gig. But the way that Lorraine Kelly described it, oh, you take your wife and children to this one, it'll be so exciting. Take the kid. In fact, I remember seeing children being taken to a gig, and Frankie Boyle says at the front, you brought your children to one of my gigs. I mean, because it is about as offensive. I don't think anybody could have been as offensive as he was. There used to be Bernard Manning years ago, and he was fairly offensive, and there's also another one, Roy Chubby Brown, but nothing compares to Frankie Boyle. I mean, seriously, he might be very clever, but I mean, he is old. I mean, I can't even repeat anything. The boss breathes a sigh of relief. Please don't do his act. Please don't do. I mean, it was seriously within the first minute, it was offensive to everybody. But you still laugh because you kind of do an intake of breath. You say, oh, I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Somebody said to me, my friend Christopher, he says you're definitely less spiky after you've had a few days off. I think it's the fact that I had a bit of trouble coughing a minute ago with the cough button, and I've been now told don't touch the cough button. Seriously, I mean, I'm not generally allowed to touch equipment in the studio anyway, and so I don't, because all of a sudden I obviously affect things. Perhaps I've got those sort of fingers, where you sort of touch. You see people who touch electrical things, you get a spark and stuff like that. Have you ever seen that? Perhaps I've got that. I pick things up all over the place. Sometimes, you sort of skid down a carpet and you get sparks. I used to have years and years ago, there used to be a company advertised on the television by Alan Freeman called Brentford Nylons. Mainly because they were in Hounslow High Street and the factory was in Brentford. And you could buy Bry nylon sheets. Now, the advantage to Bry nylon sheets is the fact that if you jumped into bed, you shot out the other side with sparks. Seriously, I've never known sheets that would actually produce sparks. It was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. So, birthday today, Walt Disney. His daughter told people years later, when there was a rumour, I don't know if you ever heard the rumour, that, in fact, in the Magic Kingdom, in Anaheim, which was their first park, Walt was frozen and is in the Magic Castle. And his daughter said, I doubt he even knew what cryogenics was. Because that would be interesting, wasn't it? That was always the thing. So is Walt Disney in here? And they went, no. But for years, that myth has been put about. There's still something about it. It's American. It's as American as apple pie. It's as American as a Walt Disney film. It's as American as Pollyanna, and people love it. And that's why it's so interesting that they have changed a little bit. There was a company years ago, I can't remember which it was a particularly religious group, when they discovered that Walt Disney were having gay employees and parades and all sorts of things, they pulled out. They weren't happy at all, which is strange. You do get that in parts of America where they're not particularly sort of au fait with everything. We're sort of miles ahead of it. And Neil Patrick Harris this year is doing a thing for Disney. I can imagine they've been inundated with people going, oh, how disgusting, all this kind of thing, because he's an openly gay man. He's also incredibly talented, incredibly clever. He loves magic, and that's why I love him to pieces. And he's done the Oscars, and he's done all these different things in America, and he's very clever at it. But what he's doing, it's like a nativity thing with a choir and an orchestra. And I'd love to work with a choir and I've never worked with a choir and an orchestra. I've always thought it would be quite exciting, I don't know what you could do with it. I just thought it'd be quite a nice. Well, I don't think I'd be conductors, because I've watched conductors and it doesn't seem to be too difficult. You just wave. If you didn't wave, they'd still play. So, I think almost conductors are a little bit superfluous. How much do milkmen earn these days, says Ron. Kevin? Well, he's not going to tell you that because we know him. It's only people that we don't know. We can tell you their salaries, but I wouldn't be so rude. Oh, I forgot to mention the other day, I think it was an anniversary for Noreen and Brian, and I think Niels Lorraine had a birthday as well. I'm pretty certain. It's only because I was ill, and we didn't do it on the Sunday, and I thought I'll do it on the Monday. But then, of course, Monday I was off sick, and then by the time we got to Tuesday, it became a little bit difficult. So I'm sure that Lorraine celebrates somewhere along the way, and I'm sure that Noreen and Brian do as well. Lucy in Chingford says TfL had a massive recruitment campaign for night tube drivers, which was opened up externally. All night tube campaigns go external. Salary for a full-time driver, 57,000. Okay, the boys have left the studio now. The article is 2 years old, so it's got up quite a bit. 57,000. All you've got to do if you want to be a night... I can't get my chair in now. What's going on here? This, honestly, sometimes you can get it up, and sometimes you can't. And this morning is one of those times where I can't. This chair's got a mind of its own. Who was sitting in this last? Oh, it was Darren. Because we've all... I can't tell you too much about it, but everybody's in my studio, okay? This is my studio, decorated to my taste, to my sort of whims. What do you mean, don't say taste like that. What is the matter with this? The only thing I don't like in my studio is the lights that come on for the cameras, because I don't look good under blue. I don't want to make a big deal about it. It's got nothing to do with most people listening, but I'm just sort of saying blue lights and Steve Allen do not go well. Mind you, red lights, I'm not much good, but at least I can earn some money. Gary and Woolwich, don't put them on. I hate this colour lighting. It's so awful. It's you, isn't it? I know it's you, with mother who gives out... I'm going to write to your mother. I'm going to tell her a few home truths about you, I've decided. Steve says, Gary in Woolwich, I work for the Tube... office work, and I earn 38,000. Producer's just fallen off chair. 38,000. And he works in the Tube office. 38,000. Well, we don't know what he's doing in the Tube office. We don't know what he does. But he earns £38,000. But that's before tax, I'm assuming. So then you've got some money... Honestly. Steve... Oh, this is very interesting. The amount of people who said, I thought about working as a bin man, but I decided I couldn't. I don't know why. The money's good. Seriously, the money is not bad at all. You just pick it up as you go along, says the producer, who's trying to make a forage into the world of stand-up comedy, which is not working so well at the moment. How much is it to go to the cinema? Very expensive. Very expensive. £7.80 on average. Well, the Odeon has been blasted for flogging film tickets at a flagship cinema for up to £40 each. Is that next door? Here, do you get a different experience for £40? No, seems a lot. Right. The venue in Leicester Square has had a multi-million-pound makeover and is expected to reopen this month. Zoe Margolis tweeted about the top price. I want Leicester Square Odeon with its £40 ticket prices to fail and shut down. Well, people will pay it. People will pay it. I have to be honest, I think I'd rather go and buy a DVD. I'm not that particularly bothered. Odeon said with tickets starting at just £10 for every show, it offers fantastic value. But it's also, prices vary on the seat type, the location, well, presumably in the cinema. I mean, does that come with a free meal at £40? I would expect at least a hot dog, wouldn't you? For £40, or a bucket of popcorn or something like that. A bucket of popcorn we could be quite happy with. I'm sorry, £40 does seem an awful lot of money. Awful lot of money. But there again, you see, it's all right if you enjoy going to the cinema, and films were made to be seen on the silver screen. Especially around here, we used to have about 4 cinemas in Leicester Square. It became the cinema place to go to. Now we've only got one, because there's a hotel being built. And there's one at the back. Panton Street, Prince Charles Cinema. I'm working next to the Prince Charles Cinema. For my one-man show in January 7th. So, no, not Soho Square Theatre. Sorry? Is what? Sold out? Yeah, the show's sold out, yeah. Oh, it's sold out very quickly. They always do. Yes. Actually, I read a story about Peter Andre the other day. Do you know what the story was? I was beginning to wonder, because he must have exhausted every avenue in his fairly dull existence. And this one is that his child, with lovely M's, apparently is bi, speaks Greek and English. And I'm thinking, what's so remarkable about that? Loads of kids speak 2 languages if their parents come from somewhere else. I didn't quite understand it, but of course Pete thinks it's the most amazing miracle in the entire world. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's the Prime Minister humiliated by ex-minister's revolt. It's not going particularly well, is it, at the moment? You kind of get the feeling this is all going a bit pear-shaped, only a little bit quicker than we imagine. Wonder what will happen. Did I hear somebody earlier on saying to Darren, or no, perhaps somebody else said it, they reckon that Corbyn could be at number 10 by Christmas. Well, you're going to have to get his blooming skates on, isn't he? We're up to the blooming 5th already. I don't think there's much likelihood of that. You don't think he's going to be the next Prime Minister, do you? Do we think, are we taking bets on whether we think he could be the next Prime Minister, or do we think he probably won't be the next Prime Minister? He's closer than he was. I don't think so. I'd be surprised, wouldn't you? Do we think Farage is going to join another sort of party? The Greens. That'll be nice, won't it? I don't think he qualifies for Greens at all, I'm afraid. There is a picture of a very miserable-looking woman. Oh, it's Victoria Beckham. I do beg your pardon. And here he is, the miserable-looking and a bit scruffy and dirty-looking Brooklyn. And they all went out, and inside a venue in London's Notting Hill, posh. They still keep calling her posh. I don't know why. She's not posh at all. She joined Dave, who's an ambassador for this drinks brand, and Brooklyn's got a new girlfriend. He didn't hang around with her. She got stuck with his father, which is slightly embarrassing. They all look miserable as sin. Honestly, Brooklyn think, oh, we're going out for dinner or something like that. So he turns up with dirty trainers. His hair looks unkempt. He hasn't had a shave. It looks so grubby. Perhaps that's the new look nowadays. I'm not into it at all. What have we got here? Dine in for 12 quid. Do you know, these dining-ins are quite good value. What? Oh, news. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. 25 to 6, Wednesday, the 5th of December. And it is racing through. Seriously, racing through. Mary says, and would be most grateful if you could be really caustic about Christmas light snobs. Loads of people, especially children, find them joyful. The tackier, the better. Oh, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. I have no problem at all with Christmas lights and people decorating the front of houses. I don't even mind if it's tacky, because it just stands out. I just think it's such a nice... You're right. Some children... Do you remember that Noel's Christmas present programme that was done years and years ago? And I always repeat it because I've saved it on video. It shows how long ago it was. And it was where people wrote in and said, oh, could I have a Christmas wish for so-and-so, so-and-so? And they'd heard tell of a young man who was washing cars to buy a Christmas tree for an elderly couple in his road who didn't have a Christmas tree. And so Noel surprised this young man, who was probably about 13 or 14, and the lad didn't click straight away when he saw Noel, and he went, oh, and he suddenly realised, you're on the television. And Noel said, what are you doing? He said, I'm washing cars and things like that for this couple, so I can raise enough money to buy them a Christmas tree, because he said, I don't think they've got enough money to have a Christmas tree. So Noel says, would this one do? And he goes to the back of this lorry, takes the roller shutter up, and there is this beautiful tree decorated with lights and baubles and just really beautiful, beautiful. And so he said, should we take it round to the house? So they take it round to this elderly couple. So Noel knocks on the door, and this lady answers, yes. And of course, it must be a bit surprised you've got somebody there with a camera in your face. Normally on police camera action, they're shouting obscenities at you in the F word about 300 times. But anyway, this particular case, she went, yes. He said, do you know this young man? And she went, yes, I think he lives just up there. And he says he decided that you couldn't afford a tree this year. And she said, no, we can't afford a tree. And he said, well, he's saved up to get you a tree. And he said, will this do? And again, he sort of opened up the shutter on the back, and she burst into tears. It was... Of course, I'm on the floor with a box of Kleenex by this time. But anyway, and I'm sort of watching it, and I'm thinking, what a nice thing to do. And then they bought him a present, but they hadn't had a tree in years because it was a very expensive thing. And if you buy a tree this year, they are running at quite a price at the moment. Your average 5-6 foot tree is running about 50 quid. I know, maybe not a real tree for you this year. Maybe a fake tree. Will you be having a real tree, Poppet? Will you have a nice tree? Will you have something, a little Norwegian spruce or something like that? Oh, no. Oh, up home, you've got loads of trees. They're in the forest, aren't they? Do you go up there and just cut one down and go, that Oh, you can't just go and cut a tree down. Oh, right. Oh, I thought you could just pop into the forest. Oh, what, even in the winter? Who's going to know? Who's going to know? Who's going to know if you nipped into the forest? The trees will know. Why didn't you just sort of buy one years ago and then plant it in the garden? Because by now it'd be quite tall, and then you could just get your mother up a ladder. She could decorate it with £20 notes or something. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? You know, the family Christmas tree is finally up. Because I'm not bothered actually whether they're real or whether they're fake. I like a real one. I've got a real one at the moment. In fact, I've got three real ones, which is they're not huge. They're sort of, about 6 feet, something like that. I'd like a tall tree. The best one in London, I've told you before, is Covent Garden. It's a really super tree. It really is. Trafalgar sucks. I know. I hate to say that because one year I was flown over to go and cut it down, and we traipsed through. What? We traipsed through the forest in Norway. We stayed at this super-duper deluxe hotel. We were in a luxury coach, only 5 of us. And we went over there. We went into the forest, and knee-deep in snow, freezing cold. They've already decided 10 years ago which would be the tree. So they have to, because they grow up, it's because they don't get sunlight. So you have to cut all the way around the base to make sure there's no other trees there. It doesn't make any difference. It's still a spindly little thing. That's why, the one in Covent Garden is beautiful. And then we actually cut it. They've already started cutting it, but we have a photo taken cutting it with a big chainsaw thing. Not really. They didn't start it up. A bit dangerous, Woo! Chainsaw. Here we go. Here comes the massacre. And we had hot toddies and everything else. They set fire to things, like most of the forest. And it was but bitterly cold. I've never been so cold in my life, apart from going to the Arctic Circle. And then it arrives back. It then goes on a lorry, and then they bring it back here. And it's a gift from the people of Norway. I've often said, can we have the money and we'll go and buy one somewhere else? But it's nice. It's a nice thing to do, but it's a bit spindly, our tree. And the lights on it are really not good enough. They should be little twinkle. These are just like light bulbs. It must take them about 5 minutes just to clip this thing over the top. They have them draped down. It doesn't look right. It's draped. They're not hung. They need to go round the tree. That's what it needs to do. So you've got, and they need to twinkle or do something. At least the one in. Have you seen the one in Covent Garden? It's beautiful. This year is particularly good, though. Particularly good tree. Oh, will you? Oh, right. Oh, that'll be lovely. Right. Niece and nephews are coming down. Oh, let's take them to see a tree. Look, a tree. Yeah, we've seen trees before, thank you. Not decorated like this one, you haven't. Not decorated. Mary. I agree with you, though. Lights everywhere. My friend Christopher has got lights at his house, and it looks lovely. Listen, children love it. Children love it, and that's all it's about. Christmas, we all sort of opt in on it, don't we? I'm an adult. I love Christmas, and I know that other people love Christmas, and then other people hate it. But there again, it doesn't last very long, does it? Will you be going to see the new Mary Poppins film? Says Hilary. Yes. Brine nylon sheets are very dangerous for vegans and vegetarians. Are they? What reason would that be? I don't know. Listening to you in Florida. Says Ron, going to Disney World tomorrow. I shall say hi to Mickey. Oh, do please. Get a picture of you taken with Mickey Mouse, with sort of thumbs up, because I think Mickey will do that for you, definitely. And Steve, did you hear the news of the woman in Brazil who had a baby from the womb that was donated from a dead person? Yes, we're running that on the news, aren't we, at the moment? It's quite a story. Quite a story. And Jamie the plumber. He says, your Mickey Mouse impression sounds like Michael Jackson. Hello, Pluto. No, it doesn't. Doesn't sound at all like it. Since when did Michael Jackson have a friend called Pluto? That's what Pluto... Oh, hello, Bubbles. Is that it? Oh, there you go. I've done it. It's another fantastic Steve Allen impression that we've added to the repertoire. That makes 2. Because I also do Michael Crawford. Of Eddie Beatty Trouble. I could do... sometimes they just roll out. Sometimes it's like an impressionist show all by itself, ladies and gentlemen. Office staff who stand to burn just 9 calories an hour more than seated colleagues. Have you heard of this standing desks? Have you heard of them? Oh, right. Oh, just me that hasn't. Apparently standing desks are fairly common now. But I just I wouldn't want to stand up. They used to have a policy. In fact, actually, I think it works in some of our radio stations where the presenters stand up. I've seen presenters standing up. I'm at my age. I can only sit down, frankly. Absolutely. It was started years and years ago. And apparently, if you stood up to present a music programme, you felt the music. If you're sitting down, you're not engaging with it. I can understand that. Because as a DJ, when I used to work in nightclubs, I used to you stood up and you danced to the music. In fact, you couldn't stop Dale dancing to the music. That's what he did all the time. And I remember thinking, it's good. And this policy came in, not for us here, obviously, it's a bit more difficult. But really, I thought, what a brilliant idea. It's clever. John says, we need you to be strong and healthy for Christmas. Yes, I agree with you, actually. I quite like being strong and healthy for Christmas. Manuka honey's getting cheaper, says Angela. Is it? I spent 13 quid on a pot the other day. That's cheap. That's cheap. I've spent £60 before now. And from Javier, hope I pronounced that correctly. He says, I used to love going to the Odeon Richmond as a child. Saturday morning picture show. Seem to remember it was 5p to get in, and then a burger from the hatch outside directly opposite in the Wimpy, excuse me. I remember that very well indeed. Very well indeed. So I like that. I've only ever been to the Odeon in Richmond once. And Adam says, I've got a fake tree, but it looks so much like a real one. 200 quid. Oh, was that B&Q? Oh, did I read somewhere that Wix is going to be taken over? Wix, the building firm. I read something about that. I was sitting on the bus the other day. Ironically, I was parked directly opposite on the bus. Wix. And there was a story about Wix was closing some of its branches or something. I thought they were really popular. Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? I hope next year is going to be so much better. Steve, walk into New Covent Garden Market, Nine Elms. 5 to 6 foot Christmas tree, 15 quid plus VAT. Yeah, but will they sell you one? That's the problem. Or will they only sell bulk? You know, you can have one, but you need to buy 20 or something like that. But I like it. I had one year, and all the needles fell off it. So I ended up with very pretty, just a twig in a pot, just a slightly bigger one, and then I ended up with a blue spruce. Blues, you try saying that after a few sherries, and that was delightful, and that didn't lose any. I could have kept that for years and years and years. Wednesday, 5th of December, and Manuka honey getting cheaper, says Andy. Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's not too bad at all. Talking about static, when we were young and went into the local arcade, we'd rub our feet on the carpet and then swipe our 10 pences over the coin slot, and the static would start the game, says Joe. I've never even heard of that. Sounds quite good, though, doesn't it? When I used to work in a pub years and years ago, I used to have the keys to the fruit machine. And so when I used to stock up first thing in the morning, because I used to live there as well, I used to open up the fruit machine and you click up a few games for yourself. I never won at all. I just kept thinking, actually, well, that's okay. I'll take that looking old all of a sudden. Now they look like, I mean, poor old Mark Owen, he's looking so old. He used to look so young. And they're all there, and then the Spice Girls getting back together, and then Mel C. I'm not sure what I can believe from Mel C at all. She now claims that she's snogged all of the Spice Girls. Oh, well, there you go. Fairy or star on top of a Christmas tree, says Richard. Fairy or star? That's a difficult one, actually. Probably star. We used to have a star on our tree that lit up, and it sort of did its own thing. I think we also had a fairy on top of the tree, but making the blooming thing stay there, it was a bit difficult. Dallas says, I always thought my ex looked a lot like the original Mickey Mouse in Steamboat Willie when he was younger. I thought he'd be flattered to be told he had movie star looks, but I'm not sure he agreed. Sounds dreadful, doesn't it? You look a bit like Mickey Mouse. Ooh. And Chris says, Mr. M does his show standing up. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Is that what he told you? He absolutely doesn't. He does stand up occasionally, but it's not a standing up show, believe you me. Everybody else is sitting down. I know. I've seen these things. The accent, your best one is the Irish accent, says Michael. But it's not really. It's not really. It's not one of my best. Not one of my best. Sorry? The Aberdonian is pretty... Is it spot on? Is it really? I'm quite excited, actually. I might just drive up there to sort of pop in to see your parents. That'd be a nice thing, wouldn't it? Hello, I'm Steve. Steve who? I'm Steve Allen. I work with your son. Oh, God. Father, get the police. He's found us. What else we got in the paper? Oh, it's another one of these Winter Wonderland things. Only they call it Winter Blunderland. This one, people forked out more than 100 quid for basically something that was a bit of rubbish. They got a picture of what they thought it was going to look like. Unfortunately, it didn't look like that at all. One mum said it was highly overpriced and like a local school fair. It was called Blunderland. Yesterday, organisers of the village near Shepton Mallet offered refunds. It's just people who set up rubbish on and you stand and you look at it and you go, this isn't, what we're expecting. If you want to go somewhere and you've never been, and I can only recommend R1 in London, but I know they're all over the place, is go to Winter Wonderland. You know, if you go during the daytime, it's a lot easier than going at night time, because night time is... Oh, you're doing your hair. Oh, you're zhuzhing. That was zhuzh. Yeah, there is something called zhuzh. Did you know that? There is a product called zhuzh, and it's for doing tanning. Tanning, yeah, I'd mention it, you know. Got nothing to do with my story about Winter Wonderland. But anyway, so you go to Winter Wonderland, the kids like it, but it very much gets packed. Packed solid. They're all over the country. There must be about 4 or 5 of them, I think. And they've got the biggest rides you've never seen. Have you been, Winter Wonderland? The rides are... You've been past... It's huge. The rides are enormous. I mean, everything is just 10 times bigger than we've got. We've got some nice rides there, but it's sort of for younger people. But the big rides are seriously expensive. They're like... Nothing says Christmas like a roller coaster. The trouble is, I went on one, and, you know, you go all the way up to the top, little car, and there's like 2 of you squeezed in. It's a great way of getting to meet people. And then you get to the top, and then it shoots round, and then you drop, oh, dear, your heart's in your mouth. And I've just realised I can't do those rides. And the reason being, because I've got stents. And I'm a bit worried that if I get... Because we went on one thing, Paul Smith took me on one thing the other year, and it's an indoor roller coaster with a carriage that spins in the dark. In the dark. So you can see roughly, so you get on it, and it goes whoosh, 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 and then you go inside, and then it gets to the end of each line, spins round. I mean, seriously, you're feeling ill after the first spin. And then we got off, I thought, oh, I can't move. I was frightened to move. I thought I'd moved my stents. And Paul said, should we go home now? I went, yeah. I had to stop every 2 minutes because I thought I'm going fast on this one. And then I read the sign, do not go on this ride if you have any heart problems or anything like that. Oh, should have seen the sign before I went on it. It doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't matter. There's a second mum who has died as well, an hour after a surgeon carried out a free Brazilian bottom lift in an overseas clinic. What is it about people and these bottom lifts? Men don't do them, do they? Do men do bottom lifts? She paid £4,700 for a range of treatments at a Budapest clinic, including a breast lift and a tummy tuck. And the surgeon said, I'll chuck in the bottom lift for free. So she went, oh yeah, that's a good idea. What is it about bottom lifts? Well, it's what they inject in, I think. She had a heart attack. Unfortunately, when her arteries got clogged with fat following the 5 hours of surgery. Her husband, Kirk, urged other people to avoid cheap surgery. I've always said, do not go... Oh, look at the state of poor old Jordan. That's overseas cosmetic surgery. That's why she looks so dreadful. This woman had fat taken out of her thigh and pumped into her bottom. I mean, if God had meant us to do this, he'd have given us bigger bottoms in the first place. Why would you want to do something like that? The amount of things that I've heard, people have this and they have that, and you think, oh, don't, please. It's the worst thing you could ever have done, but some people have it done, and it seems to work out fine. Other people have it done, and we've had a couple of people now who've actually lost their lives because of these, procedures, which are not great. Very quickly. Have you ever heard of vlogging? You might not have heard of vlogging. This is kids. Kids who go onto the internet. They earn a lot of money by reviewing things, talking about food, anything like that, actually. Food. There's one here who whispers. She's a whisperer. I saw her on the television the other week, and she whispers like that. And I thought, what's the point of that? Well, so far it's made her £430,000. I'm thinking about whispering on this programme. So I could whisper a little bit like that. You get people going, I'm sorry, is he speaking? Is he not speaking? They've also got the youngest one here. Is worth £1 million. He's 12. He comes from Cheshire. I kind of missed out on this sort of thing. The richest is Ryan Toy Review. You ever heard of this one? You've heard... Yeah, exactly. He's earned... Wait for this one. He's only... Sorry. He's only young. This one, I can't find out his age here. But I'll tell you now, he looks a lot younger than he probably really is. He's got his own box of toys and everything else. He's earned 17.2 million so far. I mean, he doesn't even look 10 years old. Jake Paul He's got 17.6 million subscribers. That's what you need. You need the amount of subscribers, which is going to get you the money. He's earned 16.8 million. Dude Perfect has got 36.8 million subscribers and has earned £15 million. It's unbelievable. Seriously, how do they get round to these things? How do they sell advertising on their vlog? That's how you get it. Good grief, honestly. Makes my little blog on LBC, my little programme. I have two, actually. Well, probably have about 3 or 4, if I think about it. I must have about 3 or 4 on the LBC. There's a new app, and if you haven't found it, you need to go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. I'll tell you at the end of the programme as well, but better I tell you now, so that just in case you're wandering off somewhere. And what you do is, you just download the app, which is free. You've got access to about 1,500 different programmes and things like that. I think I've got the In Conversation. I think I've got Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, and I think I've got the programme on there. So I think I've probably got 3. And we seem to do quite well with them, actually, which is always quite nice. Even when I'm not here, we seem to do quite well with them. Steve, says Andy, my mum and dad had a hairy fairy on the Christmas tree, a small inflatable man doll with hairy legs in a fairy outfit. Okay. I want one of these elves on a shelf. I saw one in Poundland the other day, and I wasn't sure if it was just a poor imitation or if it was the real thing. Because I quite fancy the idea of putting something on a shelf, and there was supposed to be some joke that went along with it. And I never quite got what it was. But I saw somebody the other day, they had a tree covered in dolphins. And I remember thinking, it doesn't look very festive, does it really? It doesn't sort of embody the whole Christmas ethos. You sound like Kermit this morning. Oh, Kermit. Oh, no, the wrong one is to Miss Piggy, I'm afraid. Helen says, my friend didn't have a funeral because he wanted his body used for organ donation or medical science. His corneas were donated to give somebody back the gift of sight, and every year the hospital hold a memorial service to celebrate their lives. Yes, I mean, I always think I'm a big fan of donating your body to medical science. And, you just fill in a donor card, and make sure that somebody else has the opportunity to live after you've gone. Today, 5th of December. Have you got you must have your tree by now. Most people have bought their Christmas trees. Because I'm here. I forgot to tell you, actually. I did tell you before I went, you might have forgotten, that I'll be doing breakfast. Breakfast, okay, make a note of this. On Christmas Eve, which is the 24th. Every year. Odd that, isn't it? Every year. Always the 24th. The 25th, which is Christmas Day, and Boxing Day, which is the 26th. So I'll look forward to your company then. Just in case you're one of those... Some people don't celebrate Christmas. I understand that. Some people go, I'll be glad to see the back of it. But, I do quite like the whole festive thing. I work with some people who absolutely just don't do Christmas at all. They really don't. But, we've done our best. It only lasts a few days. As somebody said, you get the great, run-up to it. And we've had probably about a month of running up to it. And then all of a sudden, it's over and done with. And it's over and done with really quickly. You'll have one day, then we'll have Boxing Day, and then it's back in again. People come back into work. That's the way it works out nowadays. And then, of course, will we have the January sales? He's demonstrating glass. Have you seen these whiskey glasses that he won in a raffle? They're ever so clever. They move. It's just the way the base is. It's a round base. And apparently the producer was trying to explain to me that you put whiskey in, and apparently the thing turns around, so it keeps it... What does it? Keeps it sweet. Sweet? Swilling. Keeps it swilling. Oh, right, I see what you mean. But what actually makes it go round? There's nothing that makes it go round, does it? Do you have to keep tipping it or something like that? Do you think you could show that... Oh, right, do you think you could show that to David Beckham and he'd have the faintest idea what it was? No, of course not. Of course not. I'd love to have seen Victoria Beckham. We'd like a whiskey, dear. I could have a whiskey if I tried. Because they went to his thing the other day, which they seemed to enjoy. They all look miserable as sin, though. Never see that family smiling. One of these days they might. Do you think they might smile on Christmas morning? Do you think Victoria's been out buying shopping? No. Otherwise you'd have seen a picture of it. The Odeon have a £20 a month unlimited pass, says Peter. Do they? I don't go, actually, to the... I wish I did go to the cinema. It's only because, we do have a big cinema down the road from me, and I like that, but I'm not into the sort of the whole sharing a movie experience. I've only done it a few times over the years, and it's never kind of sat with me at all. Steve, listening from Melbourne, says Tamara. Most people here wait to take the kids out on Friday or Saturday night to see Christmas lights, as it doesn't get dark until after 9 p.m. A lot of people decorate outside the house. Oh, they're the ones we've got over here. And the Americans, Tamara, are the part, they just go. In fact, you can buy books. Somebody sent me in a book a few years ago of American houses decorated with lights. Go to YouTube, type in Christmas lights on, they do them to music. The Trans-Siberian Express. Have you heard of that one? The Trans-Siberian Express. A lot of people use their music to do Christmas lights to, and they have flashing lights and trees come up, and then, you know, all over that. Fantastic. Of course, if you hate Christmas lights, you're going to think that's the most awful thing that you've ever heard of. But I promise you, it looks fantastic. The music, it just kind of works for Christmas lights. It doesn't work if you played Hark the Herald Angels Sing or Silent Night. But, we nearly found it. There you go. Seriously, they should really put a public warning on this thing, because it's flashing lights. They have to do that on television programmes. But it's the Trans-Siberian. This is on www.neverenoughlights.com, capital letters at the beginning. This is the Rodriguez family Christmas. And it goes like this. So the entire house is decorated. And you've got this Trans-Siberian, this orchestra tour. I've seen them on thing. This is called A Mad Russian Christmas. Different trees at the front, which start flashing. I mean, to be honest with you, if you were driving past and all of a sudden these lights came on, you'd be driving over the road. This isn't actually the best, this isn't the best bit of music. There's another piece of music, which is, I think it's that, is it Trans-Siberian? That's it. Try that one. This is the music, which I think it's, look at, I mean, they just look amazing. Here we go, you see it builds and builds and builds. It's so clever, seriously. I mean, I know it sounds infantile, but they've got trees at the front. I mean, it's just amazing. It is just mind-blowing. We don't have anything like this at all. I wish I did. I'd love to decorate it. And they've got the music, and the trees all change colour. Here we go. This band plays live, this orchestra. And it just lends itself to lights. What their electricity bills are like over in America, I've got no idea. But if you want to see a country that does it, they do it well. That's like when you watch Home Alone. All the houses are decorated with lights because that's what people do. My friend Christopher's doing it as well with his. I think he should have the whole house done. All with little lights all over the place. It just makes it absolutely brilliant. Spicer says, I'm trying to convince my elderly mother to have a real tree with new lights and decorations this Advent. Steve, before it's too late, this or any other year, basically. Any tips to help prop up my case? Against us is that she's having new carpets put down. Well, she won't want a tree. Not only having, it depends what sort of tree you get, but you don't want anything that's going to drop needles or things like that. Although, I'm sorry, I think that, the Christmas tree is the fake ones are nice, but for me, it has to be a little bit traditional. Steve, the range in Broadstairs are selling Christmas trees for £10, and they're great, says Tom. Bless you, thank you. And Nathan says, please start a YouTube channel. I don't even know what that is. What's a YouTube channel? Could I have a YouTube channel? Would I have a YouTube? I don't know, actually. I know loads of people around here have YouTube channels. I'm not one of them. For that sort of thing, I think it's younger people. They all do it. I mean, I've seen lots of our other presenters in the building, and they look fantastic. The angel on the tree is to signify the angel telling the wise men of Jesus, and the star is to signify the star they followed. It's known as the Star of David on Jewish holidays. First Christmas trees around 1830s. Yes, well, that was Prince Albert, wasn't it? He introduced the Christmas tree to this country. Albert introduced it. I don't know who else sort of contributed to all the different bits and pieces, but you get lights or stuff like that. Humbug from Bromley says, I know Christmas lights look nice, but they don't contribute to global warming. Who cares? Listen, it's for a few days. Seriously, I couldn't care less about global warming. I'm more interested in children enjoying the festive season. The looks on their faces when you see kids looking in toy shop windows and stuff like that. And you look at it and you go, oh, they just love... And I remember thinking back to when I was younger, and I used to get equally as excited, Christmas. Funny thing is, I was only bothered by our Christmas tree. Never bothered by anybody else's. We never went round looking at other people's, but the best lights we had were Pifco. They still make them. It's a variation of what they used to be like years ago. And some Chinese lights. Chinese Christmas lights, and each light had a little Chinese lantern in metal with little tassels on it and a little coloured gel inside. Beautiful. Beautiful. If I went back there, I could probably find these lights again, because I reckon that's the sort of thing that you get. Another after Christmas event is the New Year's Day parade, says Jem. There you go. And menorahs are lit in the Ilford area for Hanukkah. And Mark says, I shall be listening Christmas morning. Why don't you drop a few Christmas records in? Well, you never know. Kevin the restaurateur says, in need of some energy this morning, so thoroughly enjoying a strong black coffee and pecan bun with maple icing. Gosh, that sounds very, very calorific. What was the thing about... I was trying to sort of find out what the having a YouTube channel means. Can anybody have one? Do you just sort of set up your own channel and then record little bits and then you put it on YouTube, I suppose? I don't know. But do download the LBC app, please. I can only tell you about that now because it's brilliant. lbc.co.uk. You can download it and then you get everything. You can sort of stream and do all sorts of things. So good luck. Good luck, because it will save you worrying about things in the past. And don't forget, there are quite a few of them. We've got 1,500 different things for you to download, so enjoy it on a regular basis. So every day you get 2 from me. You'll get the little bit extra, which is our take on a few celebrities. And then there's the programme as well. We take all the little bits and pieces out, and it's well worth getting. Well worth getting. Also, I need the business, so if you see your way clear, I'd be very happy. Danny Dial wants Jodie Whittaker on EastEnders, and why not? And why not? Also, Bex and Victoria Step Out, the miserable family. Honestly, they really are so miserable. Why can't they be happy? Leave your hair alone. Keep playing with your hair, looking at it in the reflection. It's ridiculous, honestly. But why do they look so miserable? It's because she doesn't want to be there. She wants to go back and talk to her own friends. I don't think she wants to be with him. And Brooklyn looks about as miserable as they come. Perhaps Christmas in the Beckham household was really a very dull affair. What would you buy somebody like Dave? You know how I ask you that? Because I guarantee you that they will tell you, after Christmas exactly what he bought her. That's what they do, because they're so wrapped up with their own publicity. What have we got here? Oh, a lot of people... Back on this bottom lift, this Brazilian... Why people want it, I've got no idea. But people do have it. And there's not a lot you can do about it, but there are dangers involved. Fans of Britain's top gay magazine stuck 2 fingers up at the snowflakes yesterday by backing the use of the word faggot, which is in the Pogue's Fairy Tale of New York. Only 27% of Attitude readers said the word should be bleeped out when the festive classic is played. And Martin Steele said it's a classic. Brett Walton said it's art, you shouldn't censor it. Yeah, I mean, it's on the song. What's the point of taking it out? Everybody knows what the word is. It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, if you're not offended by it, it's always amazing to me. People get offended for other people. They don't seem to get offended for themselves. Aliens may have visited Earth already. Told you. Professor Silvano P. Colombano believes the tiny ETs could be too small to spot. How small is small? Very small. He believes that they could have been too small. He said, I simply want to point out the fact that the intelligence we might find, and that might choose to find us, if it hasn't already. I think they mean really, really tiny. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. That DJ, I didn't realise he was a DJ, the one who apologised the other day by asking the world's top woman footballer if she knew how to twerk. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a world top woman footballer. I know women play football. I didn't realise that there was actually a sort of category for best one. And here she is. Her name's Ada. And he said, do you twerk? And apparently, I didn't know what it was. But apparently, so you stick your big bum out and you sort of go, twerky. And people like it, apparently. Not for me, thank you. LBC News Time, 6:50. Morning, everybody. Charlie Girling. She says, I just got off a plane from Hong Kong. How lovely. If I'd known you were going, which I did, I could have asked you to get Christmas lights, but nearly slipped over in my flip-flops in a cold puddle, found our cab, and what was he listening to but the top-rated broadcaster on at this time slot? Who was that? It was me. Nice to have you back in the country. Very cold. I thought, cold this morning. Adam says, my little cousin reviews child computer games and he earns around $50,000 a a year through people advertising on his YouTube channel. He's only 12. Can I have a YouTube channel? Can I have one? Can anybody have a YouTube channel? Oh, right. Well, I don't know. I'm sure that somebody could make it for me. Yeah. Oh, right. I've never had a YouTube channel. I quite like that idea. Mary says, I am probably an addict. It's costing me 150 quid to take my grandchildren and their parents, blatant hanger-on, to the magical lights at Blenheim Palace. Am I being exploited? No. Cool. Listen, I always say it's only once a year, isn't it? It's only once a year that you do things like this, and then the rest of the year you save up for it. So I don't have any problem with things like that. As I say, if I sat down every year and started working out how much Christmas costs, I'd be very, very depressed. Very depressed. Tanker driver Phil, have you seen the Christmas film Christmas Chronicles? It's stunning. Had me in tears. Netflix are showing it at the moment. Go home and watch it and report back to us tomorrow. I don't have Netflix. I don't have Sky. I don't have anything, actually. I just have a television and a DVD player. That's about it, I'm afraid. A Scottish chip shop, says Pablo, are selling deep-fried Christmas dinner with all the trimmings. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Only in Scotland. Although it was up north, they came up with the deep-fried Mars bar, didn't they? I seriously couldn't do that. I mean, that's bad enough, calorific. That's heavy. Have you tried it? Oh, no, I couldn't even entertain the idea. Oh, right. Ooh, doesn't interest me. It just really doesn't interest me. And what do I really like? I told you the thing I used to really like in a chip shop, but I've said before I can't find them anywhere. Deep-fried beef burgers in batter. Beef burger in batter. Delicious. Steve. What's this one here? Oh, so glad you're back, says Nick and Nicole. Papa. We really missed you. We watch Elf every year. Well, I already said at the beginning of the programme that the Christmas films that I watch Christmas in Connecticut, The Shop Around the Corner, and It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, there are other films that I watch, but those would be anything that's got snow, anything that's got a Christmas message, anything that just makes you feel, warm and cuddly. Do you know warm and cuddly? That's how it makes me feel. Steve, we got our tree from Sandringham Sawmill. 40 quid. Says Martin. You see, I think it's a tree. That tree has been growing for quite some years, and then you've taken it and you're looking after it, and that's the way I look at it. Our Christmas tree was Mum's pride and joy, says Steve in Maidstone. Once it was decorated, Mum used to go outside, walk past the house, and check how it looked. Oh, we've all done that. I do that all the time. I do see people's house. I don't like to hang around outside people's houses. It makes me look a bit sad. But I do love it. If I see, I'm in the car, I'll pull in. Actually, my car's in the garage at the moment. It's having its battery recharged. So I'm hoping today or tomorrow. Could be opening tomorrow, actually. Mike says, my old granddad said that greengrocers used to boil the Christmas tree root so it only lasted the festive season. Do you know, I shouldn't imagine, Mike, they could ever be bothered to do that. Why would you want to? But the only thing I know greengrocers boil is beetroot. Beetroot, what Paul Cooper does. But why would they waste time? It's very rare that, most people buy them in the pots, grown in the pots, and then you can keep it year after year after year. So when planted in the garden, it never took. No, I just don't believe that, because where would they better boil up a tree root? What a time-consuming thing. Very little profit on trees. I mean, there is profit, for goodness sake. Ben, the trucker from Brighton, said, very nice to hear you back on the radio. I heard Cheryl's new single the other day. It's more dreary, winning nonsense. It's supposed to be her comeback single. I did watch her perform it on the X Factor. It was dreadful. But he says, I'm having my neon lights fitted to the cab today. How wise. See, festive season, you've got to do it. Got to do it. I like to see a little tree on the dashboard. Always makes it interesting. So why has she had it done? Anti-violence campaigners have slammed Little Mix star Jessie Nelson for getting a gun tattoo on her chest. I don't quite understand why. The 27-year-old singer showed off her latest inking to her 4.5 million Instagram followers, but Patsy McKee, who lost her son in a shooting in Manchester, said that stars such as Jessie should think harder about the tattoos they get. But she's got 16 tattoos. She comes from Romford. I don't think that's relevant to it, and she's got the word icon inked onto her forearm, as well as a Q and a heart under her ear. And Jessie's followers blasted her for the artwork, with one saying cute. But why would anybody want a gun tattoo in today's world? Well, she's stupid, that's why. I mean, that really is the most ridiculous thing. But it's her, but if she wants to stick it on, they're fine. But don't have it visible. Makes you look an idiot. A near idiot. They don't seem to have found any sort of comment from her. I shouldn't imagine she probably got the words for it. Why would you have a gun tattooed? I mean, that really, it doesn't... Honestly, we've got enough trouble in London as it is without an idiot like that. But there again, nobody ever said they had to have brains. Nobody ever said. So who's going to be kicked out of the jungle? Still going well, isn't it? I think it's going to... Do you think Harry's going to win? I was trying yesterday to play down... Not yesterday. Sunday, trying to play down the fact that Harry could be the one who wins it. Now, whether or not that happens, I do not know. Because you can't tell at the last minute, can you? They're all out there. I tell you what's a complete waste of time. The I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here a little bit extra. Joe Swash contributes 0. A so-called funny man does nothing. Just leave it with Scarlett Moffat. So much easier that way. Fancy wasting money on... Because then you've got also... They bring out other deadbeat celebrities to try and comment on it. It's very tedious. Very tedious. A lot of people commenting in the Daily Star today on Whoopie-Doo, Colleen Nolan, the OAP bully, back on TV. She should apologise to Kim in public. And then somebody says, why has Colleen Nolan been allowed back on Loose Women after the way she treated Kim Woodburn? Can't stand her, says somebody writing from Barnet. I have to be honest, she showed no sign of contrition or anything else like that. She obviously wasn't remotely sorry. It was just, a little bit of a pain, isn't it? I mean, I don't think she should have left the programme in the first place. I think the producer should have been fired. That would make everybody feel a lot better, because somebody somewhere wasn't telling the truth. Why is it that you get, all of a sudden, a piece of food in the newspaper? This is a burger stack. This is 2 foot high. I mean, who seriously in their right mind could eat this? There's a food blogger here. I won't tell you who she is. But she managed to scoff the 50-ounce treat with fries in 22 minutes. 9 beef patties, 9 slices of cheese, and 2 buns. What is the point? That's called gluttony. It's terrible. Makes yourself very ill. There's also a family of badgers who become internet stars. They tuck into cheese, biscuits and jam tarts laid out by a woman on the decking of her garden. I mean, she's put food out for 13 years. I'm sorry, these are badgers. So now what she's done is she's made them reliant on her free food. She posts online footage from the badger. You're not supposed to feed these sort of animals. They'll eat anything. Put it down there, they will eat it. But you shouldn't really do it because it makes them reliant. It's like the idiots who go around feeding pigeons. What's the point of that? They'll eat anything off the streets, believe me, they'll eat anything off the streets. New show coming up on Comedy Central, so you won't see it because I don't even know what that is. But Charlotte Dawson, God, I thought your career washed up ages ago. And she's with some other people. She's tackled the most awkward game show. No, she's not. She's just trying to get her fat face on the television. That's all it is. Got nothing to do with that. She doesn't care about this. They've also brought in X Factor bad boy, sad loser, Frankie Kokoza, and Stephen Bear. Lord above, honestly. There must be an agency for sort of people who sort of passed their sell-by some years ago, but they still pop them up on the television. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC, 25 minutes away. And this morning, as Britain races towards a constitutional crisis over Brexit, Nick will speak to Andrea Leadsom, Dominic Raab, Dominic Grieve, and Tony Blair's former Attorney General. He'll bring you the latest on a Met police officer potentially facing criminal charges over ramming a teenager on a moped, and Nigel Farage's resignation from UKIP. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. It's a Wonderful Life is now on at cinemas, released in all its remastered 4K Vision glory, says Lawrence. Actually, I got it on DVD some years ago when they brought out a special thing. It was a special cleaned up version and tarted up and all the rest of it. It's such a good film, but I hated it. It was a total disaster when it came out. Total disaster. They pumped so much money into it. It didn't do very well at all. It was only sort of later. And everybody went, ooh, so sad at the end. It was lovely. Have you heard the Baby Shark song, says Alison, released by Eric, Simon Cowell's son? Good Lord. No, as far as I know, Simon Cowell's bringing out a record. The person who won the X Factor is some bloke who apparently is on a visa. Otherwise, he's going back to Jamaica if they can't get the visa extended. And they really want another visa so he can come and tour. So they think he will be number one at Christmas. Well, of course it will be. Simon Cowell always does very well with things like that. He's not daft. But you mentioned feeding wild badgers, says Gordon. Some people put a saucer of milk out for hedgehogs. Do not, please. They're lactose intolerant and it kills them. I know. Water. You don't need to put things out like that. You can make things in the kitchen. I remember Blue Peter some years ago used to show you how to make things to hang up so that tits will be attracted to your garden. And it involved, I think it was nuts and everything else and fat in a frying pan, and then you poured it into like a yogurt carton with a piece of string going through the middle. Don't ask me how this works, because I might be giving you the wrong information. And then eventually, after it had hardened, you took the yogurt carton off, and there you had this sort of nut thing. You can buy nuts cheap all over the place, and then the birds can sort of attack it, or just pour nuts into a holder. But you don't need to sort of, put milk out for hedgehogs. Really not a good idea at all. Steve, talking about favourite Christmas films, says Jan in Lincolnshire. I would have thought that Holiday Inn would have featured. Well, I like Holiday Inn and White Christmas, roughly the same kind of movies, same sort of storyline. Either of those would be good. But I do like Christmas in Connecticut. But it's a good film. It's a good film, but Christmas in Connecticut is very good. And they did a modern version, which is interesting. Steve, glad you're back. My dad keeps his tree up till the 20th of January, says it saves the dog going out. Well, the Queen keeps hers up till February. They don't take anything down till February. So obviously, we're supposed to take it out because it's Twelfth Night kind of stuff. Have you watched the 1951 version of A Christmas Carol? Probably. I seem to have every other version of Christmas Carol. And don't forget The Amazing Mr. Blunden, says Nicole, Dinah Dawes at her best. It's not a Christmas film. Not really. Not really. The Amazing Mr. Blunden. No, have you never heard of it? Oh, with Lawrence Naismith as Mr. Blunden. You should watch it. It's a really good film. It's very interesting about two children who, with their mother, they get evicted from their house in London. They go down to the country. And they're staying in a little house there. And then these children come back from the past. These two it's so clever. These two children come back from the past, and what they have to do is go back with the children to the time they were, because there was a fire in the house, and they've got to rescue the child to free them. Otherwise, they're forever drifting between the two. And it's really charming. It's charming. It's made by the same person who made The Railway Children. It's a great film. And at one point they go back there, and then Mr. Blunden comes back at the end. I think it's got a very young, what's her name now? I can't remember. She was married to Peter Sellers. She's playing a lot younger than she was in real life. I think she's supposed to be playing 60. No, I can't remember her name now. I think she committed suicide, I'm pretty certain. But anyway, she's playing probably about 14, 15, but she was about 23, I think, at the time, because they did that a lot. But it's a super film, Dinah Dawes, and she was good. But I never thought it was a Christmas film. Never thought there was anything Christmassy about it, but I just thought it was great. And then Mr. Blunden comes back, but they've already met him before. They've met him, but they don't know which one this is, so they always get the door opens, and they go, Mr. Blunden, but which one? And he goes, We Three Kings, and that turned out it was the one that they thought it was. It's so exciting. Seriously, so exciting. I love films like that. Anything that's got... Dinah Dawes was in the film, says young Chris. He knows these things. In fact, actually, she put on a lot of weight by that time, and she was finding it difficult, but it was a role that really suited her. She was a right old battle axe. So, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, 20 to 7. The reason I tell you the time is because this is always the part of the programme where people sort of rush around and go, what's the time? People have no idea what the time is, so I'm looking at my Tick-a-Tick Timex, and it says 20 to 7, so that's what it must be. Steve, I keep meaning to tell you, every time you talk to your producer, I picture Matthew Corbett talking to Sooty, because we never hear your producer. Did you ever hear the Sooty thing? It was the best ever. It was done by my friend Dave. I say my friend Dave, I've now roped him into my corral, and it was the funniest thing ever, because what he did, he made it with me talking, and then we had Sweep, the other side of it. It was so funny, so funny. There's a chip shop in Petersfield that sells battered Christmas mince pies with cinnamon sugar. You are joking. Not battered mince pies. That's just not right. It's just not right at all. I love Scrooged with Bill Murray, says John in York. Yeah, do you know, they haven't made a good Christmas film, recent, for a long time. We're still surviving on films from years and years ago, and it just goes to prove that they don't make them like they used to. Neil says, we got our 9-foot tree from Van Hague's. Just need Lorraine's magic touch to decorate it. Did you realise it was this week last year that you were off with your cough and cold? I know. It happens. It's spooky, isn't it? Every year it's the same time. Because somebody wrote to me the other day and said, are you off sick? I went, yeah, it's the throat again. They went, but wait a minute, you were off this time last year. But I think I had 3 days off last year. I've had a couple of little bits and pieces, but it'll be fine by tomorrow morning. Because I can't really suck a strepsil while I'm doing the programme. Other people can manage it. I noticed that George Bush, younger, was chewing gum during the funeral service. I'm sorry, have you brought sandwiches or something? But of course, what he was watching was what he'll be accorded when he goes as well. They do it quite well. I just thought, you know, you always worry about these sort of things. It was the dog that did it for me. The dog. Holly says, I'm so glad you're back. You sound as fit as a flea. If indeed fleas can be fit. And says, I started putting my Christmas lights up yesterday, and of course I thought of you. Thank you. Sorry, the Baby Shark song isn't sung by Eric. It's a song that's been out for months. Simon's just jumping on the bandwagon. Well, works for me. And getting his son involved. Listen, I think his son's cute as Christmas, if you can be as cute as Christmas. Daily Mirror this morning, how many gold stars for Holly's jungle wardrobe? I mean, she's done very well. I did say to you, when she was booked for the gig, I said, and people would say, oh, do you think she better manage it? Of course she can manage it. She's a professional presenter. That's what she does. It's like booking a juggler and going, I hope he can juggle. She can listen, easy peasy. All the outfits. I mean, they must have hired a pantechnicon to get all of her stuff out there, but every day different outfits. She came with an entourage, but listen, it's affected the figures. It's put the figures up. And if somebody puts figures up and they add onto it, that's all you can hope for. And she did it very well. She smiles. She did all the things that we would do. Oh, I don't want to watch that. You know, things like that. That's what we would do. Oh, you're not eating. Oh, no. And so she couldn't look. So she's more human than everybody else is. And she fitted in really, really well. Somebody's saying, how about next year, all three of them do it? I thought about this the other day, and I don't think that Ant's going to come back. I don't think he's going to go back to... Why? For what possible reason? He's got enough money. I hope they've sorted out the divorce, because we love the ex-wife. We love her to pieces, because I think she got a bum deal. I hope she got half the money. If, you know, the money was talked about, 30 million here and this kind of... And I'm thinking, I don't know, because I don't know what their finances are, but, you know, I think she should get the dog. I'm banking on her getting the dog. But, you know, she's had to live through this. It's been an absolute blooming nightmare, I should imagine. But Christmas is around the corner, and that's the time when we sort of, as I say, we forgive. I think not in some cases. 63 minutes of mayhem. 4:25, defeat. Forced to reveal the dark legal secrets of her deal. 4:41, defeat. Government in contempt for the first time in history. 5:28, defeat. Humiliation as MPs seize control of Brexit planning. Oh, God, it's all going pear-shaped, isn't it? It's all going pear-shaped. Over at Buckingham Palace, they've got enough trees to sink a battleship. And festive trees adorn the Marble Hall in shots shown off on the royal family Instagram accounts. Small crowns. I mean, what else? She's never going to be going, how much are they? And somebody would say, I think they're about £7 each. Oh, we can't have many of those. They've got hundreds of them. Hundreds of these decorations. It's because it's posh. But I don't think the Queen has anything to do with it. I think the same as Windsor Castle. The staff, a lot of staff at Windsor Castle go around carol singing over the festive season. And the Queen comes out, hello, offers them all a small sherry, you know, a liqueur chocolate, which I think is quite sweet. She doesn't have to do it. She don't, thank you. She doesn't know who any of them are, but she always says hello to them. And they go, you know, happy Christmas, ma'am. I heard somebody the other day calling her ma'am. I thought, excuse me not. It's ma'am, as in jam. Thank you. See, how come we know these things? It's like journalists who keep putting down that Katie Price once had 40 million. She never had 40 million. She's a failed businesswoman. Failed completely. Actress Rachel rules out more kids with hubby Daniel. This is Daniel Craig and Rachel Hythe. And so could I love big families. I'm a big fan of big families. I always fancied being part of 9. Unfortunately, I don't think my mother had the strength for things like that at all. 9. Why not? Goodness sake. 4:20, everybody. Nice to have your company in the papers. There's a new exhibition coming to London. You're going to need to know about this in advance. It's not till June of next year. Now, the reason I mention it is because this is the thing that people are going to be queuing to see. This is Codex Leicester. Do you know what it is? It's observations and drawings from Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks brought together for the first time in this country. The British Library exhibition of his 3 codex, Leicester, Arundel and Forster, will mark 500 years since his death. And it was bought by Bill Gates in 1994 for $30.8 million. And Leonardo da Vinci, A Mind in Motion, is on for 3 months from June. I think you need to check it out as quickly as possible. Home Alone 1 and 2 get Santa and A Christmas Carol. Jim Carrey version always does it for me, says Ari. Maxine says, thank you. Lynn Frederick in the film. She married Peter Sellers. Yeah, she died very young, actually. I remember it vividly. And Gordon says, Christmas isn't Christmas without the film Scrooge, circa 1970. Albert Finney as the old miser in a fantastic musical. And Joy says, Mr. Blunden gave me nightmares as a child, not looking forward to going to bed this evening. I thought it was wonderful. I just loved them. I loved all of them in it. It's the clever way that they've done the sound in that film. When I say the sound, it's, if you actually listen to the sound, it's almost as if they've dubbed it on over the top. Almost as if they've dubbed it on over the top. It's very, very clever. Front page of the Express for today, how to enjoy a debt-free Christmas. Oh joy, oh bliss. Because many of you will be suffering with these things over Christmas. It's probably a nightmare. You're probably panicking over it now. You're probably worried about, can you get through? Can you afford to do it? There's all sorts of ways. All the chefs and the cooks on the television, they're all offering all sorts of advice on how you can do things in advance. Get it all done so you can have a stress-free Christmas. The whole idea is try and make it as stress-free as possible. Not easy, I realise, but your money in the Express today. Harry and Meghan's bump in the night. I can't work this one out at all. I'm sort of erring on the side of caution, thinking I'm sure it's going to go very well. But then you read things about her, and I think, is this just somebody mischief making, or is this genuine? Are they going to be together in 10 years' time? I don't know. He does seem to be totally besotted by her, which probably isn't a difficult thing to be. But then there was something I read in the paper the other day. It can't have been true. She wanted air fresheners put in St George's Chapel at Windsor because it smelt musty. And you think, well, it's good enough for the Queen. She's been using that chapel, and there are many royals who are buried in the crypt of the little chapel there, which is down at Windsor. So whether or not it all goes pear-shaped, I don't know. We'll wait and see after Christmas, because they're all coming together. And after a devastating day for British politics, your Democratic vote was thrown into jeopardy with brazen MPs launching a coup on the 17.4 million people who voted to leave the EU. Today we warn, say the Express, sabotage Brexit at your peril. Women love my curves, goes Holly. She's got everything. She's got the perfect family, the ideal husband, the ideal jobs. She never looks tired. Sometimes she's a bit, the worse if they've been out partying the night before. But it just seems to work for her. Also, a top soap star snorted so much cocaine, she was dubbed the Snow Queen. See, I didn't know who this was. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, in show business nowadays, you just have to look at certain people and look at their behaviour to try and work out, if you think somebody is being ably assisted. I've seen people on the television who I know have slight problems with the Colombian, but this one here, they say her cocaine secret was revealed by a friend of a fellow cast member who has herself appeared in several pantomimes. Oh dear. The trouble is, they don't identify the person. Probably just as well, I should imagine. Sun this morning, Ghouls film sex attack in club. This is a club at, I think it's in Essex, is it? Somewhere like that. Faces is the nightclub. Gants Hill. So I know Gants Hill, but I don't know the nightclub. And this is a story of sick mobile footage from the celebrity haunt. Alfie Boe slags off Catherine Jenkins. There's obviously a bit of a ding-dong going on there. And I'm a Celeb Shock. Bushed Harry can't bear jungle. B-A-R-E. So he obviously doesn't want to... Although he spent most of the time with his shirt off, so I don't suppose he's particularly well. He doesn't exactly have the best body in the world, and they seem to be picking on that, don't they? They're always sort of saying to somebody, oh, so-and-so's got a great body. Noel Edmonds. I think he's going to be snapped up, Noel Edmonds, by some food place. I think it's going to be healthy stuff, because he eats different food from everybody else. Plus, it's Slob Britain. Slob Britain. 5 deadly sins. How many boxes do you tick? Do you drink more than 14 units a week? Exercise. 21% of you are physically inactive. 17% of you are smokers. 27% of you are obese. And 72% of you, 72% do not eat enough fruit and veg. So today, it's out there, broccoli apparently. My friend Christopher reckons broccoli is the way forward. It can make you very healthy. Look well this morning, Clive. It's nice to see you. Thank you. Welcome to the small studio. Parking for 2 Ferraris and a Bentley. About it. Magical Christmas story, pull out in the Daily Mail. Brexit on a knife edge. Also, the Daily Telegraph, the day May lost control. And there's a picture of her losing control. I think, actually, the first Prime Minister in 40 years to lose 3 votes in a day, which isn't so good. The Times this morning, May suffers worst defeats by PM in Commons for 40 years. My torment, an exclusive interview with the PhD student convicted of spying in the UAE, forced to stand for whole days in ankle cuffs and interrogated for 15 hours. But they thought he was a spy. I'm assuming that's how they break people down. I've got no idea. And out at Little Salkeld in Cumbria, do you know we sell every year 8 million trees. 8 million trees each festive season. 8 million of us go out for a proper Christmas tree. And the Eye this morning, Parliament takes back control. Historic humiliation for the Prime Minister. After the 3 Brexit defeats in the House of Commons. And the PM says corrosive debate has gone on long enough. The hotel at the end of the world. And Professor Green on what he learnt from volunteering at a food bank. Just before I go, I come up with the out time is actually. Sorry, I've completely forgot. Thank you. Just before I go, time to remind you what's coming up on the free podcast for today. On a little bit extra, the actors who've starred in the worst movies, and I'm sorry to say that even Robin Williams is in that list. I thought he was quite good, actually. But Rupert Grint's girlfriend, she does look like she's out of the Harry Potter books. And the X Factor guy, who doesn't want to be the X Factor guy, wants to be known for something else. And the story which really annoyed me yesterday, the woman of 77 who died after being terrified by a break-in. Little tiny house, and then they've got CCTV footage of people climbing over her gate to open it, to let one person climbs over, lets 2 other people in, and they just walk into a house. Must have been the biggest nightmare of her life. Anyway, she died as a result. Let's hope they catch them very quickly. Rio Ferdinand is knocking $2.5 million off the cost of the house that he shared with his late wife so he can move on, because he's got a new girlfriend, hasn't he? And she's not after publicity or anything like that, so that's good. So best, I think, if you start a new relationship, I think the best thing to do is actually sell up the house and split it, or do whatever you do with it, and then buy somewhere new, because otherwise it's like, I don't know, I can't describe what it's like. It must be a very odd feeling, I think. Also, 1 in 10 children suffer from loneliness. How could you suffer from loneliness if you're a child? There's always something to do if you're a kid, isn't there? You know, if you've got toys and things like that. This is supposed to, mind you might have parents who can't afford to do Christmas this year. You need a friend like Katie Price has got. They've just lent her £22,000. Whether they get it back or not is another matter. Plus, Paul Burrell droning on in another documentary about Diana, because apparently he was her rock. I think not. And a world record whiskey, which costs, how much a glass? You'd need your credit card on this one. £43,000 for a glass of whiskey. Obviously not in the old Beckham's class, is it? Old Dave's just doing Hague. And, there... Victoria, do you want a whiskey? What's this? We stand up, fall down. That's how it happens. Also, the Beeb viewers braced for a Christmas of repeats. I mean, that's why. That's why, because we like repeats. I'm watching repeats all the time. All the time. Did you see the story, says Wayne? Now, I didn't know it, but I've heard it, about the lady who complained about the homeless man sleeping in McDonald's. He said, oh, he was sleeping. I didn't realise he was sleeping in McDonald's. He says, I used to be a regular at McDonald's. This is a lady called Lisa. And shall I repeat what she said, actually? She went on the Bath Road in Slough with my children. There was a homeless person asleep in there on one of the benches. He smelt. I went to the manager and said politely about it. She said she'd speak to him the whole time I was there. She didn't speak to him, with other paying customers walking away from the area because of him. And so she's now told the head office. In America, when our bus broke down, we had a bus from Hollywood, and we got on it, and then it broke down, and in the end we ended up at a McDonald's, but there was a big sign outside in the car park, "Do not give money to beggars." And the place was full of beggars. So we all sort of huddled together. And it's very interesting, because here, the manager gave me the wrong number and told me she was busy, so couldn't talk to the homeless person. I said, if food hygiene comes in here, what would they say? And the manager said, don't care. But I don't really know, actually, whether or not there's an issue there of somebody sleeping. So she's now been forced to delete her Facebook account after the post went viral. She now claims she was hacked. She appeared to criticise the store for putting food hygiene at risk. Well, not really if somebody's just sitting at a table, are they? If they're asleep? I mean, we've got somebody over here in the morning who sleeps in the doorway to the Garrick Theatre. 9 out of 10 mornings she's there. And then somebody says, Jesus, where is people's humanity and compassion? It's freezing outside, let the poor man get warm and dry. You see, I mean, there are different companies that would give somebody food, wouldn't they? You know, it's probably, you know, people sleep on the underground. The train goes round and round. They just sleep on it. People just don't go and sit near them. But somebody said here, total lack of compassion astounds me. But anyway, Wayne says, I don't think it's unreasonable for paying customers to want to eat their chicken McNuggets in a pleasant environment. Why don't the homeless people congregate at the Ivy? I don't think they could congregate. You can't really congregate at the Ivy. It's not, if you talk about the original Ivy as opposed to the Ivy cafes. But it's very interesting. People who, there was somebody who claimed to be her son, defended her and said people on social media are too quick to believe what they read, despite the post being made by a hacker. He says she would never have thought to put up a post like that at all. That's the problem with humans. You know, people go, oh, I've heard this. And they don't check the facts. They don't know it, because it's easier to jump on a bandwagon, isn't it? So that's why the homeless people, I don't think, do congregate at the Ivy. It's just not conducive for congregating at the Ivy. Although, where did I go the other day? And I remember seeing somebody think, oh, that's right, there was somebody sitting outside Greggs in Richmond, quite early in the morning begging. And some people buy them a bacon roll or something like that. I don't know if they want feeding, because otherwise, by the time you've had 2 or 3 bacon rolls, you couldn't eat anything else, could you? You're probably looking for money. But there are all these charities, the Crisis at Christmas and the taxi drivers who go out there and do things. But it's a bigger problem than it ever used to be. There were tables down the Strand the other day. A McDonald's spokesperson, we welcome all customers into our restaurants, and the duration of their stay is at the discretion of the restaurant's management team. If the behaviour of any individuals in or around the restaurant prevents us from providing a safe and welcoming environment, then appropriate steps will be taken. What steps will be taken? What, will you physically go and manhandle somebody who might have a drink problem, a drug problem? You can't just pick people up and throw them out, can you? So it's, and the discretion of their stay, because traditionally they time you. It's not physically laid down, but they work on the assumption. That's why there's always tables there, because they work on the assumption that most people who go there, your maximum stay could be 10 to 15 minutes. You don't sit there all day. I told you before, in Vienna, when they put in McDonald's there, Viennese people are used to going into a restaurant, sitting there for most of the day, nursing a cup of coffee. So they started serving beer in the McDonald's in the middle of Vienna. And it just becomes, you find little old ladies sitting at tables nursing a beer. They don't go in there for a burger. But that's the thing. You can go into any restaurant in Vienna and just sit down and have a drink. You don't have to eat. There's no sort of minimum charge or things like that. So it's one of those sort of problems. And if these people, you know, can put you off, well, then you can make a complaint, but it's at the discretion of the management as to whether they want to do anything about it. If they don't think there's a problem, then they won't do anything. You know, why sort of upset somebody who might not have slept for God knows how long? That's the problem. You'll see loads of that. And if it snows over the winter, there'll be people still in shop doorways, still sitting there, still sleeping. Some like it, some don't like it. Some try and get themselves off the streets, but it's not an easy thing to do, is it? Homework for 9-year-olds. Is Santa real? At what age? I'm not sure if I'm too early in the morning for doing this. I mean, at what age do we do we tell them something different? You know, I mean, I don't know whether or not 9 is too old. And they, I don't know. I have to be careful on this one because I've got into trouble in the past. Not really in trouble. Somebody wrote in and said, "Oh, my 6-year-old daughter was listening," or something like that. It's generally not true. But at what age do we start being truthful? I don't know. 7 or 8. Okay, 9's pushing it, is it? Oh, well, there you go. 9's pushing it, apparently. Because I can't remember at what age I worked out what was going on. How did I work it out? Because they asked me what I wanted. And I assumed then, because I'd already written the note to Santa and burnt it in the fire, which of course was unusual because we never had a fireplace. Bit of a mess in the carpet, but it doesn't matter. So I don't know, because kids love that. If your child writes a letter to Santa, "Dear Santa, please get me a Barbie doll and a Willy Wonka, so-and-so, so-and-so," and then you post it in the box, the post office will forward it on to a place where letters to Father Christmas go to, and then they send you a letter back, which is quite nice. No, you're getting nothing. You know, you've not been good enough. Producer saw his dad dragging the sack of presents into my bedroom, so I found out Christmas Eve. He said I would have been 6 or 7. Ooh. We weren't rich enough to have a sack of presents. Just 1 or 2 in our household. Sometimes we just used to hold the paper up so we could all appreciate how nice the paper was. My mother would save it. You know, say, "Oh, look, it's paper. Oh, lovely. Is it wrapped round a present?" I think not. You know, Father Christmas must be very good. I saw a thing on the telly the other day and nearly bought it. It's like a glue thing. And it's for wrapping up, because present wrapping at Christmas is a nightmare. I don't do it. I give it to other people to do. I'm lazy. I'm one of those people. I arrange to buy something, have it sent down, and then my brother wraps, or the parents of my godchildren wrap presents. You know, because they're old enough now to go, this is what we'd like, or can we have some money, or something like that. And I try and oblige. You have to, don't you, really? But I just feel so sorry for that 77-year-old woman who was in her own little house, and then 3 people break in. She didn't know what they were going to do, and she died as a result. She was terrified by the break-in. I don't think you should have to get to that age in your life, and something like that happens. But you see it all the time. Every day I open up the newspapers, there's somebody else with a knife, there's somebody else who's sort of doing terrible things, and we go, "Oh, that's all right, perhaps they had a difficult childhood." Not always. Not always. Would you be bothered if you needed a heart transplant and they gave you a pig's heart? I wonder really whether or not it makes... Apparently it's the nearest thing to us. And so what they're going to start doing is doing pig's hearts. Transplanted into humans. I don't think it would make any difference. To be honest with you, I don't know if I would know, unless because you're not awake during it, are you? For the stents, you're awake, but for heart transplants, you're not. I think for pacemakers, you're awake. I think. Not too sure. Also, the entire village, which is stripped off for a charity calendar. I'm trying to persuade them to do it around here. They will not do it. There's a few people on my hit list of people that, you know, we should get them naked. We could do a nice Christmas calendar, which could be a general Christmas calendar. And you could put all the LBC presenters on there. What a brilliant idea. You know, obviously the larger presenters could be at the front, and the thinner of us could be behind the larger presenters. I've always wanted to be Christmas, except for the holly, which could be a little bit of a prickly problem, but I just quite fancy the idea of sort of everybody's got a different sort of theme, which would be good, isn't it? Dave O'Brien, I think he'd be May to June. I don't know why I think he'd be May to June. I thought James O'Brien, you know, Dave, where would he be? May. I think probably June is a bit more likely, because I can't remember what happens in June. There's always something, isn't there? Plus I've got a follow-up Christmas story from yesterday, which it's another happy ending, and it's a very surprising ending too, which is lovely. Plus the Coronation Street, in mourning for Kevin's dad. He's just died at the age of 78. And as I say, Paul Burrell droning on about Diana. Oh, go away. You're really getting on everybody's nerves now. You really are. Plus, Peter Crouch kicked off a theme park ride for being too tall. Because he's about 6'7", I think, which is maybe too tall for some rides, whereas his little wifey, little Abbé Clancy, she stayed on for half an hour. That's just greed, isn't it? Half an hour, get off it. It's a 3-minute ride, get off it. Oh, want to go around again, I'm Abby Clancy. Yeah, of course you are, dear. What else do we have, which I quite liked as well? Mel C needing tour therapy. I wonder why. Well, you just go on stage, you go la 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 la, and that's it, then you go home and you trouser a lot of money. It's only a few weeks they're touring, isn't it? They're not exactly touring for a year. It's not like Led Zeppelin. On Ellen DeGeneres' show the other day, she has the 12 Days of Christmas, where they give away loads of presents, and one of them was tickets to go and see the Rolling Stones. And the audience got so excited, even though most of them had no idea who they were, which was lovely. And they also got 3 nights in Las Vegas and things like that. She gives away all the 12... What? What's that? Oh, come on. She's very generous, Ellen. She gives. Which I quite like, actually. You like people who give. Come on, honestly. If you were sitting in that audience and they said you've just won a home television centre and it's worth this much, and you've got a £500 voucher for whatever it is, they walk away with thousands of pounds worth of stuff. On this show, it's just me and you, I'm afraid. There isn't anything else. By law in Australia, says Ulrika, during extreme weather situations such as heat waves or cold spells, poor people, homeless people, the elderly can stay in public air-conditioned buildings, such as libraries and council buildings. Oh, that's quite a nice... Same here, it's put in a hostel. But they don't all go into hostels, do they? Because they haven't got enough room. I don't think we have enough hostels to... Yeah. Oh, do councils have to provide... Really? Oh, wow. God, honestly, you're a mine of information, aren't you? How exciting was that? Honestly, we shall treasure those few moments while we take a very quick... It's Thursday, 6th of December, so we had the sore throat, which started on the Sunday, and then yesterday we were a little bit coffee. And today we're sort of midway between. We're kind of sitting on the fence. We haven't fallen off the wrong side at the moment. So, the homework for 9-year-olds. This is a church school, I believe, St Cuthbert's Church of England's Primary in Darwen in Lancashire. And they decided to ask the children, it's a school project, to research whether Santa Claus exists. Now, of course, that was the whole basis of the film of 37th Street, 42nd, I can't remember what it was called now, Miracle on 34th Street. And that was where they questioned Kris Kringle, which is another one of his names. And he said that he was Father Christmas, so they took him to court. They were trying to prove that he was insane. And they showed the dollar bill, "In God We Trust." And they brought a reindeer in to court. And they said to Kris Kringle, they said, "Go on, if you are Father Christmas, Santa Claus, make the reindeer fly." And he thought about it for a few minutes, and he said, "Well, of course they can't fly." And the prosecutor went, "I told you so." He said, "They only fly on Christmas Eve." And everybody clapped and cheered, and I was all by myself, clapping and cheering and whooping and going, "I believe, Steve believes." We spray painted it on the wall outside. Steve believes, everybody believes in Father Christmas. So angry parents, you know what parents are like nowadays. I'm angry. Why are you angry? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to be named either. It's caused a lot of upset. What? Because they've asked them to do a project. Come on. She says, "I don't think it's appropriate choosing this topic to debate, especially at this time of year. Well, it'd be a bit stupid to do it in the middle of a heat wave, wouldn't it? The existence of Father Christmas? Hello? What sort of parents have they got down there?" Anyway, there was also an idea an elf had been murdered by another elf. These are 8 and 9-year-olds. They've got very vivid imaginations. And my daughter came home and said she was traumatised. Isn't it great at 8 years old they know the word traumatised? I think it's fantastic. And she had to sleep on my bed. I'm not the only parent. A lot of the kids in Year 4 were unsettled by it. The headmaster said of all the 90 children who took part, none of them showed anything but full engagement. They were all excited. Not parents are like that, don't you? They say, "Well, I don't think that's right at all. We shouldn't be discussing that." You might as well discuss whether or not there was a Loch Ness Monster. But they have, it's the 5 and 6... they have debating clubs in schools now. We never had that at all. We never had debating clubs, but they were given the question, is Santa Claus real? I think it's brilliant because they can get arguments for and against. We used to have fake pollings in my school years and years ago. People would become different candidates for different parties, and then you try and convince the school that they would have to vote for you. I won, actually, it has to be said. I was a right little clever so-and-so. Plus, cashing in on your privacy. How the multinational exploit your data. And the Daily Mail have examined small print published by some of the best-known companies to discover what customers are signing up to. And so here, the Marriott International. You've heard of the Marriott International? I've heard of them. Room service orders activities, special requests, names and ages of children, birthdays and anniversaries, food and beverage choices. Payment and passport information, travel itinerary, credit and debit card details, financial information, employer details. And they've got everything. The data is shared with other Marriott, Ritz, Sheraton and Edition hotels in 150 countries. There are also, you need to read this because it's so complicated to read, but if I tell you it's Google, PayPal, Facebook, Tesco, BT, Morrison's, all of these use your data. So I always say no. If ever they go, oh, do you have a Boots card? No, I don't. You get 10% off. I don't want 10% off. I'm more than happy to pay full retail price. Doesn't bother me at all. Also, here's the picture of Trump to Carter. It's quite a lineup, actually. Quite a lineup of people, and they all look good. The trouble is, you get the feeling that Trump's acting, don't you? He doesn't. He knows he has to be there, but he's not particularly bothered, and they don't want him to be there either. They don't like him. Also, Corbyn declares CND freebie to US 4 years ago. Also a nude vicar. Always have to have a nude vicar, don't we, around about Christmas time? It adds to the excitement, I think, of the festive season. Oh, look, the vicar's naked again. Hello. I used to love going to church Christmas. In fact, any time, actually. I thought it was very good. Plus, we were celebrating somebody's birthday today. We had Walt Disney the other day. Walt Disney was very good indeed. A lot of people still getting confused over the fact that he isn't actually in a cryonic phase. He hasn't been frozen. It was a story put about years ago, and it's just been perpetuated. People talk about it. They go, of course, you know he's in the Magic Castle in Anaheim. In Disneyland, no, he's not. No, he's not. They said he probably wouldn't even have known what it was anyway. And former butler, former servant, Paul Burrell, that's what he was, a servant, says in a documentary, The Diana Story, she never actually wanted a divorce from Charles. She said, I'll have a separation, but I don't want a divorce for the children's sake. I mean, what you can believe from him, you could probably write on a grain of sand. You know, no evidence to stop. Has he got recordings of her saying this kind of thing? That's the only evidence that I'd be looking for. And then there's a lovely cartoon today. Mac's cartoon is Santa's Grotto, with Santa sitting there, and it looks like Theresa May sitting on his lap. And he says, I'd love to give you a Brexit deal for Christmas, but, you know, I'm really only an out-of-work plumber from Basingstoke. That's it. Won't find a poor plumber in this weather. A friend of mine's a plumber. He does boilers and, you know, all the rest of it. I said, are you busy, Joe? He went, yep, very busy. I had a great story to tell you about a cup of coffee, but I thought I'd save that, actually, for a later date. You know, I love a cup of coffee story, but I've got a good Christmas story for you. A good Christmas story. And apparently, kids would be better off, says David, trying to prove the existence of God. They'd get the same result. Oh, do you think it's the same? God and Santa Claus? No, it's not, is it? Can we prove the existence of God? Can we prove the existence of Jesus? Apart from, well, Jesus gives presents, doesn't he? Doesn't he give presents? He did loaves and fishes. I mean, what more do you want, for goodness sake? And he did water into wine. I mean, that in itself is worth an invite every year for Christmas. Every year. Paul Burrell didn't tell me that at all. I did have dinner with Paul Burrell once, actually. I always thought it was rather odd that he took her clothes out there for them to dress her at the hospital. I always thought that was slightly bizarre, but, you know, there you go. That's what happens nowadays. Rita Ora in the papers every day, to the point of boredom, I'm afraid, honestly. How many more blooming pictures do we need of Rita Ora? Once you've seen one, you've seen them all. And Countryfile have got a calendar out, actually, and there's some lovely pictures. People take great pictures. I always wanted a Highland cattle. You know the ones which have got lots of fur and hair and all the rest of it, and big horns. And I just quite fancy, because you get little ones as well, which I quite fancy down here. Plus swans and rabbits. Oh, they're so cute, rabbits, aren't they? They did a programme the other day, and it was on somebody who lived, I think, within 12 miles of the Arctic Circle, and they lived this nomadic lifestyle in a tent. But he had to go out and cut wood down, and, you know, one full trolley load of wood would last a week. And what they were eating, I've got no idea. And then I suddenly realised, caribou. The place is swarming with caribou. So he goes out, and she went out as well, with a high-powered rifle and shot caribou. And enough go a long way bullets. To me, it looked like it was from here to, you know, the other side of Leicester Square. She pulled the trigger, this thing went whip and fell over. And then she had to butcher it there and then. She didn't want to take the whole caribou home. So I had to turn off at that point. I didn't want to watch that. I thought that was a bit unnecessary. Very unnecessary. What else we got? Oh, I'll tell you about the loneliness which blights the life of 1 in 10 children. So it's not a lot, but it's 1 in 10. And the portrait of a PC mayor, she removes the second slave trade picture. This is Cleo Lake, and she said the 2 pictures will be redeployed. Obviously, you love it when people try and rewrite history, don't you? I love people like that. You know, they've got their own beliefs, and then eventually they disappear. Plus the whiskey. A bottle of 92-year-old whiskey is sold for 1.2 million. 1.2 million. It's got, I mean, I wouldn't know the difference between that and bog standard whiskey. This one was produced in 1926. It spent 60 years in a cask, and it works out at £43,000 a shot. I mean, just suppose you went, ugh, it's horrible. You know, what are you going to do with it then? 40 bottles were produced, and this one was totally unique. Totally unique. 1 bottle with the Adami label sold for a then world record some time ago of 848,000. But this one went for 1.2 million. Who spends 1.2 million? Step up to the mark. Steve Allen. No. Cristiano Ronaldo spent a lot of money on a bottle of wine. I couldn't justify it. If I went out with something, even if I liked them, I wouldn't be spending that sort of money. I look at the thing. The most I would ever spend on a bottle of wine would be 40? 50 quid, yeah. It was 18,000, yeah. Makes me seem a bit of a peasant, doesn't it, really? I just don't think it's worth sharing a bottle of wine with anybody at that price. It's just £18,000 for a bottle of wine. Oh, it's appalling. At 26 minutes to 5, Stuart Manning's up. Must be going off to work today. He said, so glad you're feeling better and great to hear the voices back on point. It was sort of, it goes through a little phase. I have to keep myself well lubricated, Stuart. And it's the only thing that kind of works because you get that little tickle. We've had it, but it's not what I thought it. I thought originally it was going to be a cold or something like that. Whatever it was very annoying because everybody else has had it. It does the rounds. Once you're in a building with lots and lots of people and one person gets it, if you're susceptible to picking things up, and on our floor some of the people are very susceptible to picking things up, then you're guaranteed to go down with it. Who's getting the blame for it? I wouldn't like to say exactly who's getting the blame for it, but I think he sits quite near us in the morning, quite early. Because when I came in on Friday, when I finished the programme on Friday, I went out there, and he was like that advert on the television, you know, yes, young Dave, and he was riddled with cold. He's actually a lot better now. But I was totally convinced, because the moment I sort of think, oh, somebody's got a cold, I pick them up. Don't ask me why. I've got no idea. And I didn't know anybody else who had a cold, and then a few other people, you know, sort of picked up on it. But listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. I watched a great little programme yesterday on the Talking Pictures channel where Peter Butterworth's son Tyler was interviewed, who himself was a child actor. Fascinating. During the war, Peter was in the Fleet Air Arm in the RAF and was a pilot. In 1940, whilst on a bombing mission, he was shot down over Holland, became a prisoner of war, imprisoned in Stalag 3, and spent the entire remainder of the war there. He was involved in 5 escapes, including digging the tunnel under the famous Wooden Horse. Ironically, when they made the film, he went for a part, and apparently he didn't get it for some reason. So they made the film. Wait a minute, let's try and find. Oh, sorry, I can't move these things down. Actually, I'm not having much luck. So when they made the, I haven't got the end of it. I don't know where the bottom is gone. That's right. He was later known as Tommy Rothwell, who went to write all the Carry On films. Tommy Rothwell? No, it wasn't Tommy Rothwell who wrote the Carry Ons. It wasn't. No. Oh, what was his name? I know it was Rothwell, but it certainly wasn't Tommy. Interesting. Thank you, Neil, very much indeed. It wasn't Tommy Rothwell. Talbot, unless, of course, Tommy was the derivation of Talbot. Yeah, Talbot Rothwell. Tolly was his nickname. There you go. You were close. Tommy was his nickname, or Tolly. What do we call him? Oh, Tolly. It was called Tolly. Talbot Nelson Cole Tolly Rothwell. You try saying that after you've had a couple of sherbets. I was only saying that to somebody here the other day. It's not easy. It's not easy. Born in Bromley. There you go. Born in Bromley. Whee, big up Bromley this morning. Thank you very much indeed. So it's Channel 81. Thank you, Neil. I have actually seen some of these things. I'm pretty certain, because you know me, I love that kind of stuff. Absolutely love it. It's brilliant, so thank you. Also, it's 12 p.m. Steve here, so busy cooking lunch. Whether you believe in Christ and Santa is questionable or not. Enjoy Christmas. It's a joy in kids' eyes. Puddings, cookies, family laughter, trees with lights. Whether it's a believe or not, it's love, happy. Wish I was there. Yes. Oh, I agree. Listen, I think it's too big a question for ordinary people. I don't think you could ever start debating whether or not there is a Father Christmas or whether or not there is a God or whether or not there is... Because some people believe and some people don't believe. And as far as I'm concerned, if you want to believe in something, that's it. Add some licorice and tea. Perhaps will help with the tickle. Yeah, I've got turmeric. I didn't bring it with me this morning, actually. I've got some throat lozenges, which seem to be okay. And I popped into Cooper's the other day, says Matthew, and asked after you. Lovely fellas, they spoke very highly. Of course they would, I'd pay them. Heavens above, you can't go in there and find anybody be rude about me. I'm the most generous person they know. You ask John, you ask Al, you ask Mel, you ask Paul, Bob. Oh, yeah. God, of course they all know me. I'm in there most days. I attended, Steve, Madras College. Sounds like... So we were talking about food the other day. When my dad was stationed at an RAF station, is it called Lucas? We had a school debating society and travelled to other schools for debating competitions. The motion, as it's called, should never be a question but a definite statement. The more controversial, the better. So, not, is Santa Claus real, but something like, Santa Claus is a dangerous lie that warps children's minds. Discuss. And we never got to choose which side to persuade on. We were told who was for the motion and who was against, and the audience were expected to vote as well. So I quite like that. I quite like that idea. We didn't do it at my school. We didn't do anything like that. So it made a better argument, says Dallas. Yeah, I mean, perhaps it's a new thing. Well, it certainly wasn't around when I was young. I don't remember in any of the schools that I went to where they were having a debating society. I thought it was something that was reserved for the privileged classes. You know, you went to Marlborough or Eton or Winchester, and they go, "Oh, are you a member of the school debating society?" And you go, "I think so, yes." And then you go there and you go after school. It's like an after-school club. If you're a boarder, you've got to keep going, and so they do that. I went to Harrow College, and they have a debating society. It was interesting, actually, because I went to give a talk to them years and years ago. And all they were interested in, at the time, was the sex programme on LBC. For some reason, it seemed to appeal to schoolboys. They like that kind of thing. So, you know, you can't knock it, can you? Birthdays today, Freddie Flintoff. Freddie Flintoff is 41 today, and Debbie Rowe. Go on, tell me who Debbie Rowe is. See if you remember, if your memory is particularly good for Debbie Rowe. Debbie Rowe, who did she marry who was famous? She married somebody who was famous. Somebody who was very famous. Come on, you said Debbie Rowe. And she had 2 children with this famous person. Then this famous person died. Come on, oh, honestly, this would be hopeless on Mastermind, wouldn't it? Everybody at home and in the car and driving around would tell you that she was married to Michael Jackson. She is the mother... Sorry? Well, I don't... She was a nurse. Yes. But she gave birth to Prince and Paris, and she met him, which was her second husband, when he was at a clinic where he was being treated for vitiligo, which was that skin complaint. And they divorced in 1999. She was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2016 and lives in Palmdale, California. I wonder if she ended up with any money out of the will. I'm always intrigued by that, actually. I don't know. Debbie Rowe. Also born on this day... Oh, my favourite. My favourite person. And it's Endora, the witch from Bewitched, played by Agnes Moorehead. Now, I was always told... This could be an apocryphal story. This is where I dig this up. I was always told she was gay. It was an unusual thing in those days to have sort of people in Hollywood. There was a very famous dress designer called Edith Head. She was a lesbian, but she designed some of the most fabulous costumes, and I'm convinced that Agnes Moorehead, most famous for playing Endora, but a devout Christian, she took her Bible on set. But I'm told she was gay. She was a 4-time Oscar nominee. She wanted to be remembered for films like The Magnificent Ambersons, directed by Orson Welles. I thought she was great. I love Bewitched. I've got all the box sets. And then I started watching this morning, and I got really carried away with watching, what do they call it? It's The Pathologist, played by Amanda Burton. It's not Prime Suspect, is it? What do they call it? Anyway, it was one of those rivers. She's so good. So good. I hated it when she left. It didn't work the same. Amanda Burton was Silent Witness. Also Claire Blake in The Commander, and Karen Fisher in Waterloo Road. I thought she was fabulous. I remember seeing her, first of all, when she was in I think she was in Brookside. Oh, she was. And I tell you how I know that, because I met her years and years ago in Stringfellows. And in those days, we'd go to Stringfellows, we'd have a few drinks or something to eat, and then we'd take people back to the studio to put on air. And I'm totally convinced, in fact, I'm 99% right, that Amanda Burton came back with us to the studio, and we sort of made coffee and things like that. It was in the days when, for some reason, we didn't seem to need sleep. We just seemed to survive on very... Although the producer tells me he did go out on Friday and fell asleep in the pub. Nothing worse. That, I mean, to me, falling asleep in the pub is about as bad as falling asleep on the train, but he does it on the bus regularly. He seriously can be found asleep on the bus and then manages to wake up in time. I've fallen asleep on the train once, and I remember and you start dribbling down the window, don't you? And then you wake up, and when you open your eyes, you sort of look around, you have to pretend you actually really weren't asleep at all, because you think you might have snored. And the people sitting opposite you are just staring at you, and you think, oh, God, I bet I've dribbled. I mean, nothing worse, is there? And you always get somebody who's... I mean, I've had it countless times on a train on a Friday where somebody sat there, used to be Casey Burgers at Waterloo Station, and they would sit there eating this, but unfortunately they were so drunk you knew that it was going to be reappearing very shortly. And it did. And it did. 5, it's nice to have your company. So do you remember yesterday I told you the story of Noel's Christmas presents, and the story of a young man who was washing cars, and the reason he was washing cars is so that he could buy a tree for an elderly couple who lived in his road because they couldn't afford, and he'd noticed, because he was bright boy, he'd noticed that they didn't have a tree because they couldn't afford it. So Noel knocked on the door, having sort of met the lad who was cleaning cars, and he said, what are you cleaning cars for? He said, get some money to buy a tree for them. And I thought it was heartbreaking. Seriously, I've watched it so many times, and I thought he was a lovely chap. So I mentioned him yesterday. The lady, when she answered the door, Noel said, oh, you know, do you know this young man? She said, oh, I think he lives over the road. She was quite elderly. And he said, well, he noticed that you didn't have a tree with your husband. And she said, we can't afford it. And it was so from the heart. It was heartbreaking. It was one of those things you think, I just want to go around there and make sure that you have the Christmas to remember of all Christmases. Turkey, mince pie, everything. Anyway, and so Noel had this tree, and he said, he's got this tree for you. So anyway, I get an email. Good morning, Steve. You were talking about a young lad that wrote to Noel Edmonds wanting a tree for a neighbour years ago. It was me. I mean, seriously. He said, I was very shocked whilst driving to the station this morning, and it was a very pleasant surprise. Many thanks, Tristram Mays. And he sent me a link to the YouTube video of it. So he was listening to the programme the other day. Well, I tell you, Tristram, that you were on a really good programme, because there were so many good ones on there that I can sit down and have a weep every Christmas. And what did you get out of it? They bought you a go-kart. He had a go-kart, and it was really lovely. So I was very touched that you were listening to the programme. It's always nice when you do something and then somebody writes in and goes, that was me. I was that person. You see, you thought people had forgotten about you. Not on this programme. Not on this programme. So I don't know what you're doing now or anything. I don't even know how old you are. I don't know how old you were then. I suspect you were probably about 13 or something. But all those years later, there he is. Of course, when you said driving to the station, I felt like saying, but you're way too young to drive. You know, you've got a go-kart. But he was that boy, Tristram. So there you go. So thank you very much indeed. But I always used to love those. If ever there was a programme that needed coming back to the television, it was Noel's Christmas Presents. You know, it never failed to have me in tears, never failed to reduce me, you know, to a gibbering wreck when you watch people doing lovely things for people, or failing that, Noel would sort of set them up, you know. And you remember there was my favourite one, which was always makes me cry when I tell it, actually, because it's such a nice story. And it's a lady, she's in London with her daughter and her son-in-law or something. Anyway, she's an old lady and they're showing her the sights of London. She's from Scotland, and Noel knows who she is because he knows the story. And so he says, he pretends he's filming on London, asking people what they're doing in London, you know. She says, oh, we're just down here to have, you know, some tea or something like that, and all the rest of it. And he said, oh, have you had a good year? And of course he knew she hadn't had a good year. She'd had a daughter murdered. It was terribly tragic. It was very tragic, but they were holding themselves together. And And so he said, "Oh right." He said, "So what do you do?" She said, "And it was her grandson was away on a ship in the Gulf." And so he said, "I tell you what," he said, I know it's a long shot." He said, "But just around the corner from here is the Ministry of Defence. Why don't we go there and see if we can get a phone call to the ship so you can spit?" And she goes, "Oh, I can't believe it. You do that for me." And so they go round and they go and meet this high-ranking admiral, I think, in the Navy. And he says, "Well, I can't do anything." He said, "But I know a man who can." So Noel and this little lady's family troop out of the Defence. Where do they go round to? Downing Street. They go to Downing Street, they open the gates, and they go... and she can't believe this. She cannot believe this thing. And so they go up to the door number 10, the door's opened, and she's going... and this is like, what's going on? You know, and they sit there, and all of a sudden the door opens, and in walks the Prime Minister, who was John Major. And he says, "Oh, hello," and she's like, she can't believe it. She's sitting there, and so she tells him the story that her grandson, I think it was her grandson, is away on a ship in the Gulf and he's not due back for a few weeks. And she says, and they said that maybe we can get a phone call to him on the ship. And so John Major says, "Let me have a word with somebody, I'll see what we can do." And so he goes out the room, and she looks at Noel and she says, "I can't believe he's doing that for me." She says, "He doesn't know me, and he's doing this thing." Of course, by this time I'm on the floor, aren't I? So John Major opens the door, and he says, "I can't get the phone call." He said, "But I've got one better." And the door opens, and there's her grandson. Oh my God, I tell you, I'm in pieces. You know, absolutely amazing. And she breaks down, the family break down. I'm going through a box of Kleenex like there's no tomorrow. I've never been through a box of Kleenex so fast. And it was just terrible, but lovely at the same time, because she had the most wonderful time in London, and she got to meet her and it was just lovely. It was nice. And I like things like that. Ava is 24 in Holborn and wants to know if Tristram's married. Oh, listen, for goodness sake. I mean, I've got no idea. I don't even know what he does for a living, but he drives to the station. That's all I can tell you. He drives to the station, and he was listening. He said, "I was very shocked." I'm not surprised. Now you're getting offers, Tristram, so there you go, which is quite nice. Steve used to love a Casey Jones burger. You have revived a memory. They were lovely. They weren't as good as... what were the best burgers? The best burgers were... No, well, I like the original Wimpy. They don't taste the same now. They don't taste as they used to. Wendy burgers were fab. They were that you could just go, "I'll have the burger and the cheese on top of it, and another burger on top of that." That was lovely. There used to be one down in the Strand. We used to go down there. It was lovely. You get lots of homeless people sitting outside McDonald's down in the Strand now, hoping that, you know, they have security on McDonald's, on the door. You know, I don't know what on earth's going to be going on down there. Steve, I was like you, says Jan, with your sore throat and tickly cough. I was like that, then woke up one morning and the voice had gone. Lasted for 2 weeks. My husband thought he'd gone deaf. God, what a happy time in your house. Chantal, my son is part of the debate team at his school, which is Haileybury in Hertford. Steve, he loves it. You see, I think that's a brilliant thing, because the one thing that you will find, Chantal, now, is that kids spend most of their time on their phones or on their computers. They don't actually engage in conversation. And that's why I think it's good. That's why you can always tell the kids who go to posh schools, they're able to hold conversations with adults. You know, some friends of mine have a pub in Twickenham, as you know, and their son, Ian, he could hold his own in a conversation with an adult because he went to a really lovely school, and they encourage that kind of thing. Nowadays, kids become very withdrawn, and that's why when you get this story about 1 in 10 kids are lonely, it's because they either haven't got the telephone or they can't afford the computer, and so they're not in with their mates. You've got to have all these things, but they're so expensive. And at this time of year, a lot of parents are going to be sort of going into overdraft, which is not really the best situation. But if that's the way you can get through Christmas, that's the way you have to do it. Donnie says, you ever been to the Museum of Brands in Notting Hill? Really worth a visit. Well, actually, I was speaking to a friend of mine who lives in that sort of area and passes it. Oh, I can hear a phone. Can you hear a phone? It's not me, definitely. And my phone is on, but it's I've never heard that noise before. Was it? Look at you all checking your phone. Did you hear it? I could hear it as well. I wonder where that was going. We've had strange things happening in this studio. Ever since I've started sharing it with Nick Ferrari, strange visitations have gone on. But anyway, do you think Yvette Field... She's got another... I know you get that. Hello? Are you a friendly ghost? Ridiculous. Have you ever seen it? Biggest pile of poo I've ever seen on the television. Honestly, I generally like things like that because it's just sold as a bit of a joke. But in fact, this one really is a joke. So, the Museum of Brands... No, my assistant producer, the junior boy, today, he passes it every day. And keeps going. He hasn't stopped for it once. But apparently it's the remarkable story, the remarkable story of how our consumer society has evolved since Victorian times. A journey of discovery. A journey that puts our favourite brands into their historical context, alongside royal coronations, 2 world wars, man landing on the moon, and right up to the computer and digital age. God, it sounds boring. He doesn't do things like that. Whereas me, I quite like those sort of museums. But again, where do I park the car? Where do I park? There's nowhere to park in London. London is the worst place for parking. They say, wouldn't you like to go here? So my ultimate ambition is when I win the lottery, please God soon, I think I'd have a chauffeur-driven car. And so if I want to go shopping in Harrods or Selfridges or wherever I want to go, or I want to go to Notting Hill, then somebody could take me there, then they can pootle off round and go and sit in the car somewhere. I could do it, then you phone them and go, I'm ready to go home now. It's like if you go out for a meal, isn't it? You don't, at the end, you've got to find the car, you've got to find a taxi or train or the bus. You can say something vitally important then? What's the matter now? What is it? That you can buy... You could... What if I won the lottery? I can hear it again. I can hear it again. Why am I hearing this? Do you think it's mine? Oh, do you? Oh. But well, nothing on it. Unless it's... Don't say that, because you've now worried me. Somebody's obviously trying to make contact with me, I should imagine, from another... It's not me. Well, I mean, if you think it's me, I suppose it must be me. But I didn't think it was. I've got a loading error. I don't know what that means. And let's just have a quick check, actually. No. No, I don't... No. Oh, it's again! Oh, I'm turning it off. It's driving me mad. Wait a minute. If I turn it off, and then we see if it's sort of still working... If it's still making a noise. There you go, I've turned it off. No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. So, museums, generally speaking, I love. V&A, favourite museum. Science Museum, used to be my favourite. Then I went off it, then I went back onto it again. But the V&A is the best one as far as I'm concerned. I know that if you've got young people listening, that they love the Natural History Museum because of, the dinosaurs and stuff like that. The British Museum, the producer went on Friday. That's why you're tired. That's why you fell asleep. You see all the stolen stuff, all the stuff we've nicked over the years. Yeah, there's loads of it. Those Elgin marbles, they're not going to get back by themselves, are they? The amount of stuff that we looted. I mean, I'm always amazed where it all comes from. But otherwise, we wouldn't have museum. Mind you, I should imagine they've probably got stuff that belongs to us. I dropped a sweet wrapper in Pathos once, and I should imagine that's probably found its way into a museum. People like that kind of thing. Steve Allen just dropped a sweet wrapper. Quick, grab it. But I'm glad you like my story of the Christmas Noel Edmonds. If only they brought them out. If only they brought them out on DVD, I would buy the whole box set, because I just thought they were so well done. And then he fell out with somebody at the BBC, and they just canned him. He just went. We lost Crinkly Bottom, we lost Noel's Christmas presents, whereas I think he's brilliant. Nice, steady company as we head into the festive season. The church in the paper today asking the congregation to rate hymns. That's what we used to do when we were choristers years ago. Because, to be honest with you, we didn't become choristers because we could sing. We became choristers because you got to leave school early on the Sunday morning after breakfast to go up to the church, which was a 5-10 minute walk up the road, and then put on your cassock and surplice, check the hymns, because there was a board, a couple of boards at the front of the church with the hymn numbers on there, so it was easy to follow. And we would check out which hymns had been selected. And it was wonderful. It was really wonderful. And we were supposed to get paid, but we never got paid. We were supposed to get 2 and 6 a week, which is 12.5 pence, which actually, when you're little, we were only 9, 10 years old, we thought it was a load of money. And we never got it. And then if they used us for weddings and funerals, because sometimes people would say, can we book the choir? We never got paid for that either. I should have gone back to the church and said, you owe me. You owe me big time. Because of you, I didn't get my bottle of Corona, I didn't get my sherbet fountain, and I certainly didn't get a lollipop that lasted 10 years. You know, I didn't get any of that kind of stuff, but we did it because we loved doing it. And when I went past the church, I've been past it loads of times, it's so tiny. To us as kids, it looked enormous. This thing is, I mean, you could fit it into this studio. It was really tough. We never got really full congregations because it was sort of in the middle of a roundabout. Kevin says, I came back on duty tonight, missed you Sunday and Monday. Nice to hear you back on the airwaves. Glad you're feeling better. Yes, I mean, people are always very kind. Whenever you sort of, you go away because you've got a sore throat and you can't speak or you cough your way through something, people always go, hope you get better soon because, you know, don't work, don't get paid. James says, I do believe you were clearly smitten and you're in conversation with Anita Harris. I've never heard you listen. I've known her for donkey's years, James. I must have known Anita Harris for 30 years. 30 years. You tend to forget, after a while, a lot of these people, like Anita Harris and Barbara, I met in the very early days of LBC. So, you know, there was always, you know, Leslie Joseph and Barbara and Anita Harris, I mean, and Biggins. All these people I've known for a long time. And you tend to forget, people say, oh, they did a thing on the telly the other day, and it was Best Friends or something. And they said, oh, how long have you known so-and-so? And he said, oh, I've known him a year. And you go, a year? I've known the producer longer than that. Mind you, if you go out with him, he is in danger of falling asleep. You didn't slump onto the table, did you? Did you do the embarrassing bit? Oh, even worse. Did you feel yourself go... You know when you... Because I've sometimes driven back down the motorway. Before I had my cataracts done, my night vision was terrible. I tell you that without a shadow of a doubt. And I remember thinking, oh, I don't like this. So I stopped driving at night time, which was a lot easier. Now I've had the cataracts done. I could be a cat's eye out there. I'm one of those sort of people. But if you were tired driving back down the motorway, all you see is the white lines. And if it's past Slough on the M4 down near us, unfortunately, there's no street lights either. So all of a sudden it goes from lit to pitch black. And then you just... and you sit there and gradually you're right, and you think, if I just close my eyes, it would be over so quickly. It would be, you wouldn't really care about it. I think it's the same as people drowning. They say the same, don't they? People who've been in that situation, they say you get to the stage where you think, I'm going to hold my breath, and then you just can't do it anymore, and you just sort of kind of let go. And it's like that for driving. It's like I've sometimes sat on a train, and it's been, you know, if it's, you know, what is the matter with you? Honestly, I've sat on a train, on the roof, yeah, like being in India. Have you seen them in India? They're on the roof of the train, clinging onto the door. Seriously, I'd be falling off left, right and centre. But I've sat there and you say, and you close your eyes, and if it's a quiet carriage, you know, and you sort of sit, and then you think, if I just close my eyes a little bit, and then you think, oh, I'm going, and you have to sort of, you know, sit bolt upright. You have to do anything really, but everybody sits there on their telephones. I always find myself positioned by the toilet. I don't know why that is. It's the toilet with the revolving door that comes round, and there'll be somebody sitting near me with a folding Brompton bike, which is okay, but you know how much they've paid for it. It's an arm and a leg. It really is. But I must get, was it Prime Suspect we decided? Prime, oh Lord above, what are you wearing? Where'd you get... Is this company clothing you're wearing? Well, where'd you get that from? Did you pinch it? Is it yours? Is it... It's company logo, isn't it? How many have you got? Did you get them? Oh. Well, I'm not your size. That'd be ridiculous. I'd stretch it and break it, wouldn't I? What are you, medium? Are you a medium? Are you? How lovely. I used to be medium. Many, many years ago. Well, I know you used to be small, I've heard. There is talk in the newsroom of how you used to be small. In fact, we were talking about you this morning, on how you used to be found crouching under a desk asleep. Earlier on, we were talking about you. I don't know what... Well, when you used to go out and socialise and everything, we always used to talk about you. I know, just what I said. I said, you don't see him. I said, does he go out with the crowd? You don't do that, do it. Now you get home, you finish off that jigsaw, which is nice, and then you go to bed. Such a clean living boy. That's what I like about the people in here. Coming up to Christmas, they're all God-fearing. I mean, seriously, they're God-fearing. Everybody loves that kind of stuff. Oh, don't. We were talking about that as... Sorry, you have to just talk among yourselves. We were talking about that earlier on. He can't stop. Do you know, you're absolute... We said that, didn't we? We said that because the word has filtered out that we know some of the little things that this person gets up to. You're right, though. You're absolutely right. We were saying the same thing. Oh, goodness, honestly, we are such gossips in this business. We try not to be gossips, but you can't resist it. You really can't resist it. I mean, and now we're all in... I call it my studio. It's not really mine, but I think I use it more than most people. And I use it for my interviews and everything else. But because we're being refurbed downstairs, which is going to take a few weeks, everybody piles into here. So come the end of my programme, I have to put my coat on because Nick arrives at, there's the entourage, the camels, the reindeer, everything. And it... Yes, exactly. I'm not allowed to be in here. They always go, you have to leave the studio, Steve. But it's funny, we were talking about exactly the same person. Exactly the same person. And it's getting worse. It's not getting better, is it? Isn't that funny that we're all talking about the same thing? Honestly, I don't indulge in the gossip, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, it's not worth it. I don't want to get involved. I've got enough things going on without having to worry about the gossip in the building. Good Lord above, honestly. I've talked about myself. Pauline says, I remember Noel's Christmas presents went to Sky. Did it finish at Sky? Or is it... I thought it was still going, or am I watching repeats? I was never too sure. Oh, that's sweet. They just shake hands. Oh, did they shake hands? Oh, he's giving him a pep talk. Oh, Lord. Who's giving who the pep talk? Is it... Oh, is he being seen here? Oh, Lord. Honestly. Ever since we gave him the prefect badge, it's gone to his head. I bet you were a prefect at school. Deputy head boy? Wow! I've never met a deputy head boy, but are you serious? You were a deputy head boy? Oh, blimey. You must have a right little goody two-shoes. I never made it to prefect. Table monitor. Table monitor. I was the one who decided. House vice of what? Of rubbish. We used to like it, but if you got to be a prefect, whew, school days, they were very happy. Steve, Noel's Christmas presents moved to Sky after leaving the BBC. They really should bring it back. They can keep Mr. Blobby. So, oh no, you've got to get Mr. Blobby as well. He's part of it. But I don't think they ever used him on the Christmas presents. But it was one of the best programmes because it sort of, oh dear, it just made you think of nice things. You know, people who maybe had a terrible year. Maybe people who couldn't afford to do something. Maybe people who had bereavement or, you know, something had happened, the house had fallen apart. It's like watching that programme where they go and put all the houses together. You know, they take a they do it in America, big time in America. They do it over there. The guy must be about 90 who's doing it, but he looks very, very young. Saturday afternoon, watching TV, Cliff and the Shadows show up in Thunderbirds as puppets. You have to rate to be a Thunderbirds. Yes, I have a sneaking feeling I remember that. Mitz, thank you very much indeed. But we definitely want the Christmas presents back again. And it's got to be Noel Edmonds, because he knew exactly how to do it, because he's a broadcaster. I'm not interested in, sounds awful, doesn't it, personalities to present. It just has to be somebody who knows to bring something to it and doesn't detract from what the present is, and that's what I loved about it. And he did it in costume, which was even better. 24-hour security at McDonald's in Eastbourne, says Donny. I think, good Lord, I mean, do people go in there? I know I just remembered, we've seen things like that in London, where people have gone in there and threatened the staff and stuff. They shouldn't have to do that. But in Eastbourne, God's waiting room, I mean, who's going to go in there? It's like it's all pensioners in Eastbourne, isn't it, really? It's like if somebody wants to go out with you, they might as well give you a Ouija board and contact your parents and then sort of, you know, I'm going out with this bloke tonight. I think Noel was miffed to be put out of the jungle first, says Christine, but the mega cheque would have cheered him. 600,000, they say. 600,000. Steve, disgusted to hear about your experience as a choir boy. Where did the money go to? I'm a church organist, and if my choruses had been diddled out of there would have been a riot. We're only 9. 2 and 6 a week, that's what it was, and I don't think we ever got 2 and 6. I don't think the collection ran to 2 and 6. You know, people do it. But I got to play with the bells at the back in the, is it the chantry or so? Anyway, whatever it is, at the back of the, because that was my famous wetting scene, wasn't it, in church? Which wasn't very clever at all. Yeah, unfortunately, little boys, you know. Isn't it funny? Nothing changes. 9 years old, still wetting yourself, and then here we are, you know, 40 years later, and still having the same sort of problems with the waterworks. But anyway, it was. I think we should bring back Noel Edmonds. I think we should bring back those things and get people to write in and just make Christmas a bit better. But if what we read in the newspapers is to be believed, it's all repeats. It's all repeats over Christmas. I mean, you know, I don't mind a repeat, provided it's a good one. You know, Vicar of Dibley you could repeat for me as far as I'm concerned. Only Fools and Horses goes without saying. But I want something a little bit festive. You know, there isn't much festive, you know. I mean, I don't really call Vicar of Dibley festive unless they show you the Christmas editions. Steve, I don't know if you watched the George H.W. Bush funeral essay. I did, absolutely. And the only reason I watched it is because I happened to be sitting down and I was too bone idle to stand up and move the remote. And so I didn't. So I did watch it, and I watched them all arriving, which I thought was lovely. I watched the sun break down. You know, which you do. If you're reading something, you know, I can break down reading about all sorts of things. Paul in Illinois, I heard it described as once. Illinois, can you believe it? Says, I'm glad you like the V&A. My great-great-great-grandfather, Sir Francis Philip Cunliffe Owen, was the second curator of that facility, and I was privileged to see his correspondence in the archives when I visited Great Britain. So interesting. But do, says Paul in Grayslake, enjoy your programme. See, Grayslake sounds fantastic to me. That just sounds... You get built round lakes and stuff. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I don't know. You know, just trying to make the programme sound a little bit more interesting. Did you try massage cupping? Right, you're being passed on to the police. I've got no idea what massage cupping is. I don't think I want to know, actually. No, I don't think we'll know about that. What's that thing where they put a glass on your cheek or something? Is that to test for something? And they sort of... Am I facing the right way? It's a Ouija board. I don't know. I'm sure I've seen kids having a glass put on their body, and if you take it off and it leaves a mark, that means you've got something. Mark on your body. I don't witchcraft. Who knows? My mother spent most of her life together with her Auntie Enid on the ducking stool, so our family spent a lot of time near water. 5:15, check on the roads and the rails this morning. UT is the time. Be very careful, says William in Newcastle. You don't live in Newcastle. Not called William. You can't be. You'd be called, like, Bob or Ted or something. You wouldn't be called William, would you? That must be a middle name. What do they call people at school? If you're William, they call you Bill or Willie or Will. Will. See, I quite like the name Will, actually. Or what? Wilster. You really are off it, aren't you? William in Newcastle says, be careful with colds and sore throats at this time of year. Oh, don't need to tell me twice. Very crowded shops, therefore more bugs. And people eat more sweets and chocolates. Avoid these because the sugar damages the protective membrane of the throat. It will repair itself in half an hour, but the bugs can invade in that time. Do you know the one thing they're saying in the paper again today? Don't use the screens in McDonald's. They are full of bacteria. Go to the counter. Why you have to order it in advance, I've got no idea. Just go to the counter and order it, because they did a swab test, and apparently they're gross. And somebody who works in McDonald's tweeted something the other day and said, do not use the screens, because, you know, you look at the people who go in there. You see workmen, dustmen and everything else. They're touching the screens. Have they washed their hands? Of course they haven't. Yes, we have. Oh, do we? Oh, right, okay. Ours are fine. Oh, right. Well, I don't think I've fathomed that bit out anyway. But no, I mean, you shouldn't use it. It's like I've said before, you're supposed to wash your hands after you use the toilet. Not everybody does. Not everybody does. I don't know why they don't. And then I've seen people trying to open the door to the bathroom without using the hands. That's a trick and a half, you've got to say. Yeah, that's right, you can sort of do it, because you think, but I mean, let's face it, we've all survived this far, haven't we? You know, we're all still living. We're obviously not going down with anything anytime soon. Hemmer says, loving your show and having a good laugh with a chamomile tea. It's meningitis. That's what it is. That's the check for children. Meningitis. Thank you so much. If the rash goes away, it's okay, says Pauline. And Steve, I used to work on Noel's Christmas presents in 1995. Went to Antarctica with Noel to see penguins and Lapland with ill children. Do you know, you can't... There was a charity, there probably still is actually, and it deals with children who are very seriously ill, and it takes them to places that they otherwise couldn't afford to go, and it gives the family a little bit of a rest. And it was just absolutely amazing. It was, you know, it's because you look at little children and you question everything. You think, how can, if there's a God, allow you to tell them, you know, how ill they are? Because we've done it for Make Some Noise. I went to see some children down in a home, and we raised a lot of money. We gave them a lot of money to help them out, but it's ongoing. I think they have it's a house divided into 2 apartments, and they've got everything, a walk-in shower and everything else. And one of the little boys there, he wants to be an aircraft pilot, but he's ill. and he doesn't know how ill he is, and he's not getting any better, so he's not going to be an aircraft pilot. And you think, it's just not right, is it? You should be able to wave a magic wand and say it's a good thing. Steve, for the sake of younger listeners, I thought it might be an idea to tell them what 2 shillings and 6pence is in today's money. I've already told them. 12.5 pence. Where are you from? Come on, half a crown. 12.5 pence. Steve, I met Noel many years ago. His dad was deputy head and his mum our art teacher. He came with us on many school trips. His dad was as lovely as Noel, very funny. I wonder if he'd remember me. Oh, I shouldn't think so. You go to school. Oh, right, you were in, Noel lived in Gidea Park. Did he? Gidea Park? So my Auntie Ivy and Uncle Bill and Stephen and Martin. There's only Stephen left now, but they used to live in Gidea Park. Oh, dear, honestly. Love to catch up with him again, says Pat. Oh, I thought he was lovely. I worked with him when we did the Crinkly Bottom out on the road, and I loved it. Steve, I tried to be in the church choir, 2 and 6 a week with overtime for weddings, but I had a severe obstacle. I sounded like a moose gargling with gravel. I did get a Saturday job on a market stall selling fruit and veg. £3 a day. The downside was that once I started work, my nickname was Fruit Andy. Oh, just fruit, probably. Yes. Well, there you go. I mean, you know, perhaps they knew you better. Steve, I've been salivating ever since you talked about Cooper's Restaurant. I think it was a fruit and veg shop I was talking about, but I mean, if you've got one, you know, it's great. But even though I'm in South Africa, says Paul, fresh chroma crab. No, don't. Even the smell of crab paste kind of makes me feel slightly nauseous. Mango salsa, that sounds nice. Calves, liver and bacon, mash or chips. Never chips. Never chips with calves liver. Always mashed potato, and always bacon, and always onion gravy. Or a red wine jus. A red wine jus. Look at the things we're talking about now. I did get a lovely email from a lady the other day. I'm getting them all over the place here. And this is from Anna, who says, my husband and I really missed you. This mornings are not the same without you. That's the trouble when you've got a sore throat and it really lays you low. And nothing is more frustrating. My friend Warren had it as well. And you try and clear your throat it's such a pain. But anyway, she says, I want to thank you so much for talking last week about Jamie's Get Ahead gravy. Jamie Oliver says you can make this gravy in advance, freeze it, and then just unfreeze it. We have 12 for dinner on Christmas Eve, and the gravy is usually a last-minute panic. You can never have enough gravy. But now, thanks to you and Jamie, I've had it all prepared and in the freezer. One less thing to worry about. Thank you. You're a star, says Anna in Tulse Hill. You're very welcome. Well, it's nothing to do with me. It's Jamie Oliver who came up with that one. And he's quite right. The idea is you want to make Christmas as stress-free as possible. You don't want to have to sort of start panicking, but you don't want to run out of gravy. The only thing we used to put on our table at Christmas, which I hated, was bread sauce. Ugh. Who had that? Nobody. Bread, it would sit there congealed, look at like this sort of horrible mass. I didn't even like cranberry sauce, but I never liked, bread sauce. And then my brother started going fancy on the stuffing for the turkey. And then we stopped stuffing it in the turkey because it always looked a bit uncomfortable. And we started doing it separately in the oven and then putting it out and then if you wanted it. But I just wanted a good old bit of Paxo. I'm not bothered about, Paxo with, apples caramelised and apricots. Who cares? Make it as simple as possible. The simplest birds live in Essex. And it's a case nowadays. Sometimes I amuse myself on this programme. Sometimes I have to. William says, I used to let people call me Bill, but started to prefer the original William, thus setting a trend which was taken up by the royal family. Oh, delusions of grandeur. Steve, what about Oyster card screens? What's an Oyster card screen? Yeah, but I don't touch the Oyster card screen. Well, I top... No. Oh, right. Right. I said, when you top up the card at the station. Yes, you're probably right, actually. I don't know. Oh, you've got auto... Oh, right. I don't want to do auto top-up. Perhaps I should... I know what I'll do. I'll get some wet wipes and some Jif, and I'll go down and clean the screens at Waterloo Station. When I finish, you go... You'd imagine people would get... Well, some of it's free. I don't, I do have one that I have to pay for. Oh, you're right, actually. The one that you see is free. So there you go. So you could be right, actually. Craig in Keighley, about the point of McDonald's screens, could say that for a lot of things, cash machines, for example. Yes. I mean, yeah. Oh, dear. Honestly. Yes, you're right, actually. It could be screens as well and the bank machines. I love a bank machine. Don't you love a bank? Hate it when people come in behind you. Excuse me. Move back. Move back. I'm a deputy policeman. Move back. Will you be popping next door, says Ian? What's your thought on the £40 seats at the new Odeon? You'll have to download yesterday's programme because I talked about it yesterday. Listen, if people want to... You'll always find something. If you go to Disney, there is a price for going in, but you can upgrade, like most theme parks, and fast track. So if you don't want to queue for 3 hours, you pay an extra... Whatever, I don't know, it could be $20, $30, I've got no idea. But I would rather pay that and get on the ride... Again, back to Essex, and then you don't have to stand there. Who wants to stand there? I remember going to Alton Towers years ago to do the log flume, and you stand in this line. It says from here it's 2 hours, and I thought I've really got better things to do with my life than stand in a queue for 2 hours. We are British, we do queuing, but I just decided I didn't want to do it, so we paid extra, and we fast tracked. And at Disney as well, we fast tracked. Excuse me, and good it was. But it's worth it. But if you can't afford to do it, don't do it. You know, and stand there. I just can't stand there for 2 hours. I get bored. It's like when you go into a restaurant, they go, table 4. And I always look around thinking, how many do you see? There are 2 of us. You know, and I always go, 60. And they go, 60? You go, yeah, the coach is just parking up. And you can see her looking round in a total... I love doing it. It just winds people up, actually. Are you a fan of hand wipes or hand gel? Well, both. Both. I have all... yes, please. Wendy says, not so much about Essex Girls being simple. Excuse me, we've never said they were simple. I've seen the programmes. They're definitely not simple, believe you me. Make up your own jokes after that one. Okay, when I was a child, Steve, I was given gifts by a local charity, and it made Christmas magical. Now, I buy gifts every year for underprivileged children and take them to my local Salvation Army. I do the same with food for elderly people. You can go to Waitrose, they've got a bin where you can put food in for people, but, you know, no good buying them anything complicated. You know, tea, coffee, chocolate biscuits... Things like that, you know, biscuits, something that's good. Fruit, I think, goes off a little bit. But what they do is they take it, they make it up into boxes and take it round to needy people. And that's part of your good deed for Christmas. Steve, I went to Crinkly Bottom on the road at Haydock Park. Did you go to that one? I did all of them. I did all of the racetracks. If I remember rightly, I think Patty Coombs was there, says Jimmy. I can't remember it. I can't remember Patty Coombs. I loved Patty Coombs. All I remember was Daniela Westbrook spent most of her time crying on the telephone. Bob Carroll-Gees was there. We used to have before we actually did the event, and it was great fun. Seriously, you know, you do things in your life and you go, that was great fun. And they had Tony Blackburn was there. I wish I could run through the list of all the people, but it was excellent, and it was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So, yes, I did Haydock Park. Well, I did all of them. We drove around, and then I appeared on the big screen. I was the voice of Crinkly Bottom Radio. My claim to fame. I've got a ski chalet, says Helen, in France, and Nolan, his now wife, who was at the time the new girlfriend, came for a week with friends. He was very funny, and we'd have a glass of wine after evening meals and be entertained by him. Yeah, I mean, I thought he was lovely. He was lovely. He's a radio person. And they're most peculiar radio people. I'm a radio person, but I don't know anything about it. I just know that I'm in it, and I like the whole process. It's very odd. So when you hear us talking to the producers, you know, that's what I begin to wonder what would happen if Dave had still been here with Sweep. The conversations we could have had with Sweep must be absolutely wonderful. A couple of weeks ago, there was an 11-hour queue at Tokyo Disneyland to enter Mickey Mouse's house on his birthday, says Richard. Because his birthday was Sunday, wasn't it? Just gone. 90, he was. Phil says, must be horrible if you're next in the queue after waiting a couple of hours and then get overtaken by fast trackers. You don't see them. They don't go into the queue. There isn't sort of, excuse me, with it, hello, fast trackers here. And, no, you don't see them. They just get, they'll just walk to the front of the ride, and they open a special door and you go in there. It's as simple as that. So there's no queuing, so you don't have to worry about it. Went to the carol service yesterday evening at St Martin in the Fields. Oh, it's nice, Darrell, in Beckenham. A very long queue, but it was all very orderly. Then we found out we were queuing at the wrong door. Nothing worse, is there? It's like getting to the funeral service, you know, for George Bush. And you get there, and there were only 2 seats empty. And who took them? Melania. I mean, she seems okay, doesn't she? She seems an okay sort of person. He's a bit arrogant, and of course, nobody likes him. They don't like him. How long will he last? Mind you, how long will Theresa May last? They're calling it now Rexit, as in wrecking it. MPs have stolen Brexit as May faces quick exit. I mean, is it going to change? We were saying the other day on the programme, there was a rumour that they thought that Corbyn could be in number 10 by Christmas. I went, it's ridiculous. We're up to the 6th already. There's no chance she can clear her rubbish out that fast. I mean, admittedly, she probably hasn't got that much to take out, and she's probably been eking it out. I never see them putting rubbish out at that place. Do you think they're sort of stockpiling it behind the doors or something? But now the double-dealing MPs were accused of plotting to steal Brexit from the people. I'll just be glad when it's finished. Seriously, I'll be so glad when it's finished. I know that it takes up so much time on programmes. It could be extended. That's what the Telegraph was saying this morning. I heard that on LBC. I thought, oh, God, for how much longer, please? Highway staff. I don't know what highway staff do. Are they the people who come and repair your road if there's a manhole, pothole or something like that in it? Oh, motorways. Apparently, what they've done, they were doing tests for a controversial tunnel under the heritage site. So what they've actually done is they've drilled a huge hole through it, a 10-foot by 6-foot channel through a chalk platform. Archaeologists who've been carefully excavating the site for a decade say the chalk bed was deliberately put there 6,000 years ago. Right, and now they've... Have I been... Well, I used to live down in Berkshire. So, no. And it's just some stones with other stones at the top. It's like sort of, I'm building something out of Lego, and here goes thing. But apparently you can't get near to them now. You can't touch them apart from certain times. Because special visit. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it was for. I've really got no idea. I don't know if it was because the Druids use it for sun worship. So I'm assuming it was built by Druids. I still quite like the idea that we've got things like that, and Silbury Hill, is it still Salisbury Hill, all these other hills that we've got all over the places. Who's this one here now? This is a call. It doesn't say actually here. This is a court usher who's taken down his briefs. Woo! Naughty. And a former colleague told bosses they had secret sex sessions in the video link room. Look, honestly, it's all going on, isn't it? I tell you, it makes life round here seem quite tame by comparison. I think once... no. Anyway, no, I don't want to go into it. Involve coffee again. So, how do you make toast? Well, the one person you don't ask on that is Tamara Eccleston, because she's as thick as a brick. She's got no idea what toast is. She's gone on record. But now, there is a hospital here, and the hospital is... I'm trying to find out which one it is. It's quite difficult to find it. Oh, it's a Southampton hospital. They've had to put a notice up, okay? Go with me on this one, to tell you how to make toast, okay? This is in the kitchen. Number one, I mean, you might not want to do this, but I'm telling you, this is how they do it there. This is the instructions for the safe production of toast. Ensure you wash your hands and wear a hairnet. I look ridiculous in a hairnet, but you have to wear it. Collate all equipment required for use. Okay, you following this so far? I don't want to confuse you. Place required bread into slots. Okay. Turn toaster dial to setting 2.5 and push lever down. Wait beside toaster until completion of full cycle. Remove toast from toaster with plastic tongs and place on receptor. Plastic tongs and a toaster, but there you go. Service, place completed toast in either beverage trolley, toast compartment or suitable receptacle. Offer to patients butter, margarine and appropriate conserves, knife and napkin. That's how you make toast in hospital. This company have got a £125 million contract. I mean, they aren't joking, aren't they? It is, I mean, do people know how to make toast nowadays? But I suppose this is, you've got to wash your hands. It's only toast. I'm always told it doesn't matter, actually, if you touch toast, or bread, because it's going to heat up, and then it will dispel all the... Won't it? If you're giving it to people who are ill, it's not going to make any difference, is it? Because, I mean, toast is the one thing. If you come round after an operation and go, what would you like for breakfast? You go, toast. Because all of a sudden in your mind you can see hot buttered toast. And there was a great line in Are You Being Served where Mrs. Slocum was about to be dropped because she was past retirement. And so they were trying to approach the subject. She said, wait a minute. She said, I'm just going to get myself some hot buttered toast. It was the way she said it sounded quite sexual, actually. Ever since then, I've given up hot buttered toast. No point in overexciting yourself, just having sort of another boring evening. So, but occasionally I go for a giant crumpet. Hold myself back, because they do these giant crumpets. But a crumpet takes ages to cook. So what do I do them in? A frying pan. I just put the frying pan on the hob, turn it up full, and you put and it toasts them really well. And I've got one of those new copper pans, which apparently is evenly balanced. I don't know, rubbish or something. I haven't got halogen oven, no. I've got a 4-bar toaster, Juliet, matching kettle in chrome. Hello, and occasionally I do put a giant. But if you do somebody wrote to me and said you can do toast and everything else in a frying pan, but crumpets do really well. But it's got to be hot, really hot. So turn it up to full heat. No, not a little. Well, I mean, I do put butter on after I've cooked it, but it's got to be crispy. I like a little. Somebody told me that I can't remember who this was. Was this? This could be Phil Vickery, and he said peanut butter and bacon. I think I'm pretty certain it was peanut butter. I remember thinking that's a little bit unusual, isn't it? Really, but I'm sure he said peanut butter and bacon on the top. And I thought, failing that, peanut butter and Marmite's apparently quite popular. The only thing I don't want is anything to do with tomatoes, fried or otherwise. I can't bear. I mean, I like tomatoes when they're cold, but I don't want to try anything else. Thank you very much indeed. Right, I thought food donated by customers at supermarkets was given to food banks, says Geraldine in Ilford. Not necessarily, no. There are companies who will come round and distribute it to elderly people. So, I don't think we have food banks where we are. I don't think so. Far too expensive. Food banks, I mean, blimey, you'd be in the wrong part of the country. Peter says, myself and the wife and 2 kids went to Disney. £4,000 for passes for a fortnight. I went on 3 rides, the wife and kids not much more. Too hot to line up another line to have a cigarette line for food. And, but we spoke to a couple of locals who've been planning, not the trip, but the course around the park. Oh, yes. Oh, there are books on how to go round the park best. You can find them online, and it's the guide to Disney. And it's a case of, this is, so you go for the busiest ride first. Once you've got that one out of the way, then you can move on to, but people have sat down and planned it. Like, as I said the other day, there is on the internet, I think it's on YouTube, how to pack your salad bowl if you go to a harvester. Because there's no point in putting tomatoes in the bottom because you're not going to get as much in. So you put the flat stuff at the bottom. So I think it starts with cucumber, grated carrot, and then you sort of gradually move up to your croutons and things like that. You don't put tomatoes into the last possible bit, and that's it. Have you ever had crumpets soaked in eggy bread mix? No. That sounds absolutely disgusting. I've never had eggy bread. I know, before you all write in, I quite understand about eggy bread. It just doesn't seem for me. It's like I've never had anything with maple syrup on it. The Americans have these breakfasts where they have grits. Ugh, you ever had grits? God dear, don't waste your time. And they can't do sausages for love nor money. They don't have any. Nothing beats the British sausage and bacon. Even our bacon is better. Theirs is sort of a bit thin and weedy. But they have some quite nice bread. But they put maples. Would you like pancakes? Sorry? Would you like pancakes? What do they come with? We have it with chocolate sauce or maple syrup. Yeah, all right. And then and I look at it and think, I'm not going to eat that. How could you eat pancakes first thing in the morning? So when you go for your all-in-one cooked breakfast, $7.95, seats at all prices. He goes to Wetherspoons, he loves it. And I'm not telling you which one, he'll be mobbed. And so, I mean, does it come with toast, your breakfast? Toast, hash browns, sausage, a tomato, slice of bacon, and mushrooms, some beans. And how much is that? That's a little bit of black pudding. Yeah, disgusting. That's £7. And an apple juice. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? That sounds very healthy. Doesn't really go with anything that you're eating, but there you go. So it's just one sausage, one piece of bacon. Right, okay. That doesn't sound very exciting, actually, for £7. Oh, and a fried egg. I like a fried egg, but it's got to be fried both sides. I don't want to see anything that runs over the plate. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, no. Gordon says Toast was the B-side of a single featuring Paul Young and was a hit for his band. The Street Band destroyed their career because it went a little piece of toast. That's all I remember out of it.
Must have been
here we go.
3 or 4 months old at the time.
This is Paul Young singing.
And I didn't know what I wanted. But if I did, I wouldn't have been able to tell anybody because all I could do was go.
He looked quite pretty with long hair, didn't he?
So I sat there in the high chair, thinking one day, looking at my tray and thinking what I'd give for a meal on there. So I started looking around the kitchen to see what I could have.
This was a hit.
Soldier in the
It's sold on the B-side.
And then I looked over in the corner, and there's a yellow and white bread bin with its mouth open, just staring at me like I saw bread in there. I thought, I'll have toast.
There you go. That's how it went. And every so often a toaster appeared on the screen and then people eating toast. After that, of course, they were perceived as a comedy pop band rather than serious. So he left and went on to greater things, as they say. Whatever happened to the rest of the street band, I've got no idea. Best cheese toast is done in a frying pan. Place a slice of bread, butter side down, in a hot, dry pan. Cheese, then the top slice, butter slice up. When it's nice and brown, turn it over. Oh, I love a cheese toast. Is that a croque monsieur or a croque madame? I can't remember. Is croque monsieur's got ham in it as well? Yes. I mean, otherwise it's just toasted cheese, which is not very exciting at all. In which case it's Welsh rarebit if it's just on one side, isn't it? You put it under that. That was lovely when it comes out all golden and bubbling and things like that. You'd be surprised, says Emma in Hertford, Steve, about instructions you have to give to people. At my place of work, people were leaving toast in the toaster and walking off, and over-toasting, setting off fire alarms. In 1 week, our 8-storey building had to be evacuated. We now have how to make toast instructions in the staff coffee areas. We make our own toast here. We've got toasters, and we always managed it, as far as I know. And in about 1996, says Paul in Cromer, where the crabs come from, the haunted house at our local theme park, Pleasurewood Hills in Lowestoft, was rebranded as Crinkley Bottom. And I remember Noel and Mr. Blobby making a visit to open the new attractions. The park was absolutely packed. Yes, I mean, there was something. Crinkley Bottom was lovely. It lent itself to all sorts of things. Dave says, you sounding a little hoarse today. Don't think so. Am I sounding a little hoarse? No, nobody think. Just you again. Lucy says, when my partner and I went to Glasgow a few years ago, we were offered haggis with our cooked breakfast, so we thought we'd give it a go. And we thoroughly enjoyed it. What is haggis? I can't remember. Is this the sheep's lining of a I'm probably getting it completely wrong. Whatever it is, I don't do black pudding, white pudding. I just don't like the sound of it. Haggis is... it's savoury, isn't it? It's heart, liver and lungs, minced with onion, oatmeal, suet, spices and salt, mixed with stock and cooked while encased in the animal's stomach. Sounds disgusting. Awful. It first came to light, it was called the haggis, in 1430. And, in fact, as a result, I think, it is the national dish of Scotland, as a result, the Scots poet, Robbie Burns' poem, Address to a Haggis. It's traditionally served with neeps and tatties, boiled and mash separately, and a dram, a glass of Scotch whisky, especially as the main course of a Burns supper. And they pipe in the haggis, don't they? Yeah, we need Scottish Boy for this one, because he knows all about this kind of thing. I've never had it, because I don't eat sheep. I just prefer to leave them where they are. And so it's liver and lungs, or you can do a sausage casing as well. But it's very popular. People obviously like it. But there again, some people like liver. A lot of people don't like liver at all. So if you were offered it and you enjoyed it, there you go, something else to add to the repertoire. Rod Liddle, talking today about what a fabulous family the Ossimores are. Oh, yes, you remember the you don't remember the Ossimores. He said, a real credit to the country, to the Labour Party and to the House of Commons. He says, let's start with Kate, the Labour MP for Edmonton and one of Jeremy Corbyn's favourites. She employed her son, Ishmael, as a researcher at the House of Commons and continued to do so, even after he'd been convicted of possessing lethal drugs, including ketamine and ecstasy, at a festival. Not only that, but she misled the public and her colleagues. She didn't know about her son's conviction until after he was sentenced, when it was absolutely clear that she had. How did she respond when a journalist tried to ask her about this business? She screamed, using the rude word, off, then threw a bucket of water, and then said, I should have come down here with a bat and smashed your head in. After which this entitled madam actually rang 999 twice to say the reporter was stalking her. Ghastly people. Unbelievable. And then there's Grandma Ossimore, Kate's mother Martha, now ennobled as Baroness Ossimore of Tottenham, and taking her seat in the House of Lords at your expense. A supporter of Labour activists suspended over anti-Semitism, and once considered too left-wing, even for the Labour Party, and old Corbyn came along. He says, what a great parenting job both she and her daughter have done. And do you suppose that either would be in the position today, if not, writes Rod Liddle, for the colour of their skin? Odd thing to write. Odd thing, but I mean, they don't seem particularly pleasant, it has to be said. You know, but there again, I mean, you know, using that sort of language, very unnecessary. Croque Madame is with an egg. Oh, right, okay. Haggis tastes like meatloaf. I like meatloaf. I do like meatloaf. Like a bat out of hell, you keep going in the morning. I'd do anything. You know, Midnight of the Lost and Found. That was one of my favourite songs. It was one that was least played. But, so haggis tastes like meatloaf. The Americans are huge into meatloaf. Really. Mm. And I love it. Meatloaf, I've had it for years. Literally years. Because it doesn't feature on restaurants, does it? Steve. Bunny. Haydock Park. All my family work there. 2 miles from my street, up north. Costco is great. My Virgin trip. My car also full up like yours. 3 huge Christmas trees, lights, new baubles. Have to go back in a few days for some edibles. Reading ain't far from Oxford. Still no tickets for the Magic Circle. I am onto the agency. I shall be in Row J. Excuse me. Row J, ABC. Oh, it's not very fair. It's only small theatre. It's lovely. So the pig in the paper today that could save your bacon. It's a pig heart. Could be transplanted into humans with cardiovascular issues after a breakthrough study. Not the first time that I think they've actually thought about using pigs in this way. And they say this new research, which they've just done, takes us a step closer to the use of pig hearts in humans. I suppose as long as it pumps everything around and it's got the same things that you're connecting, it should be okay. There's also a story about parents who have accused a school of ruining Christmas. Oh, this is the Santa is real thing. In some papers, this makes quite a big deal. In the Sun this morning, it's not such a big deal. I think it's quite good. If they have these discussion classes, then it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. A postmaster told armed robbers to off for the 14th time. He's faced down crooks. He's in East Grinstead. He said, I've always refused. He says, the one with the gun looked at his colleague and just shrugged as if to say, what do we do now? Exactly. He's not going to give you any money. You can stand there. You're going to be caught. And you're going to go to prison for a long time. How dumb would you be? How dumb would you be? So, well done to him. And there's a Romeo here getting down on one knee to propose to his girlfriend at a beauty spot, only for an oblivious cyclist to ruin the photo. Ah, there's always one, isn't there? There's always one cyclist going over a little bridge, which is okay. Good job, Victoria Beckham. Isn't part of the Spice Girls reunion. I mean, you'd think she'd want to play Glastonbury, wouldn't you? She probably doesn't want to go on tour because, you know, it sort of ruins the business and means that she's not totally committed, which she likes to tell us she is. Fleur East has got a new music video. I don't know, are we really interested in Fleur East when she comes out of the jungle? No, pretty girl, but I don't think there's a musical career there. I don't think there has been. Although they did actually have her playing one of her records in the jungle and they all got up and danced to it, which was quite enjoyable. Robbie Williams is doing everything he can to get them back for good. It's only 2 years off the 30th anniversary. He's reunited with Gary, Howard and Mark for the X Factor final. The singers issued a plea to get Jason Orange out of retirement. He doesn't want to do it. He didn't enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy something, don't do it. Much easier. The Lord Mayor, this story will run in the papers today, has removed a portrait of an 18th century aristocrat over his support for the slave trade. Green Party Mayor Cleo Lake says the Thomas Gainsborough portrait of Lord Nugent, which shows him holding a slaving rights charter, should not be on the walls of Bristol City Hall. She says the portrait will be kept safe. They've all got their own ideas, haven't they? She probably wants to redecorate with something marginally more interesting. How many repeats have you got over Christmas? For the BBC, 73%. 73% repeats. The Beeb is 73% repeats. And to be honest with you, that doesn't leave a lot new. But there again, money's a bit tight for the BBC, isn't it, really? They've had to pay out so much this year. News at 6 approaches at a pace. The entire village, which strips off for a charity calendar, Stop the Knife Epidemic. We're still doing this one, the shocking early breakfast. I trust you've sort of sorted out Christmas because it's getting ever closer. So you've got Jamie Oliver's hints on how to sort out the gravy. You make it, and then you just pop it in the freezer. And then, so that's already done, because otherwise it's a lot, you're standing there stirring and all the rest of it. He thinks it's the best thing. And a few other people have said exactly the same this morning, which is good news. First time I had haggis, Steve, was when I stayed with my friend Paul in Edinburgh in 2016. We went to the seaside town of North Berwick and dived into a restaurant there, and the haggis was delicious. Yesterday I had cold chicken and bacon pasta with fruit and nut celery, and I poured some vanilla Activia yoghurt, and that sounds vile. Cold chicken with Activia yoghurt. Good Lord above, your stomach. He says, but I hate liver and peas pudding as another of my dislikes. It was given to us at junior school, and we were forced to eat it. It was absolutely disgusting. Yeah, I didn't like semolina. But that was one of the things at school. It was obviously cheap to make. I only liked rice pudding. I didn't like steamed pudding. I hated treacle pudding. Hated it. I didn't mind the steamed pudding if it came with pink custard. Or chocolate custard. That was okay. Me and the wife, says Carl, have just got back from Disney. They've got a new ride we queued for in Animal Kingdom called Avatar. Flight of Passage. Wait time, 3 hours, 10 minutes. With no fast track as they were all sold out. It was worth the wait, though. So you get if it's worth the wait. Must try is beans on toast with cheese. Has to be nice, strong cheese, otherwise the taste is simply not the same, says Eddie. I'm starving now, all this food talk. I know, we do it every day, I'm ever so sorry. It's people sort of recommending things. Couldn't you buy, I seem to remember, you bought something, it was like a sort of thing you deep fried it up, but it had beans in the middle of it. Beans in the middle. It was sort of like, is it a burrito? No, but I mean like baked beans. Like baked beans. I bought something the other day, which is a long life pack of sliced potato with little bits of bacon and little bits of egg in it from Waitrose, and you cook that in a frying pan. It takes forever, and they say 15 minutes. Honestly, perhaps my cooker's running slow, but 15 minutes, and it's quite nice because you can add things to it, like little sausages chopped up and beans and things like that. Dan and family. He says, hearing you talk about the maps for Disney parks and planning your day with the rides, we're back in Florida on the 19th for Christmas, and believe it or not, the girl's 10th birthday. Oh, my goodness me, where have those years gone? Where have they gone? Looking forward to the sun, the parks, and the shopping. And he's the first one to wish us all a very Merry Christmas from over there, which he will be. I visited West Florida, says Jill, but I flew into Orlando Airport. I was appalled by the way the customs there kept poor, tired families, many with young children, crying for nearly 2 hours. It takes ages. It takes ages. They've got to be so careful. I had exactly the same. The last time I flew out of America, I had to take my shoes and socks off. I don't know what they thought I was going to be doing, but you feel so vulnerable. Don't you sit there and go, take your shoes off, and then they put them through the machine. I must have looked like I was some international drug dealer or something, but I wasn't. And so eventually they let me go. But that's the trouble. America's very hot on that kind of thing. And please God, that's the way it continues. Chris in Brentwood says, the wife and I were watching TV last night and forgot to turn it over when our programme had finished. And we had the unfortunate benefit to catch a few moments of Sammy and Billy Frere's Mummy's Diaries. It was Billy's hen do, and they went to Ibiza where they got drunk, dressed in underwear and disorderly ran amok through the hotel. I've never known anybody do that on holiday so much and not care for the children. They simply left at home. Awful programme, awful people. Oh, they're like boring people under the sun. They were boring when they were on Towie. And then they go, so we're going to do the Mummy Diaries. And then they had another one with Fern McCann. And I remember thinking, who cares? Single woman gets pregnant. Hardly clever, is it? Let's face it, the Fahir sisters aren't married either. I seem to remember. Perhaps they don't bother with things like that anymore. So the BBC viewers are primed for a Christmas schedule. They've got, they have got the Vicar of Dibley and the Royal Family. Charlotte Moore says she's really excited about the festive offerings. They're old, dear. What do you mean you're excited? How can you be excited over something that's old? Mind you, she sounds quite young, doesn't she? She's called Charlotte. That's quite a young-sounding name. So half of the broadcasts from December the 22nd to New Year's Day will be repeats. ITV have less than 50% on Boxing Day. Just 4 of 22 shows will be new, and that includes Footy Results Show Final Score. Oh, God, how boring. Who wants a footy results show on the television over the festive season? Charlotte Moore's 50. Is she really? Good Lord above. She's been daytime television. Why do we not know who these people are? She's a vice chair, fellow of the Royal Her husband is Joanne Perry. She's got 2 children. Do you know, honestly, you've got no secrets in this life, have you, really? But, and also, I think she likes documentaries. She became controller of BBC One in June 2013. Isn't it funny? Because we've got Danny Cohen as director of British Television. Why can't you make new programmes? I mean, sorry, is there no money? Because you seem to have enough for a new building and everything else. Sorry, enough of my money. I do beg your pardon. And, can we not have new programmes at all? I mean, University Challenge, I mean, when did that go out the window? Donkeys years ago. BBC One will air 5 films on Christmas Day, and the same on the reruns include Dad's Army and the 1971 Morecambe and Wise Christmas Show. A TV source said, it's not exactly innovative scheduling, given the BBC's insistence on how much new content it makes and the cost a licence fee pays. Well, if they actually dumped, BBC 6, 7, 8, or whatever, just get rid of them. You don't need them. Nobody's listening to these things. New shows include a remake of Watership Down and an Agatha Christie. Oh, riveting. That's very festive, isn't it? It'll be a murder. I'm telling you now, it'll be a murder. It'll all be doom, gloom and despondency. Also, almost an entire village has stripped off for a charity calendar, and you wish that some of them hadn't. Gardener Steve Allett hid his privets behind a chainsaw, whilst mechanic Gary Marsh chose a barrel. A little bit difficult to tell where the barrel finishes and Gary Marsh starts. But beautician Laura Cheeseman created the whole thing in 2 weeks in Kent. And Rachel King of the body care salon called it great fun. Probably quite liberating, isn't it? I should imagine people taking their clothes off. We're not going to do it round here. We're not that kind of programme. We don't encourage nudity of any shape or form. However, an Albanian drug smuggler took part in he's in a UK jail at the moment, okay? He took part in a 25-minute TV show interviewed from his cell using his phone. And he did I don't know where this show was. It was watched by millions in Albania. So they've got him in prison. As the interview ended, the host told him, "Thank you for joining us via Skype. I know it must be hard for you." He's in prison. Of course it's hard for him. In London, it's illegal to have a telephone in jail, so I would suggest you switch off your telephone now, because you could get punished. Well, I should imagine they've already got it. They've already got it. His mother-in-law called to say her kids were in Germany, and they reckon 15,000 illegal phones in jails. And have you seen them? Remember I told you, little tiny things, smaller than my finger, my little finger. They're that tiny. And you can buy, they're about 22 quid. SIM card free. And they smuggle them into prison. I mean, this bloke was actually using his phone to do an interview on... didn't anybody really think about it? Don't they have things that they can block in prisons? No? I thought so. Opera star Leslie Garrett says a world-famous choral group should accept girls. This is the King's College Choir, Cambridge. Go away, go away, go away. It's King's College Choir. Mind your own sticky business. Keep your nose out of it, OK? It's a boys' choir, OK? That's what it is. Soprano Leslie, irritating at 63. Mind you, she was also irritating at 62 and 60. Says, I think the time is overdue for the choir to admit girls. Mind your own business. Keep your beaky out. No, don't want it. It's a boys' choir. That's what it is. There are other choirs that let girls in, and they've been singing for 577 years. They don't want the girlies, OK? They're a boys' choir. Imagine how icky that would be, the boys going, ooh. They don't do that. They sing better than the girls anyway. Jackie says, isn't the pink custard blancmange? I don't think so. No, the pink custard was pink custard. I know what blancmange is. That's sex. That's hard. Ricky says, dipping McDonald's fries into their strawberry milkshake is a guilty pleasure. You are sick. That is just the worst thing ever. Dipping... I know in the jungle, they were delivered some chips the other day in the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It, and they had... tomato ketchup, and apparently because they haven't had chips for weeks, they said it was the best thing that they've ever had. Rita's out as well. I don't know, nobody's lasting 5 minutes, are they? And 2 pupils at Britain's oldest private boys-only school have been expelled for dealing drugs. How riveting. £28,000 a year the parents pay for these kids in there, and 5 boys have been disciplined for using drugs in year 11 and above. Wow. Not good, is it? Cannabis, ecstasy and cocaine being dealt at these sprawling... I mean, Lord above, honestly. You'd have to be a pretty thick child, wouldn't you, to start dealing in drugs at your school. But some people do it. Some people do it. Glitter's going to be very big this year. Not on this programme. Not on this programme. And so they've got... The new body art is where you buy glitter and then you paint your boobs. It does seem to be for ladies only. Perhaps we can get Leslie Garrett to complain about that one. Because people have covered their bottom in glitter to make themselves look like a Christmas tree decoration and covered their boobs in glitter. It looks quite nice, but where you'd wear it, I've got no idea. I just don't... I mean, you can't exactly go into work and go, what do you think of this, eh? Whoopee! And Corrie star Peter Armitage, who played Bill Webster in the soap, has died aged 78. He first appeared as mechanic Kevin Webster's father, and his death was revealed by Charlie Lawson, who played Jim McDonald. He tweeted, "It's with great sadness, my old great friend Pete Armitage has died." He did a 6-month stint in the ITV show in '84. The firm fan favourite returned twice, and his character Bill had 3 marriages and 7 affairs. Woo. I was watching one the other day and had Curly Watts on it. It's fabulous, really good stuff. Okay, LBC News Time, 6:15, and with the late Castle, links to the royal family, about keeping only boys in specialist choirs. They sound different to girls and women. A famous choir master has expressed his concern about the intrusion of wobbly women's voices into traditional ancient music. But no, I mean, it's a choir. You do get girls in choirs, but all the big ones that I know are all boys. And that's the way it was. The best haggis is McSween's haggis, coming from the best butcher. Says Willie in Edinburgh. It's become popular and is now in a sausage-style casing, but the contents are delicious. There are many false haggis around today, made of pork and over peppery. Well, I've never had it, so I wouldn't know. Steve Noel went to a school in Mitcham to surprise the boy who'd been playing his keyboard, raising money for the people that had been treating his granddad for cancer. His granddad was his main carer. Noel walked on during the school assembly and there were gasps from the pupils. The boy had no idea it was him and kept looking around at the other pupils to see who was going to get Noel's Christmas present. And the shock on his face, I remember it. I remember it very well. They've got a girls' choir at York Minster. Couldn't hear them half the time. Also, they've let girls into the Cubs and Scouts, but they've still got... Do they? Good heavens, I didn't know that. Well, how's that possible? Can boys join the Girl Guides then? By the same... We've gone completely mad, haven't we, really? But, funny that. Steve, blancmange can't be pink. The clue is in the name. No. But my mother used to make pink blancmange. We never had white blancmange. It was always pink blancmange. And it came in a metal... kind of thing she poured it into, and then you turned it out over the plate, and out came your what? It was always pink. It was. Oh look, here we go. Blancmange, pink, strawberry or raspberry. Blancmange. Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? It was a bit. Did your mum make chocolate? Honestly, your family was so lucky to have you, and I quite like the idea. I'm not sure if it's fattening. Oh look, chocolate blancmange with cappuccino sauce. That looks quite. It looks a bit lopsided, but it looks quite nice. Looking at what I'm looking at. Orange blancmange recipe. Honey blancmange. Good Lord above. So, historical hussies, what's a blancmange? Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Very pretty there. And that looks like it could be white. A white one. It's got all sorts of strange things in it, this one. But very pretty. I'm always very envious of anybody who can cook. I can't cook. I'm not meant to cook. If God had meant me to cook, he'd have given me sort of, half a brain cell so that I could sort of work something out. But definitely not. Definitely not. Do we have 4G in this building? Do we? I'm not ocean the air around. I don't have 4G on my phone this morning. I don't know. I think I'm on 2. I'm on 02. Oh, right. So if you're the same as me, I keep checking it to find out if there's any texts and emails. Oh, really? Oh, right. So 02, they've got a problem. Boo! Boo! I wonder why the 4G wasn't up and it's not downloading anything at the moment. How frustrating. But don't worry. I don't let things like that faze me in any way, shape or form. Mel C. This is the one who has... well, anyway. It's Mel C, hasn't it? She's written a little book and... no, she hasn't. That's Mel B. has written the book. Mel C. Sporty Spy. Oh, my goodness for that, honestly. But she says she wants to get super fit. I thought she was super fit. She admitted working with the band again has triggered a lot of anxiety. She said, I'm going to be visiting my therapist a lot more. Isn't it funny? I thought that was such an American thing to do. Tickets cost to go and see them, 60 quid to £241. It's a very physical show. Well, I should imagine it would be, actually. It's going to have to be to try. They're going to have to do something different because they've not had a hit for donkey's years. So what are they going to be doing? They're going to be doing the old stuff? Is it going to be a trip down memory lane? Stop right now, thank you very much. I need somebody with a human... Hey, you! always on the run. I quite liked them, actually. I was never totally convinced they were singing the stuff, but I still liked them. I thought they were great. The teen knife yobs are laughing at the law. This is teenage knife thugs making a mockery of the law as austerity hit police struggle to stop them terrorising the streets. Yes, only if you arm the police and they just shoot people dead. That's what's going to happen, isn't it? You're going to end up with something like... I remember going to Vienna years and years ago and being the first place I got off the plane at the airport and seeing armed police officers. I've never seen it before. They had machine guns. And this was 83, 84, armed machine guns. They probably have them over here now, don't they? We do have armed officers. Some of them do, but round here. Oh, really? Oh, they're based at... Is that secret? Are we supposed to... Oh, right. They're based at Charing Cross, just round the corner. That's where they all are. That's where I used to park my car. Don't bother now. Much speculation in the papers again. It's Kate and Meghan. Do they get on with each other? I don't know. I'm not privileged enough to be in the royal family, but I can tell you now, she seems to be, if you believe all the stories in the newspapers, she appears to be ruffling people up the wrong way. You know, obviously thinking that if you've got servants, that you just go and they jump to you. That's why Harry and her can't really keep people very, very long. The last one only lasted 6 months. And that for the royal family, because people will, you know, survive anything to stay within the royal family. The metal thing for a blancmange, Steve, is called a mould. Yes, I know what it is. My mother had all different sizes, so we could have big blancmanges, little blancmanges, and then individual blancmanges, which was quite nice, but always pink. Always pink. Steve says, Gabrielle, I've just found out I'm having another boy. Okay, that's good. That's cool. That's good. If you want to share that with us. My mum always said a son's a son till he gets a wife. A daughter's a daughter all your life. I'm sure it's just an old wives' tale, so it's the way you raise your children. I hope she's wrong. Are you close to your mum? Well, if I go to the crematorium, I could be, I suppose. Yes. I don't know. Strange thing to ask. Are you close to her? Well, I mean, you know, close as you can be. When I was a kid, the main thing at birthday parties was jelly and pink blancmange, says Julie. Jelly. I nearly bought some jelly the other day, but unfortunately jelly and Steve Allen don't mix. The reason being it's too sugary and I'm diabetic. But they do an elderflower jelly, which is sort of marginally up on the ceiling. You're just halfway up the walls on that one. And then I saw a cherry jelly. A cherry jelly. And I thought, oh, that was quite nice. I quite fancied that idea. And I resisted. Lester Piggott. Do you know, I have to be honest with you, I didn't even know he was still alive. I could have sworn that I do apologise, but he's 83. He's recovering in hospital after falling ill at the weekend. His daughter, Maureen, confirmed that he was having routine tests and is expected to go home. I think he made a retirement. He came out of retirement in 1990. He suffered heart problems and has been to a Swiss intensive care unit. He's 83. That is really good. As I say, but I have no idea. You sort of read about people and you think, oh, right, we haven't talked about so-and-so for a little while. Steve, says Jack, have you made sure you got enough pills to see you over Christmas and the New Year? Yes, I have 3 boxes of pills, I think, which should see me through 3. That's 21. Yeah, that's enough, isn't it? I should think so. I know I've got a fridge full of insulin. I've just ordered some more, which is, one of those things you have to do it. Also, I'm a celeb cute critters on the show. And everybody seems to have loved it. Everybody loves the Wallabies. Everybody loves koala bears. Everybody loves Holly Willoughby. I don't think you could ever stop anybody being so happy. I think because she's earning a lot of money, she finds it easy, and everybody likes her. I mean, and also, she must look in the mirror and go, this is so easy. I just comb my hair out and look, ta-da! She looks fantastic, and it's worked very well indeed. Who's left? Fleur East, Harry Redknapp, John Barrowman, Emily Atack, Nick Knowles and James McVeigh. Anne Hegarty, of course, has gone, as has Rita, Sayer Khan, Noel Edmonds, and Malik. I didn't think Noel would go. I thought Rita would stay. Everybody seems to like her as well. Who's going to win? Well, it looks likely that Harry Redknapp could do it. His wife keeps writing in, saying sort of nice things, and or John Barrowman. Could be John Barrowman. Emily Atack thinks that John Barrowman's going to be her best friend. Fleur East, they don't seem to have an agenda, any of these people. They just seem to be sort of in there for the... I think because it's a fairly mixed bag. There's people who can have a conversation, and also if somebody started showing off, they'd be knocked down very quickly. So, it's interesting. Who am I going to put my money on? I don't know. I was toying between Harry Redknapp and John Barrowman. And now I'm thinking Harry Redknapp. But John's done really well. They always read out letters to people. John got one from his husband, Scott, and Harry got one from his wife, and Emily got one from her mother, and she promptly burst into tears. But I suppose that's the way it affects you nowadays. But I'm thinking Harry Redknapp. Could be wrong, in which case I'll hold my hands up and tell you that I was completely wrong. Also, a man who fled when his dog killed a rare black swan. I've never seen a black swan. Got fined the other day. Ross Norman was ordered to pay up by magistrates over failing to keep the dog on a lead on the lawn in his hometown of Dawlish in Devon. The council said it was delighted with the fine. £500 he got fined. That's the trouble. You do get some people that just don't look after their... Did you see it's on YouTube? There's a load of seals, big seals and little seals, lying on a thing, and this dog comes up behind them, whoop, 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 and they all throw themselves into the sea. And then the dog comes back as if, get off my pier. It's quite nice. When we went to San Francisco years ago, they've got a pier there, which is looking out to Alcatraz. And it's full, absolutely full of seals. Big seal. I mean, like enormous seals. Not as big as you see on some of the television programmes, but just pretty big. Pretty big. So by now you should have the Christmas tree. Yes? Good. Okay, today? Sometime? Because lots of people will be celebrating on the 24th, of course, as per usual. And we'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. To 7 this Thursday morning. Not as cold as it has been. It's quite mild, but still, still warrants it. I'm amazed I see people wearing, short skirts on the train and things like that, with no sort of jumpers or anything. God, you must be frozen to death. I mean, it's not that cold, but, it's okay. Nick Ferrari's with you at breakfast this morning after the chairman of HS2 quit his job just days after saying he was expected to be fired. He'll join Nick live in the studio. Nick will also be taking your calls on whether the plans to build the new rail line should be halted. Well, this far down the line, we can't stop it now, can we? Have they not started digging? Oh, stop it immediately then. How much is this costing? Is this more than... 55 billion? And you think, 55 billion, and they haven't even started digging? Good Lord, stop it immediately. 100 billion. Well, not the state we're in at the moment. It'll also bring you reaction to the government's legal advice on Brexit and details of a huge mafia bust across Europe and how, despite being legal, epileptic kids still can't access medicinal cannabis. All of that with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. 24 minutes to the hour of 7. My grandmother, says Holly, went to school with old Mr. McSween. So my family have been McSween Haggis supporters for about 100 years. It's the one and only Haggis. It's obviously got a lot of support for yourself, just by a wee baby one. So cute. I'm not sure I could. I'm not sure. You see, it's minced lamb's stomach, isn't it? It doesn't actually sound very appetising. Ruby says my favourite pudding at school, Steve, was chocolate concrete and pink custard. What was chocolate concrete? That sounds... Oh, I know what that was. That was, they'd make a tray of it and cut it into slices, didn't they? Was that it? And then the pink custard on the top of it. God. I wasn't sure about the pink concrete, the concrete side of it. Did you know Emily Atack's mother is Kate Robbins, who had a hit with More Than In Love, which she recorded whilst playing a guest character in Crossroads, says Ken. Of course I know. Kate Robbins has been on my programme quite a number of times over the years. Tandy says my granny used to make pink rabbit moulds. Also, my husband listens every morning on his way to work. We had a great weekend in York on your recommendation. Lovely Christmas markets and well worth a visit. Oh, love it. Did you do this? Is it the Shambles in York, where it's all these shops? I love that. I remember I used to go out with somebody from York. Must have been years ago. And I used to go up to the Shambles. I used to love it. I like historical cities. That's why I like London. There's so much here. Even just, waiting for the bus, you see all sorts of exciting things. I think so, anyway. Years ago, says Tina, we stopped to ask directions in deepest Kent. The chap we asked was the caretaker for a gated property. As the owners were away, he gave us a tour of the grounds. Hey-ho, loads of black swans on their own lake. How lovely. How lovely. I can see that image in my mind. I can now. Steve says, Ollie, I hope Holly Willoughby doesn't fall foul of the press like the Duchess and Diana before her. They build you up and then they have pleasure knocking you down. I'm with you. I have doubts about the feud between Kate and Meghan. Yeah, I don't think Holly... Everybody likes her. There is nothing, listen, you know me, I'm always the first one to sort of offer criticism where it is. There's a piece in the paper today about that dreary Ollie Locke from Made in Chelsea who's giving up reality shows so he can be an actor. Of what? I've got no idea. I'm presuming he just plays himself, which is sort of slightly camp, effeminate and left of centre. Because otherwise I don't see he's giving up reality shows. He announced this as if the world was interested. Nobody knows who he is. He's just somebody off a television programme. It's ridiculous. Ian reckons I could be standing in for Victoria Beckham. Yeah, well, yes, possibly. I think she'd want to do Glastonbury, don't you? I think she'd definitely want to do... if you were given the choice of doing a show... All right, you might want to not do an arena tour, but I would think Glastonbury... that would be... Glastonbury's quite... Does Dave like Glastonbury? Did he what? Oh, did he? Oh, no. I've never been. I can't do sitting in a field, I'm afraid. Not... Dave, that's right, he did get very drunk, didn't he? Victoria had to say, David, come away. I'm having a drink. I love it. You can imagine, can't you, the arguments that go on in that family. I'm going to be touring then. I'm going to do it. Well, do it. See if I care. Because every time they're together, they get the most dreadful pictures. Awful. This one said, didn't realise your mum had passed away. It was quite a number of years ago, but don't worry. Still talk about her now. Don't ever forget, do you? Neil in Carshalton says, can you give a shout-out for the homeless charity Crisis at Christmas for £28.18. Do you know, this is the one thing that's confused me now. It used to be £20, £10, whatever it happens to be. Now they've tacked on the 18 pence. What's that for? Is that... is it gift? I don't know. But it can help one homeless person come out from the cold on Christmas Day, give them a hot Christmas dinner, clean clothes, showering facilities. So there you go. And Neil says, could never think of waking up to your witty banter. Could never think of... Oh. But you are the jewel in LBC's crown. It's a very small crown, as you can well imagine. Fits all. So he's in Carshalton, we know about that. Apparently Mick says that, actually, Steve, the best haggis is from Sheridan's Butcher on in Ballater on D-side. I don't even know. Haggis Wars. Is that Scotland, D-side? Is it? Oh, right, okay. Oh, Haggis Wars. So we don't want to start that. In London, all we got was the... Is it Dundee? Why did somebody ask me about Dundee the other day? Oh, I know, because it's famous for that cake. Have you seen that Dundee cake, which has got the nuts on... No, not Pontefract cake. That comes from Pontefract. Dundee cake. No, not Eccles cakes. Honestly, hopeless. Dundee cake. Have you never had a Dundee cake for Christmas? It used to be quite a big deal for a family to have a Dundee cake on the sideboard with nuts and glazed cherries on the top. It's like a fruit cake, I think. And it's very... Have you never had that? Had one from Tesco. Oh. Shouldn't you get it from Dundee? Shouldn't you sort of go on and find Dundee and sort of get... I mean, it's a D-size, not Dundee as well. It's Aberdeen. Oh, we're Scottish boys from Aberdeen. See, that's the nice thing about this programme. We go round the country. We have no idea where we are, not a clue, but we've got a map. And the driver this morning had a sat-nav. It couldn't find me. He said, well, this is the... I said, well, it's in the wrong place, isn't it? No point arguing about it. Jungle John, Suran's offered to have my baby. I wouldn't imagine that John Barrowman and his other half, Scott, have any problem finding anybody to have a baby for them. I remember, actually, in fact, there's an old Suran Jones story from some years ago. She did a play with him and she fancied him. She thought she was going to go out with him and somebody pointed out, actually, he's gay. He wouldn't be remotely interested. But he's been very cheerful throughout the whole thing. That's the nice thing about this one. There's been no breakdowns apart from Anne, who wanted to leave within a few hours, but then she sort of saw it through, so she did really well. And the rest of them, they're all just chatting away about their jobs, because otherwise they've learnt that if you look ridiculous, on the programme and you start throwing tantrums and things like that, it's not going to work out well for you. But these have all been sort of... I think they appear to be the most genuine we've had. I think so, anyway. It's quite a good lineup, even though it must have cost an arm and a leg. So here it is, the knife epidemic on the front of the Daily Mirror. You're going to be hearing about it all day today. The bell rings, kids pour out onto a normal suburban street where another teen casually poses with a 10-inch blade. They've pixelated his face. What an idiot. What a complete turnip. What a pathetic waste of space you turn out to be. This is a 10-inch blade, and he's walking about on the streets with it with other pupils behind him. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. You do get them, don't you? They're always the ones. He probably doesn't actually go to school. He was probably evicted from it some years ago. And then he hangs around outside because all his mates probably think he's really cool, whereas the rest of you think he's the biggest dipstick we've ever heard of. Flake news. I did this story earlier on, and I actually think it's quite a good idea. The idea is to get kids to discuss things at school, and the discussion is Santa Claus real? And so they then have a discussion. Whether they believe it or not is neither here nor there. It's a discussion. You can put the argument for and against. How does he seriously manage to make all these toys in the North Pole? You know, we've had the army up there. The American army have been up there. Are there any signs of buildings under the ice? No. Is there any signs of a huge workshop that could turn out millions and millions of presents? No. Is there a garage with a sleigh parked in it and reindeer who fly on Christmas Eve? No. Okay, therefore, according to the evidence, he doesn't exist. But to millions and millions of children, he does exist. There's a little boy in the paper today. They've tested out Father Christmas grottos around the country. And he didn't want to go and see Father Christmas. He was a bit frightened, you know, as you would be. You know, somebody approaches you with a white beard on, you know, you get a bit frightened. Anyway, he said he went to see Father Christmas, and he's now his best friend. He said, I'm really glad I went to see Father Christmas, and he now loves him. And all the other people do. Somebody went Mummy Christmas as well. Not a fan of that. And, as far as I'm concerned, Father Christmas was never married, nor do I expect him ever to be married. A few in Sutton, says Judy, Christmas chalets in Kingston. Yeah, just the sausages are outrageous prices. £5.50 for a cheese verge, a Kaiser verge. £5.50. That's a meal. I can go get fish and chips for that. Dreadful. So I'm not having any more. Where would you go for an Eccles cake? Marks and Spencer's. Of course. Or Eccles or whatever. It doesn't make any difference. Yeah, the Dundee cake, it's a place that makes it. It's like the Cornish pasties can only be made in Cornwall, apparently. And good radio, and he comes from LBC. It's the way it goes. But a Dundee cake isn't... I might try and get you a Dundee cake. Because we always used to have one on... we had the Christmas cake, and then if you're very lucky, you had a Dundee cake as well, but I didn't like nuts. Strangely enough, it was the one thing that I didn't... I liked the look of it, and it had a glaze, I think an apricot jam glaze over the top of it, but it was really nice, and I do like a bit of fruitcake, but I've not had any for months and months, so today could be my treating myself to have a little bit of cake. Every day you treat yourself to something. Every day you sort of go, do you know, I'll have that, and then I'll forego that. 10 to 7 is the time... Well, this will make you laugh. This one will make you laugh. Michelle Heaton. Okay, have a think back. Michelle Heaton... No. Apparently she was in a group called Liberty X. A bit naff. Doesn't really join it. Guess what she's decided she wants to do now at the ripe old age of 39? She wants to reinvent herself as a Shakespearean actress. Oh, dear God, honestly. She reckons she's got what it takes. You have no talent whatsoever. She says, I'm hoping to move into acting. I'd love to do some Shakespeare. I used to study old age technique acting. What are you on about? And Shakespeare would be perfect for me because it's method acting. What? I shouldn't imagine you could remember anything. Anyway, it's a lot harder to play something completely different to what people expect. I want to immerse myself in a character. Michelle Heaton is currently in Panto in York. And she revealed she has an acting audition next week for a touring show. Exactly. Touring Mozambique would be fairly popular at this time of year, I should imagine. Also, a Shining Light tribute for wife of Santa fan has decked out his home with 3,000 Christmas lights. Why? Because his wife is dying. And he was widowed in August when she died, just days before her 69th birthday. So he put loads of lights up. I think that's nice. So when you see lights on somebody's house, and before we all have a gripe about it and go, oh, how tacky and how awful, just remember it could be for a good reason like that. We had a little boy, didn't we, a short while ago, and he wasn't expected to live to Christmas. So the whole village where he was put on Christmas for him. You know, he didn't know, but he could have his sort of Christmas. And I thought that was, I think that was nice. And that's why I say, I never knock anybody who wants to cover their house with lights or do anything. I couldn't care less. I think it's wonderful because there's always a very good reason. We're going to York just before Christmas for a weekend. We went last year as well, says Alex. We have a full itinerary. One of the places we're visiting, a favourite of yours, Wentworth Woodhouse. Oh, don't. Oh, how fabulous. We've got a tour booked to visit the staterooms on the east side of the house. You have to pay extra to visit the west side where the family actually lived. Oh, dear. Well, you've just kind of ruined my year. I would love to go there. I've got the DVD, I've got the book, I've read all about it. It is the most marvellous. But, you know, the one thing that we've got in this country is history. And the one thing is, when you look at Wentworth Woodhouse, this is this enormous house, biggest frontage. So I think like 3 times the size of Buckingham Palace or something. It's enormous. And the family who lived there made their money with all sorts of things. They had loads of people who looked after the estate, and, oh, it's just wonderful. But there was a little nasty little piece of work called Manny Shinwell some years ago. He decided he didn't like rich people. It was all right for him to line his own pockets. But Manny Shinwell decided to dig under their house for coal. Not only dig under the house, right up to their door he was digging. It was a horrible piece of work. Consequently, parts of Wentworth Woodhouse have started sinking a little bit. They've tried to shore it up, but I mean, you'd need to spend 10, 15 million, 20 million just to get it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. When you look at it, you go, oh my goodness me. So I'm very jealous, Alex, very jealous with that. That will be fantastic. You must take pictures and send them in, because I'd love to see, you know, what it looks like now. I've got the DVD, which is look at these houses, and you go in it and you go, oh my goodness me. If somebody gave it to you, it looks beautiful. In the snow, it looks absolutely beautiful. It really does. A plastic dog on top of a jelly is the winner of this year's Turnip Prize. Not Turner Prize, Turnip Prize. And a chili pepper next to dried date was one of the runners-up. They've got all sorts of strange things here. I don't know anything about the Turner Prize. I just sort of know I'm not an art person. If I was being anything at all, I like art, and I've been to the National Portrait Gallery, just literally with a spit's throw from here, just down in Trafalgar Square. And it's worth going. If you're visiting London, it's free. It's free. Go to the National Portrait Gallery, and you'll see. You go, I recognise that picture. It's beautiful. It really is. You can't see everything in a day, even in a few hours. You just have to pick one little item to go see. Also, Pip Schofield, Holly's a Jungle winner, but I want my TV wife back, because they get on very well. They get on very well, and they go on holiday together, I believe. We haven't quite got that system here at LBC at the moment. I'm sure it's not far off, you know. Nudist holiday of next year. Imagine. But they get on well together, but she'll be coming back very, very shortly. And Tess Daly has quick-stepped her way into an acting career. She's bagged a role on CBeebies. I don't think that's really acting, is that, or am I doing them down? Am I doing them a disservice? I don't know. And every time I see these decorative LED projector lights, and it looks all wonderful in front of somebody's house, and then you actually see it in real... You can hardly see them. Seriously. Do check them out before you buy anything. I've seen the adverts on the television. It makes it look as though the whole house is... Well, it's not like that, I'm afraid. It really isn't. Daily Mirror. So, why is Kate smiling so much? I don't know. I'm not totally convinced about this sort of bit of aggro that appears to be going on between them. Harry, you know, is a bit of a rebel. He's done his games, and he's done his bits and pieces. Now I presume they're all getting ready for Christmas. But we haven't seen him out Christmas shopping, so I reckon he does Amazon. I reckon he actually goes to Amazon, orders the stuff, and then they sort of have it sent to various people. Hello, good morning. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining our little show. The Sun, you're having a loaf. The NHS chiefs, but apparently it's not as far-fetched as we thought it was. And the MPs accused of plotting to steal Brexit from the people. The attack on the Commons coup came amid a growing consensus. The PM will have to resign if her deal is rejected next Tuesday. Oh, it's a bit of business, isn't it? Bit of business. The Daily Mail, they've got the shocking extent of how big firms trade your data. Children's voice recordings, passport details, and even mothers' due dates are harvested, and they pass it. But it's always been like that. I always thought for ages and ages they'd done these sort of things. That awful story about the pensioner who died hours after the burglar struck. This is Maureen Whale, who lived alone in Barnet, called the police on Tuesday evening after thieves ransacked her house. She'd lived in all her life. She fell ill on the phone and died in hospital the other day. I hope they catch these people. I hope they catch them very quickly. The Times, oligarchs hit as Home Office suspends gold-plated visas. May urged to call off Brexit vote. Tom Cruise's new mission, adjusting your television set. And The Guardian, this morning. Apparently, Charlotte Prodger the Turner Prize winner for 2018, the iPhone is a filthy, grubby format. Well, there you go. What can I tell you about it? The Guardian, Facebook discuss cashing in on user data, emails show, and Brexiteers reject the idea of lock-on backstop. Plus, united in grief, divided by a president, the leaders paying tribute to Bush Senior. And we have an update. We have an update on the little lad. Do you remember Tristan? The little lad and the Christmas present with Noel Edmonds. Well, he's a crane driver, we have discovered. He's also been on a crane programme, and which was on, I think, on the television. So we're kind of building up a picture of Tristan. All these years ago was the little lad who, and I've talked about over the years, saying how much I love Noel's Christmas presents, and it was all very sad and all the rest of it, and, you know, you cry and everything else. And here he is, he's a crane driver. They all love him. They all love him. We had more support for him than anybody else. And also, I should say that the Steve Allen Spikers, thank you very much indeed. They've given me a Christmas banner. John Warrington told me about that, which was lovely. So thank you very much indeed for that. I love those sort of things, as you know. We talked about Wentworth Woodhouse yesterday, and Adele wrote to me and said it used to be a PE training college, and I was one of the lucky school children who regularly went there to do PE in the Marble Hall. I've seen pictures of that, and I thought it was absolutely lovely. And you know, of course, I'm a huge fan of Wentworth Woodhouse. So now you know. And Kirsty said, Steve, read the McDonald's screens, use your knuckle instead of the tip of your finger just to change in habit. I don't use those screens anyway, because somebody said they were so dirty. And I thought, well, I mean, everything's dirty, isn't it? Everything must be dirty. Plus, from Greg, he says, I used to work in the factory that made beans in sausage meat and breadcrumbs. They were called Beanos. We used to make mincemeat in mashed potato and breadcrumbs. They were called Sheppies. And he's in Hastings. I've never heard of it. I thought there was something yesterday. I'm sure that I've eaten something where when you bite into it, it's got beans in it and everything else. So that's what it was. Beans in sausage meat and breadcrumbs. Sounds delicious, actually. I could eat it now. Could eat a bit of hot sauce. No, I'm not sure about the hot sauce. I watch all these programmes where they do hot sauces, and I was saying, oh, do I want to eat that? No. And you look at these, have you seen that programme in America where a guy goes round and he just goes into a restaurant and they film and he just eats and everything is wonderful? Man v Food. He's never actually not liked anything. It's just a free advert programme. That's all it is, for this fat bloke to get as much free food as possible. And some of it, if you can eat something in a certain amount of time, then you don't have to pay for it. We never pays for it anyway. Him and the film crew probably get very, very well fed. But I do watch it, and sometimes I look at these things, you think, I'm not surprised they're really huge in America, because they've got no idea what a small portion is. Want to come round here? I'll show you what a small portion is. And, hey, I'm here all week, seats at all prices. And I remember looking at it thinking, you're not seriously going to eat all this food, are you? And lo and behold, they do. And they go, oh, and we marinate it. I mean, it looks quite nice. But I've suddenly realised that kitchens in little restaurants and cafes are horrible. They're just not the most exciting places to go to. And so there you go. So, Greg, I was very impressed by that. I didn't think I was losing my mind. I just wanted to make sure I was on the right path. Oh, that's a big tree, isn't it? Outside number 10 Downing Street. That is a huge... The telephone network's working. Is it? Oh, the O2. Oh, right. People holding their phone. Yesterday was a nightmare. Yesterday, I've lost my phone again. I keep putting it down and it walks away by itself. It's got its own little legs, my telephone. All right. He's very odd this morning. He was very upset earlier on, Scottish boy, when we told him we talked about haggis. Yes, I don't know why it should be indicative of Scotland. Yeah, all right. Just calm down. Calm down. Getting all excited over a bit of haggis. It's not your job just to have haggis. You can have other things as well. It comes with tatties and neeps or something. You're not the Scottish culture correspondent. Honestly, I wish people wouldn't jump on bandwagons. You just happen to come from Aberdeen. You don't live in Aberdeen anymore, you live in London. You work in London, you don't work in Scotland. All right? Should we try and get our priorities right? Because otherwise, I'm going back to the Norse country, which is where we all came from originally. I was one of those who came over on a Viking longboat to do the pillaging. And then I got cold feet and went back home again. But I had flowing locks. I had my big shield and everything else. That's where we all came. Well, apparently that's where we came from. I always felt Were you just Yorkshire? Not as exciting, is it? Just you and sheep. Yorkshire. See, I like Yorkshire, but I think I'm a hybrid. I think I don't really have a place to belong to. I used to get very jealous of all my Jewish friends because they had a history. I never had a history. I didn't, I can't say I'm Welsh or I'm Scottish or I'm Irish I was born on St. Patrick's Day, but I don't have any history. And you throw Yorkshire into the equation. What's exciting about Yorkshire? Yeah, exactly. Out on the windy moors. Is that Yorkshire, the Yorkshire Moors? Is that what they have up there? It was very desolate where we were. I mean, it really was. You could drive for a few miles out of Withensea, and it was all just flat. You've never heard of Withensea, have you? Flat fields. It is very Yorkshire. It's near Spurn Head and Spurn Point, which is a little bit that juts out that looks like a willy, but it isn't a willy. And you could go there, and at low tide you can walk across it, and then when the tide comes in, you can't, because you drown, because the water... But it's lovely up there. It is nice. I liked it. I've got great memories. In fact, better memories of there than anywhere else. I'm definitely going to have to take the Christmas decorations. I'm looking at them and thinking somebody will take them. Somebody will take them. I don't know why. No, you're not to take them, because Darren... No, you mustn't. That's £1 out of my wages. Well, £2, actually. And I had to buy the carrier bag at 10p. It's a nice carrier bag. I'm impressed with the carrier bag. Anne Hegarty. Lovely Anne Hegarty. Says her experience in the jungle was life-changing. It certainly was for her. She wanted to leave on the first day. She decided that she didn't want to cope with it. And then, gradually she got into it. When you suddenly realised about, probably a day and a half in, that she could do it. It's just that sometimes people test you, don't they? They sort of go, then she found out that actually they were actually quite a nice bunch of people. There were no sort of idiots in there. Nobody had a little tantrum or a Queenie fit. It all seemed to work quite well. Who's going to win? I've got no idea. It's up to the gods, isn't it, I think? Also, I'm going to tell you about your social status. What do you think you are? Are you middle class, working class, or upper class? Don't even think about it, all right? Okay. Just telling you you're working class. The same as I'm working. You're working class. Listen, you work for a living. Hello? Do you have independent finances? No. You do not. You don't until we put it in your pocket. So you're working class. What do your parents do for a living? There you go. That'll suss it out. Your father is a registrar, okay, senior or otherwise. That comes with age. You don't get that. And mother is a teacher. You're working class. Okay, so there we are. We've solved that one. Working class. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You just have to go out to the forest, chop your Christmas tree down, take it back in again, and sort of stick it up there. No, because I can give you the definitive Debrett's guide to whether or not... And it's all determined, not necessarily on your family, but determined on your status within the community, where you live, what you eat, where you shop, who your banker is. There's all sorts of different things. I was watching Tom Parker Bowles on the television the other day, and he was talking about cooking mackerel, I think. I wouldn't have had the faintest idea. I don't think I've ever eaten mackerel. It just doesn't interest me. And somebody did it on one of these cooking programmes. They're all roughly the same. They just cook things. And Tom Parker Bowles seemed to be the world... I thought, God, it must be a nightmare going for dinner with him. If you go out to a restaurant and go, no, this is definitely undercooked. This isn't right. But in fact, the person who did it turned out beautifully. Shane, the Pete Shelley who sang G-Baby from the 70s. I can't remember which one that was, but you're right, there was a Pete Shelley. Do you know, I've thought about a record. When you said that, do you remember that record, Me and You and a Dog Named Boo? Do you remember, by somebody called Lobo? And I always remember the song, Me and You and a Dog Named Boo. And it was a sort of song that appealed to dog lovers everywhere. Because it was cute. I remember to this day the bright red... Prior to that, I've got no idea, Shane. But he did Ever Fallen in Love with Someone Ever Fallen in... As you heard on Darren's programme. And Ed says, you were right about not lasting. Danny the Chav Dyer splitting from the pen salesman. She's with an I. Danny I. And Danny the father is just the other chav spelling. And the big salesman. What a pair of Z-listers, says Ed. I told you they wouldn't even last till Christmas. You know why? I see through fake immediate. And they've gone, oh, the pressure of work. I'm sorry, pressure of work means you couldn't keep a relationship together, you lying pair of old baggages. Absolutely. What a load of old rubbish. How do you think the rest of the country survive? Don't think you're any more special, Petal. I promise you, you're not. I promise you, you're not. We knew it was fake to start with, but somebody obviously said to you, listen, you've got to keep it going. But then we had prior information about the Bic salesman out with his mates in a pub. I'm forbidden for legal reasons from mentioning any further, but let's just say, I did say, you know, be very careful. You're caught out in a pub and you do things and somebody will dob you into the press now. You know, so you've got to be very, very careful. And to be honest with you, he was about as useless as a wet, soggy lettuce, and she wasn't much better. But she's got a couple of things on. I don't think it'll go any further. Seriously, nobody cares. Nobody cares. We've got so many of these people around now. There's probably people, I don't know whether there's people in the studio who want to, you know, go on to do a reality show. I don't know who'd survive, actually. Probably Scottish Boy would probably survive, you know, because he had a hard upbringing in Aberdeen. And, you know, when that winter comes down, oh, God, we used to have to walk miles to, you know, to the pit to get the coal out and all that kind of stuff. I quite like that idea. I'm looking forward on the television to the Torvill and Dean documentary. They're doing with Stephen Tompkinson, and they're doing the Torvill and Dean life story, and it looks beautifully shot. It really does. It's amazing. Ian says, I eat a lot of prawns. Does that make me middle class? No, unfortunately not. You see, years ago, we used to eat oysters because they were cheap. Nowadays, oysters are, oh, you eat oysters. It's terribly expensive. Seafood restaurants do oysters. Mind you, all the posh restaurants in London do bangers and mash, corned beef hash, all the usual things that were cheap food years ago, but they charge you now an arm and a leg for it. Big markup. I mean, if you put 2 sausages, some mashed potato, and some onion gravy on there, that's £14 immediately. Immediately. When you think you could probably make it for under 3. It's like whenever you see a thing about pizzas and they go, we're offering, you know, 2 pizzas for the price of 1. They go, $7.99 for 2 10 inches, which I think is quite reasonable for 10 inches. And you get, and then somebody said to me, they said, because a friend of mine had a restaurant and they used to make their own pizzas there. He reckons he could make a pizza for under £1. So when they go, you can have 2 for the price of 1. The profit is enormous. It's not even proper cheese. It's rubber cheese, isn't it? It's not proper cheese. I don't know what. No, it isn't mozzarella. They wouldn't spend that much money. Pretend mozzarella, and but it's big business. But they're very addictive. Why are pizzas addictive? I don't know. I've not had one for ages. I used to like the one which had mincemeat on it. Sloppy Giuseppe, that was it. And the other one which I used to love as well was Quattro Formaggi, which was the 4 cheeses, which was delicious. And they do that in Costco. You can buy either a whole pizza or just a slice. You try eating a slice of pizza when it's all floppy and limp. It doesn't. You can't put it in your mouth the same. Any other thing you could get in your mouth straight away. Crunchy bars I have no trouble with, and Cadbury's flakes. But you try putting a floppy pizza in your mouth, and it does. So you dribble it down your chin. So you get your hanky out, then your hanky gets covered with that orange sauce. Vile, terrible. Anyway, it's nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. This is the beginning of the weekend. A bit later on this morning, we'll play you a couple of clips of the 2 celebrities who are joining me for this weekend's In Conversation. They're lovely. They're really lovely. They're really nice chats. I enjoyed talking to both of them. One because he turns out to be a listener, and the other one because he's just a nice person as well. They both got awards. We'll tell you about that a little bit later on. And we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And the continuing saga of Tristan Mays. Tristan Mays was the young lad who appeared probably about, I can't remember how old he was at the time. Probably about 13, something like that, when they did him on Noel's Christmas presents because he was saving up money to buy an elderly couple a Christmas tree. And it was all terribly emotional. Anyway, so I mentioned it was one of my favourite pieces, and I loved it. And lo and behold, Tristan writes to me, and now I've got his friends writing to me. He now drives a crane. They're in big demand, crane drivers. Don't joke about it. I tell you, you look at London, you go out of Waterloo Station, any of the stations, what do you see? Cranes. Cranes. So I couldn't personally do it. But I don't know what he looks like now. I've got no idea. I look really quite different from when I was younger, actually. When I look back at pictures of me, I thought I was quite camp. But anyway, you know, luckily I've butched up a bit now, which is good news. And it's 21 minutes past the hour already. I only just sat down 2 minutes ago, and already we've managed to get through 21 minutes of the programme. Michael Caine in the papers today saying he's fed up with playing Michael Caine. I would have thought that would be Sean Connery, the only man who played a Russian submarine commander with a Scottish accent. I mean, and we all went, oh, sorry, what's he doing? And they went, well, he doesn't do accents. He doesn't do accents at all. But Michael Caine, if you say to anybody Michael Caine, they go, I only told you to blow the bloody doors off. That's all. Seriously, he can have done tons and tons of stuff in his life, and that's what it comes back to every time. Peter Duncan, in the papers today, he's got 2 pantomimes running. I love Peter Duncan. I always remember the story. Some years ago, he appeared with Linda Lusardi on stage. I can't remember what the production was, and it did tell people it was an adult production because it had full frontal nudity. So, you know, you see Peter Duncan, Linda Lusardi, and you immediately think Linda Lusardi's going to be getting her bits out. And it turned out it was Peter Duncan. Peter Duncan stood stark naked on a stage in a glaring white spotlight. Fur coat, no knickers. Is that what it was called? But he was stark naked. I mean, Brave, the producer, said he wouldn't do that. He would never do that. I mean, I don't think you can do things like that, can you? It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary to actually go on stage on a white spotlight. At least do it under, you know, there used to be a production years ago, and it was an award-winning production. I think, oh, that's right, it was My Night with Reg. And that had a nude scene in it, where a well-known actor went onto Coronation Street, walked about the stage stark naked. And we still haven't quite got used to the naked thing, have we? We always go, oh, you know, go on, tell us. It's Funny Peculiar was, oh, right. Honestly, I have to rely on people finding the information. What was the other one? Fur coat and no knickers. Who was in that? Oh, right. Linda Lusardi. Oh, right. Linda Lusardi's corrected him. And it was called Funny Peculiar. But I spoke to her about it. Because we all thought Peter Duncan was very brave. Very, very brave. I love Peter Duncan. I thought it was great. I wanted to interview him when he was on Blue Peter, because he was show busy, and Biddy Baxter said no, he's fairly new to the team, so I got the other one who's got the farm at Dethick. It wasn't quite as exciting. It's a lovely interview. Simon Groom. I got Simon Groom. Lovely. Yeah, he was lovely. He's still going, isn't he? I don't know what he does there. He just had the farm at Dethick, so Blue Peter used to film down there. So when it was lambing time, we could see all those. They seemed to like that kind of thing. But Peter Duncan, I loved. I thought he was great. I still think he's great. I think he's great. He was youthful, chirpy, great smile. He was very showbiz, very showbiz. The pupils in the papers today, made to smash chocolate Father Christmases. Being told there's no Father Christmas. What heartless person would do that, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, you don't make children do that, do you? Perhaps there might have been something behind it. Perhaps it was sort of, I don't know. Can't think of any reason why I'd want to smash chocolate Father Christmases. 70 girls, £2,000 worth of vodka, the so-called Arsenal Football Club party. And they've got pictures. I mean, that's what they're saying. They're alleging all sorts of things going on with sort of balloons. You know, balloons. People sort of get a bit excited. And also, think about this one. Very interesting. 7 dwarves go out before 6 to 5 guys, 4 a burger, 3 starve, joke they are too small, and get 1 big apology. These are pantomime dwarves. For the purposes of this programme, the theatre has got Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, and they've got 7 dwarfs, so they go out to this burger place, which is called, I forgot what it's called, actually. Oh, it's called Five Guys. I've been to Five Guys. We've got one in Richmond. It's terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. And Paul and I went there could have been a year ago, actually. But anyway, they go there and the staff laugh at them, which is not what you would expect, really, from anywhere. You know, I suppose, unless they laughed out of, you know, oh, good grief, you know, we only ordered 1 dwarf and here's another 6 tagging on behind, so we've now got 7. And so it would be sort of fun. They didn't find it funny at all. They really didn't find it funny. So they get the 1 big apology from Five Guys. As indeed they should do, I suppose. So Danny Dyer and Jack Fincham have split, you know, which, as I said before, in fact, you could probably play back clips of this programme from 4 months ago, and you'd hear me saying exactly the same thing. It will not last. It's a fake relationship. Because he was off with his mates all the time. You very rarely saw them out unless it was for some charity thing. They made a little bit of money. I think that's it, him finished completely, and I should imagine after this Christmas she'll be finished as well. She can barely string 2 words together. You know, and you've got to have somebody, you know, could they be a role model? Of course not. He sold pens for a living, for God's sake. He'll have to go back to, I did say at the time, I said, if this thing lasts to Christmas, it'll be, you know, a miracle. Don't give up the pen selling. You will need it again. You know, at the moment they go, oh, you're well known, come and open this disco and that kind of thing. You watch, a year's time, you'll be down on your luck. You'll be in that same place that poor old Jordan is, who's doing her mansion up. This dump of a house could never be described as a mansion in anybody's books, but she's having just borrowed 22,000 quid. I thought to pay the tax bill. She's found £10,000 to do the house up. Where that's come from, I've got no idea. Proving that the woman is a complete idiot from start to finish, and she's bought new furniture. No concept of money. Where do you think this money's coming from? Where do you think? You think somebody's going to employ you? Of course not. Get off your fat bum, get out there and do a job. None of this, oh, I want some more cosmetic surgery. Your life is a disaster. A total disaster. I mean, God knows. I mean, you know, there is more chance of... who could resurrect a career? I'm trying to think. Oh, Gillian McKeith. Gillian McKeith? She's decidedly peculiar. She turns up on television the other day in a see-through outfit. Why? I've got no idea. This is the woman who pretended she was a doctor. You remember, on television, and it turned out she'd got this thing on the internet or something, and so she had to call herself Gillian McKeith, but she's now turned out to be even more peculiar than people thought. See-through outfits! Even Pip Schofield was saying, you know, people on the internet, you know, not sure about this, but of course she's got no shame. No shame. She was on the television, she was sort of averagely famous. She was about as irritating as Lady C. That irritating person. Yes, I talk to a little word family. You don't talk to anybody, love. You really don't talk to anybody. Let's not tell fibs about it. Also, the girl who can do no wrong. Yes, Stacey Dooley. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I was watching her the other day and I was thinking, something not quite believable about you. Something not quite believable. Cliff Richard, Sir Cliff Richard, says chatting to God is calming. Probably is, actually. Probably is. A friend of mine, Christopher, yesterday sent me pictures of his tree, which is very nice. I think we've got the same lights. I got a picture of two trees. No, it's the same tree. It looks lovely, actually. Very nice indeed. But he was going to be seeing Noel Edmonds. He said, what would you ask him? Oh, I'd ask him, can we have your Christmas present programme back on the television, please? That's what I quite like. I just realised that tree just twinkled. And I suddenly realised why it twinkled. It's because the air conditioning's right above it and it's blowing it. Look at that. You never thought you'd hear me say that first thing in the morning. And so it rustles and it's so pretty. I'm taking them home. I've decided I like them better. I'm worried somebody will pinch them. You know what people are like nowadays? Very light-fingered. Camilla gives bangers and mash to children. I told you it was very popular. Bangers. You could eat bangers and mash at any time, couldn't you? With a little bit of onion gravy. Also, booking tickets already for the X Factor live tour with a load of people you've never heard of. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just a way of extracting money from you. And it seems to work. I've never been to one. It doesn't interest me, and I couldn't care less. They won't be around in the next 3 weeks. The return of the... Exterminate the Daleks. The Daleks are coming back. It's going to be a television special. Love the Daleks. Love the Daleks. God, they were the only decent thing. I like the Cybermen, Swamp People, but the Daleks were the best ever because they seemed so normal until occasionally the Doctor ripped the top of a Dalek off and there'd be a little thing inside there, a little irritant, a bit like Danny Dyer, like that. They're great though, so they're bringing it back, which is good. Stars celebrate sport's most deserving heroes. For some reason, they invited the Vardys to it. She was wearing a totally inappropriate outfit, but there again, she never had any class at all. She's wearing something, you might as well just sort of stuck two nipple cups over your breasts and got in like that, dear. If you want to be an attention seeker, it's just that you can't talk to her about anything. There's not a lot of... sort of, you know, tumbleweed going down the street or between the ears. At 5, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Josh reckons me and you, and the dog named Boo, the Bay City Rollers and Gary Glitter, the 70s, the worst decade for pop music. Are you mad? The 70s was brilliant. Don't ever query that with Noreen, for goodness sake. Noreen's obsessed with the 60s and the 70s, and I thought the music was great. Me and you and a dog named Boo, lovely. The Pete Shelley, you know, which was Love Me, Love My Dog. You don't think it was the same one who went into the punk band, was it? Is it this? I mean, could it be possible? Pete Shelley, the one who's just died? Did he do Love Me, Love My Dog? I think it was on... I'll tell you what record label it was on, because I remember it very well. It was Magnet Records, because it was Pete Waterman who used to do the publicity and the press stuff. So Pete Shelley, Love Me, Love My Dog. So it looks like it's Pete Shelley, doesn't it? So a British 70s... Wait a minute. Let's have a check, actually, on Wikipedia. Wikipedia, it might not be right, actually. So it also originated from Alvin Studd. Oh, really? He originated the persona, because Alvin Stardust was called something else, and then again Magnet. And, wait a minute, that's Peter Shelley. For the Buzzcocks lead singer, it's Pete Shelley. And this Pete Shelley, this is Peter Shelley. Okay, so he formed Magnet Records with Michael Levy. How amazing. I must have met him, actually, because the first promotional record I got as a DJ, the very first free record I got, you had to write in. They had an advert in Record Mirror saying, would you like free records? So I wrote off to them, and my first record came through, and I was so excited. And it was Alvin Stardust, My Cuckoo. That was their first record, and I went down to Magnet Records. They were just off the Marylebone Road, but he had G-Baby, and it was lovely. I mean, Alvin Stardust, what was his real name? I can't remember, actually. But I think you'll find that Shelley sang as well on My Cuckoo. This is not the Pete Shelley. This is Peter Shelley. Peter Shelley. Shane Fenton. That was it. Shane Fenton. And then he changed his name to Alvin Stardust. They put him in leather. And all of a sudden the career took off. And he had loads of hit singles. Berlin Window Jury was his real name, but he performed as Shane Fenton and then Alvin Stardust. I hate to ask this question because I always worry about these sort of things. Is he still alive? Because I have a feeling that I think he died. Exactly. You think he died as well? Because I remember thinking, all these people that we know about, and, wait a minute, here we go. Yeah, he died in 2014, and I interviewed him. He did Jealous Mind. It was always black leather, and it was always, the eyes and stuff like that. UK album charts. He had a few actually hits. Had quite a few hits. He was lovely. I went down to interview him, and his death came weeks before he was due to release his first album for 30 years, and 6 days after what became his last show at the Regal Cinema in Evesham. He had prostate cancer. So he died at home. It's awful, isn't it, really? Every time I open up the newspapers or I sort of check on where people are, and somebody goes, actually, I think they died. But he was good. But I remember Magnet Records very, very well indeed. Very well. So, Katya and Neil. You know who they are, don't you? They're from Strictly Come Dancing. She was the one who got drunk and snogged the so-called comedian, Sean. And they dropped him from the Strictly tour. They've just dropped Katya and Neil. They've said, you can't. I mean, it's double standards. You can't sort of drop him and then not drop her. She was as guilty as he was. To be honest with you, I couldn't care less. It was only a snog. And now it's resulted in them not doing the Strictly tour. Prince Charles and his son are to join forces to combat troubled youths. How are they going to manage that? They say, you hand a knife in? I just don't see it. I really don't see it. It's such a big problem in this country. When you see, there's a picture in all the papers today of a lady who died because 3 people invaded her house. She'd lived there all by herself for years and years. She was 77, and she phoned the police. But the shock of having her house... why would anybody want to... Seriously, I'd absolutely despair with feral youths. There was one woman, she was in a corner shop. Can't remember what her name is. But anyway, somebody came in. They'd been robbed a few times, and this bloke comes in and tries to rob her. He didn't realise she was a black belt. She's got medals. She laid into him like there was no time. He couldn't pick up his skirts quick enough and ran out the shop, which is good. I think he was caught and he went to prison, which is good news. And somebody else, people just come and thieve people's things. So I'm taking the two trees home, I've decided, definitely. And Jim says you were a handsome chap when you were younger. I thought, nice, isn't it? We were all different when we were younger. I suppose everybody was very good looking, especially with the beard. No, you see, it can't be me. I've never had a beard in my life. Anybody who'll tell you who knows me, even a fraction, will tell you that I've never had a beard, never wanted one, or been interested. Mel in Leeds, Yorkshire. Yes, thank you. Thank you. We do know that bit. Aop flower. Are Oreet? Is that what they say? Aop flower. It's quite nice, isn't it? I thought it was, Lancashire's, it's the biggest aspidistra in the world. Do you remember that? No, okay. An aspidistra, it's a plant. And it was sung by the woman who did Sally, Sally, pride of our alley, you're more than Gracie Fields. No, nothing. It was called Sally. pride of our alley. Because people had an alley in those days, and you'd hang out there, what you say, oh, do you see that thing? The other? Nobody had televisions, so the gossip was among all the people hanging out there washing. They used to do it in Coronation Street. They go, I had a drink last night at Rovers. And they go, who was in there? Oh, in what's seeing her at corner shop. They all talk like that. And I used to sit there thinking, was it really like that? And of course it absolutely was. There'd be an alley running down the middle of the houses, and then you'd all have your own backyards. My uncle Bill, who had a butcher shop at Gants Hill, he had a yard at the back, and you could play with your football or your balls. We used to, most times, take our balls and bounce them up against the wall. And that was and then occasionally you'd lose them, and you'd have to go knock on next door and go, excuse me, can we have our balls back, please? It was terrible. 20 to 5. I only mentioned 20 to 5. It doesn't make it. It's Friday. Why would you worry about the time? Goodness sake, honestly. So, we're going to sort out your status today. Oh, happy birthday to Clarence Nash. There you go. Happy birthday, Clarence. He's not with us anymore. He died some years ago. What was he famous for? There'll be a few of you shouting into the radio, telling me that Clarence Nash was the voice for 50 years of Donald Duck. Did you do an impression? The Scottish boy did an impression of Donald Duck. Didn't sound like him at all. It was kind of. I can't remember how it went, but anyway. You see, I only knew Mel Blanc. I've heard of Clarence Nash, but lovely. If you want a longer life, and I'm assuming we do, run up 4 flights of stairs. No chance. No chance. I couldn't run up 4 flights of stairs. I put it this way, I can't even run to catch a train. If there was a bus and the producer goes, run, I can't run. I'm just not a running sort of person. Not a running person at all. What do we get? Stressed school children get a little work. Apparently meditating is very good for them. I like the idea of Camilla giving bangers and mash to children. I think that's quite cute. I wish she'd come around here and give me bangers and mash. Britain's best loved panto star on a crash diet. And what was the other one that I liked as well? It was fry-ups for men. Makes your manhood smaller. It's something to do with the frying pan. It's something that the frying pan gives off, which apparently makes your bits get a bit smaller. So once I'd finished sobbing and thinking I'm never having a fry-up ever again, because now it kind of makes it easy, doesn't it? I reckon builders everywhere have a fry-up this morning. You think, know what you've got, mate? Not a lot. And so we can always have a laugh at that. Steve, I phoned up for a pizza the other day. $16.99, she said. I said, how much? She said, 2 for 20. Why would I want to eat 2, I thought. Don't worry, I said. I'll have cheese on toast. Oh, cheese on toast. See, that's nice, isn't it? We have very simple pleasures, I've noticed in this country. Very simple pleasures. Even microwave food is tastier if you learn to add your own spices. Thank you. And Steve, Danny and the Pen Man are just following your advice after breaking up before Christmas. You don't have to buy each other presents. Oh, listen, I thought it finished ages ago. Seriously, I thought it finished ages ago. I always thought it was fake. Because they had pictures of you. I know when people are together. That's what I'm paid for. I'm paid to be able to read people. You can tell on somebody's face. You can just tell straight away. It's cheaper and healthier to eat home-cooked food. Hate the way they charge for everything more. And there's service tax for sometimes, and a bad service and meal. You're right, actually. You are. I wish I could pronounce your name. I absolutely wouldn't even hazard a guess at it. It looks like one of those really complicated ones. I've only just got into Chinese names. I could do Chinese names very well indeed. But I'm terrible with some of the other ones. Yesterday was an awful day for me, Steve. And this was no 4G starting at 3 a.m., so I couldn't find the addresses for deliveries. My 13-hour day expired at 4 p.m. in an old flooded coal mine, so I broke the law and drove to a quiet residential estate to sleep with no food or drink. This morning I confronted fuel thieves in my underpants armed with my wheel braces. They tried to steal my fuel. I shattered their windscreen as they sped off, and I'm now sitting here wide awake in case they come back and set fire to me in revenge. You must absolutely call the police, and you must make sure they get round to you as quickly as possible. If at 2:30 this morning you confronted people who thieve fuel, you must make sure that the police come round, okay? And so they can just make sure that you're okay there. Life on the road, because apparently truckers in 2018 are still treated like tramps. Are they really? I never thought about that. That didn't cross my mind at all, actually. I always thought that, people just sort of, quite like the idea of truck drivers sleeping. I've never thought of people being described as tramps, but there again, everything. Steve, Love Me, Love My Dog was Gary Shelley. No, it was Peter Shelley. Okay, I can only tell you, Ian, the correct thing because I know everything about music. And another one here. Kevin the Milkman says, sad to hear about the passing of Pete Shelley. I must have seen the Buzzcocks about 30 times, most recently 3 years ago. He lived in Estonia, apparently. Unique sound, along with fellow member Steve Diggle. He wrote some of the soundtracks of my teenagerhood. Shame that the radio only ever plays Ever Fallen in Love with Someone You Should, because with some 20 epic singles to choose from, says Kevin the Milkman, and he would know. The trouble is, all they're going to go is the ones that sort of chart and sort of do things like that. Which presenters at LBC are sexy, Steve? Hello. I don't know. Which presenters are sexy? I don't know. I don't think we've got any sexy presenters. I'm trying to think. You. Oh, really? Tom. Oh, really? You've heard people say it about Tom Swarbrick. That's you, is it? You've been saying things about Tom Swarbrick. Yeah. You wouldn't say, oh, right. You don't think he's particularly sexy? I don't think he's sexy. He's tall. He's not sexy, though. I don't think sexy. I don't know, actually. I'm sort of running through. I mean, Dave O'Brien, he's definitely not sexy. Definitely not sexy. But it depends, if your idea of a pogo stick is something sexy, he's sexy. Nick Ferrari could be sexy. I can kind of see that. I can see that. Ian Dale, is he sexy? No, they've gone no on that one. Huge no on that one. How about some of the weekends? Majid, sexy? Would Majid be sexy? I don't know. Andrew Castle, maybe, because he's actually quite fit, isn't he? People like somebody fit. He looks like he's got stamina. I quite like that idea. Who else could there be over the weekend? Who? Beverly. Beverly's sexy. Yes. I wasn't sure if we were just looking for men or for women on this particular one. But, yeah. And, the real... Yeah. Oh, the producers always want to stick their sixpenneth in and go, I'm a producer, I'm one of the handsome ones. Yeah. Really? Why have I got all the ugly ones then? Why do I get the ugly ones? They go, we go, all producers are handsome, and I don't get that pick of those people. It is true. It is so true. What sets you apart from somebody else? Apart from the fact you eat haggis, and you've got a natural rustic beauty. I don't even know what rustic beauty is. It makes it sound like you should live in the forest with the pixies and the elves. Actually, with no bad thing, is it really? Time check from the 60s, Cinderella Rockefeller. Yes, that was Esther and Abby O'Farim. The reason I know it is because I know the words. You're the lady that I love. I'm the lady who... When you think about it, it was quite catchy, Shane. I go for it. Cinderella Rockefeller, and I'm sure it was Esther and Abby O'Farim. And they popped up on the television and singing that song. I don't even know what the hook line was. I can't remember. I just remember the words of it. It was quite good. Quite good. Would you call yourself sexy? Of course, I'm a radio presenter. Every radio presenter calls themselves sexy. Stop it. Stop it. Listen, my fantasy. The thing that ruined radio presenters, the internet. Because all of a sudden you could see what people look like. And I'm old enough to have been around before the internet. I'm pre-internet, pre-mobile phones, practically pre-colour television. And then the moment, because people used to write in for your photo, nowadays they just click on, you could see what people look like. It's quite easy to find out what people look like. So, would I call myself sexy? Of course I was. Steve from the chip shop says, do you like cod roe? I hate it. I hate it. If I was going to a fish and chip shop, I'm either going to have a sausage in batter or scampi and chips. Scampi and chips is like, it was some sort of the height of decadence. Sean, that's Sean and Katya. Is that the Sean N with one N or two? We're not really sure, says Jeff. I've got no idea. He's apparently a comedian or something, although he got booed at his last gig. Off to Longacres in Bagshot later to pick up the 7-foot real tree, one of 3 we put up in the house, then back home to Home Alone 2. Oh, how nice, Home Alone 2. I haven't... extra Christmassy, isn't it? Was it Kevin, the little lad in it? Little Kevin. I sat next to him in Joe Allen's once for dinner. Macaulay Culkin came in very thin, He had his girlfriend with him, and he sat there, and he was so pale. Pale, God blimey, honestly, you feel like getting a colouring book out and painting him in. He looked very pale. But yeah, I sat next to, mind you, I also sat next to Cilla Black at Joe Allen, so, although, as I say to everybody, Cilla Black came in and sat next to Steve Allen, which is marginally more entertaining. Steve, says Kevin, I was 15 and my first dance was to a song, G Baby, by Peter Shelley. Great, yes, I remember G Baby very well indeed. Because he only had a couple of hits, didn't he? But it was a good one. People dance to things like that. People dance. Still to come, more on, yes, he's back, Tristan Mays, who's now become internationally famous all over the place because we remembered what he did as a cute kid. Steve, Alvin Stardust danced with you on Channel 5 all those years ago, and very good you were in your 70s flair, says Nigel. Yes, we did a 70s theme. One of my ex-producers was on the programme as well. He was working as a producer here, and then he got a job at Channel 5. And so we did a 70s thing. I don't remember Alvin Stardust being there. Is that dreadful? When you can't remember something. You know, somebody said to me, oh, do you remember that you did this and do that? And I go, I can't remember that at all. I'm really good. But I do remember, you're the lady that I love. I don't think they were the best-looking group. I seem to remember they weren't the best-looking group. So, we started this story some time ago of the Knowles Christmas presents with a young man called Tristan. I've only just discovered he's Tristan Mays. And he was the one who did a nice act, and Noel picked him out. And he sees Noel, and he go, oh, right. And he go, oh, it's you. And it was so natural. It was, well, anyway, I've watched it year in, year out, and I love it. And he says, thank you, Mr. Allen, for the lovely mention about my appearance on the Lowell Edmund show many years ago. You may get this a lot, but me and the missus are massive fans of your show. So after 2 fantastic mentions, I'm now completely starstruck. You mentioned my age. I was 10 when I was working at the garage. Were you really? 10. I did ask the question yesterday. I wonder how old Tris was. And he says, I doubt kids these days will be allowed or even want to wash cars in the cold and dark to help an old couple in need. Anyway, since this isn't my first appearance on the BBC, back in September 2013, I was one of the stars of a BBC Two documentary called The Crane Gang. And it was a fly-on-the-wall series about a crane operator on heavy cranes and what it's like to be in the crane industry. And I was lucky enough to be operating the flagship 600-ton crawler crane at the time, having just come back from South America, operating cranes out there. And he sent me a YouTube link. I couldn't link onto it, actually, Tris. I'll have to try and do it from home. We have inbuilt things here to stop you sort of logging onto all sorts of things. But anyway, he says, it's been a massive pleasure to have this mentioned on your show, and I'd love to meet you one day, if you get 5 minutes. I'm currently working in central London, and it would be nice to meet you. He said, the social media response has been brilliant. Many people on Facebook in the LBC groups have been chatting about it. Well, you sort of, it was just one of those great things. I can watch it now, Tris, and if I'd known you were 10, I mean, I thought you were sort of bigger than 10, but it was all wow, and the couple were lovely and everything else. But Steve, who's another crane driver, I think, they say Tristan is all grown up now, notorious in the crawler, crane and construction world. And then I got one from Jeff Marsh, who says, I've listened to you every morning for years. I heard you mention my mate Tristan Mays for the last 2 mornings. He's a legend and the self-acclaimed best crane operator in the world. Thank you, Jeff, from Brentwood. Oh, Brentwood, I know. Do you know, I was trying to think of the road we lived in. And I'll tell you the road we lived in Brentwood. It was called Warescott Road. It was fine, because when we lived there, at the end of our road, there were fields. We used to take our dog for a walk in the fields. And then, I think they put in the Southend arterial bypass. So at the end of I can't find our house. All I know is we had the front door on the side of it, and there are a few houses down there that have got front doors on the side. But which one it was, I've got no idea. Next door used to keep a goat. And they had, what? Honestly, everything peculiar to me. You grew up in Yorkshire, heavens above. You must have eaten tea with goats and things like that, and sheep and, you know, polly-wolly doodle all the day and stuff like that. And so, but we've been down there loads. I've been down with my godchildren. We got out of the car. We walked up and down. It's now, I think it's a dead end. But there was a little parade of shops. The parade of shops is still there, different shops, of course. But I used to cycle up there in my little tricycle until my dad one day came home and said, I've got you a bicycle with no stabilisers. Woo! I tell you. And so he then holds the back of the saddle, as, you know, mums and dads do, well, dads mainly, and you pedal, and then he lets go, and then you fall over. And then you stop crying. You cry. I never understand why parents hit children, makes them cry, and then they hit them again to try and make them stop crying. How's that going to work? But anyway, so Warescott Road, we were in Brentwood, and I've been back there loads of times. I can only remember Warescott Road. I can't remember very much else out of Brentwood, but happy times there. Happy times, really happy. So I'm delighted. I'm even more delighted to think that Tristram is working, and I'm led to believe, Tris, that crane drivers do pretty well. You know, you can earn a good living as a crane driver, and you obviously do it all over the place. So everybody loves you, and they love you even more if they can find that nice little piece on YouTube of you and the Knowles Christmas present. You could probably put in Tristram on YouTube and probably come up with it. And it was so 10 years old. I'm so delighted because you complete the circle for me. You know, you never dream that when you watch somebody on the television who has not a profound effect on you, but something that affected you because it was such a nice thing to do. But of course, in those times, as you appreciate, people did do nice things. People did go and check on their neighbours. People did look after family. They don't seem to do it so much now. You get families who are sort of close together, but you were doing something for an elderly couple who didn't have the money, and you spotted that, and I think that's lovely, and that's a great thing. So you did something that's lovely, and I hope that people do lovely things for you as well. Right. Oh, gosh, there was an awful story about a burglary, not the first burglary, at a cafe, and it's a very important cafe. I'll tell you why it's very, very important as well. Plus, it turns out that Dec has been into Australia to a place for back, sack and crack. Apparently he wants to be smooth as an eel. I don't know. I mean, I'm slightly worried by that sort of thing, you know. But he apparently does it. So now, because when you look at him, he doesn't look like an hairy little person at all. Who's cozying up to the rich? Socialist Corbyn goes begging for donations. I mean, you know, okay. So he sped from the Commons to hold out a begging bowl for donations at a lavish dinner where people pay £1,000 a year to join the club, which is lovely. The exterminators are back. Well, not the exterminators. They do exterminate. They were so good. Was it Terry Nation who was behind the Daleks? Very nice indeed. What else we got now? They say the self-styled man of the people is exposed as a prize hypocrite. This is the Labour leader. I thought he was always a hypocrite. I didn't realise he's only just been exposed as a hypocrite. Champagne socialist, isn't it? That's what they used to say. And Anne in the Jungle, she's out and she says, it changed my life. She lost some weight and she looks good. I can't wait to see her back on the chase. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Friday. And the reason I say welcome to Friday is because we're now in the month of festivities. Not for everybody, but, you know, for a lot of people, they enjoy the festive season, but it's creeping up on you. So the 7th already, and by the time we get to Monday, so 7, 8, 9, oh my God, it's going to be the 10th, isn't it? 7th, 8th tomorrow, 9th, 10th on Monday. Good grief. I mean, that means we're practically there. I'm sure I've got some things to do. I'm sure. Steve, great to hear Tris is doing so well. You see, what goes round comes round. I firmly believe in karma. Nice boy, crane driver, people love him. He's obviously very good at it, but you wouldn't get me up a crane if you paid me. Seriously, I wouldn't, I'm even thinking about it. I go through Richmond every day on the bus to go home, and there's a big crane there, and you look at it and you think, you've had to climb up that crane. There's no lift in it or anything like that. Just supposing you got vertigo, you get to the top, and then I'm assured that cranes move in the wind. Not for me. I'm sorry, I'd have to get... And also, how'd you go toilet? Things like that. Big things like that I worry about. But last week, says Angela, my husband finally discovered how to get batter to stick to fish. Oh, surely not. Dip in flour mixed with corn flour before dipping into tempura. Prawns last week, tonight cod. Oh, I do love cod's roe as well, so maybe next week, try it. Tempura batter. I've had tempura vegetables and stuff like that. I think it's a bit naff. You know, it's just, I'm sorry, it's thin little batter on it. It's okay, but it's a bit pretentious, moi. And it's like sort of, well, the things I'll go through a little bit later. Appreciate your show so much, says Angela. Bless you. Thank you so much indeed. And John Paul in Aldgate. He says, on my way to Stansted Airport, flying to Spain, listening to you live as opposed to on catch-up every day. The morning commute was not the same when you were away. I have to have 2 days. It's funny, same 2 days. as exactly the same as last year when I lost my voice as well, the throat. Exactly the same. I mean, how does that work out? That is ridiculous. Do you like gherkins in your cheeseburger, says Cliff? No. It's an American thing. I'm not... I used to take the gherkin out. I don't know why they put it in there. I suppose because it's... people like it because it's sort of American. So definitely not gherkins. I like everything plain. If I'm having a McDonald's quarter pounder with cheese, which I'm prone to having on very, very odd occasions, I always have it plain, which means it doesn't come with anything apart from the... Sometimes you say, can I have it without the bun as well? And they just put cheese on it, and that's it. And that's all I don't need anything else. I can't be bothered with it. It's like, you know, I do love Big Macs. And now they do all these luxury ones, but I look at them and I'm sure that if you go in there, they look at you and go, you shouldn't be eating this. Princess Charlotte did something the other day, which kids do every single day, except she actually did it in the Phoenix. She wanted to go toilet. And so she's out with her mummy and Mummy Kate. They had their bodyguards who went in there, and just sort of check it's okay to use the toilet. This is the Phoenix in Stockwell, here in London. And next thing, the door opens, and in comes Charlotte. They were in and out in 10 minutes. And they made a surprise dash in front of customers and bar staff. A plainclothes policewoman then walked inside and asked if a little girl could use the ladies and was it okay to check them out first. Customer Maggie says, I was sitting in my usual chair and I looked up and I saw Kate Middleton, Duchess of Cambridge, and her daughter, Princess Charlotte. They just trotted in and out the toilet. The Palace, are they so dumb at the Palace? Kensington Palace, declined to comment. Well, I'm sorry, there's something the matter with you or something down at Kensington Palace. Are you in the real world, or are you in sort of fantasy la-la land? You know, the staff have been told not to tell anyone about it. It was 1:45 last Thursday, but of course we couldn't possibly comment on that. What, do you not go to the toilet at Kensington Palace? Is there some sort of strange thing that's going on? Talking of strange things going on, here are the Arsenal aces, they say, but I wouldn't know. I mean, seriously, I don't follow football, I wouldn't recognise anybody here. And they inhale hippie crack balloons. They all seem to be doing it. Smoking and... oh dear, honestly. What is the matter with them? Strangely enough, you know, the club hasn't sort of commented on it, but they've got all these players here. I don't know who any of them are. I can't pronounce them. I don't know who they are, but they obviously like letting their hair down. And so they had... what? All right. Kola Singak. Does that sound about right? We don't know. Mustafi. Okay. Aubameyang. Aubameyang. Guendouzi. Guendouzi? Oh, G-U-E-N-D-O-U-Z-I. Guendouzi? I don't know. Okay. Lacazette. Yeah, look at it. These are the ones who've been named. And the other one, how do you pronounce an M-K-H? Look. Armenian. How do you pronounce M-K-H then? Mkhitaryan. Oh, all right. Oh, honestly. Has to be one clever dick, doesn't there, somewhere? And here he is today. He's with us. He's Armenian. Well, I didn't know he was Armenian, but apparently they're all the ones pictured doing all these sort of things with balloons. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm erring on the side of caution and perhaps they're going to a kid's party and they're just blowing up balloons in advance. Would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? 7 dwarves go out before 6 to 5 guys for a burger. 3 staff joke that they're too small and they get 1 big apology. This is Ben Goff and Craig Garner rehearsing with Dawn French and Julian Clary at the West End Theatre next door. Wait a minute. This must be at the Palladium. This must be the Palladium's pantomime. Oh, so this is in London. Craig, who was Daniel Radcliffe's body double in 2 Harry Potter films, says very disappointed to walk into 5 guys only to be laughed at by some of the staff. The trouble is we do laugh at dwarves. When I say we laugh at them, because you see them in the pantomime role, they're never nasty dwarves, are they? They go, hi-ho. And every picture you see of them, everybody's smiling or laughing or things like that. So, they were very upset. They left. Oh, they are appearing at the Palladium. And he says, is this normal protocol when greeting customers? I should imagine, giving them the benefit of the doubt, they were probably quite excited. They've got the pantomime next door with Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. The door opens to 5 guys and in walk 7 dwarfs. I mean, you can see the staff go, because you'd have to pay a lot of money to go and see them on stage. But disability campaigners have blasted the restaurant chain. I mean, aren't we becoming a bit snowflakey, a bit just quite a lot snowflakey. I mean, they are appearing there, and unfortunately this sort of thing happens a lot. Well, then just laugh it off and go, yep, hi-ho, and just take the mickey at the staff behind the counter. Admittedly, the chain refused to comment, but it promised to investigate, tweeting, "We'd like to apologise to Ben, Craig and their colleagues." They couldn't even be bothered to find out the names of the other one. Just Ben, Craig and, the other ones there, which is a shame. But apparently the chief, John Egbert, said an employee had been suspended pending the probe. But I mean, what are the chances? It's like Julian Clary walking into a bar or something and somebody going, "Oh, I bet you like a warm hand on your entrance." That kind of thing. And you get 7 dwarves going in there. I mean, what are the likelihoods that they all want to eat at Five Guys at the same time? And they're appearing next door in the pantomime. Have you seen the pantomime at the Palladium? Oh, it's fab. I haven't seen this year's. I'm going to this year's. I love it. I love a panto. Oh, no, you don't. I do love a panto. I'm very happy with pantomime. I always love it. The Americans have no idea what we're doing. No idea. Talking about nice people, says Gina from Stanwell. "I went to Staines yesterday, got back to my car, realised I didn't have enough cash for the car park, and a young woman came to my aid." Well, that's nice, isn't it, when people do things like that? I offered... What was I did the other day? There was something. And whatever it was, I said, it was something... It was some woman. She was... Oh, that's right. She was standing down here. I left the building, and she's crossing the road by Trafalgar Square, but she's looking at a map. And so I thought, do your usual, Samaritan. So I went, "Excuse me, where are you looking for?" And she went, "Nothing," and walked off. I thought, I'm never doing that again. I remember offering a lady who was a tramp who used to walk up and down the Charing Cross Road, and I went to offer her some money one morning. I got a torrent of abuse. So I decided, don't give to people. I mean, she used to wrap newspaper around her shoes, so that she could sort of, because she didn't have any shoes, so she wrapped newspaper around her sort of feet and everything else. And I offered her £10. You'd have thought I was threatening to kill her, honestly. And it was then I thought, oh no, I'll do it a different way. Much easier. What else we got? Oh, parents at war with a primary school after letting a charity worker tell pupils there's no Father Christmas. Outrageous. Emily Taylor also told 2 girls to smash a chocolate Santa with hammers. She invited them on stage at an assembly after a talk on the real meaning of Christmas. The talk by the Mary Bass Charity, a Christian organisation, left parents fuming. Oh, well, of course, if you invite in a Christian organisation, they're not going to admit to the existence of Father Christmas. They're really not, I promise you. Mum Chelsea Richardson said the children believe we've been lying about Santa. And Rachel Cotton, head of Fleetwood Lane Primary in Lincolnshire, said the assembly was inappropriate. Mike Griffin of the charity said they would discuss the situation. No, there was nothing to discuss. If that's what you said, and I understand Christian organisations go, oh no, we're not going to tell them there is a Father Christmas because we don't believe there is. And that's the problem. Ultra-Orthodox Jews do not believe in the existence, or ever, of dinosaurs. We used to have a lady on, I told you, years and years ago. Ask Clive Bull, he'll know all about it. And she would deny the existence of dinosaurs, and he would say, but what about the Natural History Museum? And she'd go, it's made up. And you couldn't convince somebody. If somebody's got a belief, you can't change their mind. It's like, I believe in Aberdeen Boy, in his pronunciation of a footballer I've never even heard of. Why don't I hear of football? Are we just bringing in more foreign footballers now? Are they better footballers than we are, or they are? I can't play football. Sorry? Bigger pool of talent. They must make a fortune, though, don't they? I always think they make a fortune, all these people. Nick Knowles is so bored in the jungle, he's been playing with knives. Well, he's out now. And he cried. He met one of his sons. It was all a bit exciting, actually. All a bit exciting. And still to come, hundreds of new homes are in danger of crumbling after they were built with substandard mortar. There's the one bloke here from Coatbridge, near Glasgow, and he bought his house, Coatbridge, don't you, near Glasgow, for $112,500. You've done what? Your best mate's from Coatbridge. That's so exciting. Kind of puts it in context, doesn't it? Because we all know your best mate. So, of course, next time we see him or her, we'll be going, oh, are you from Coatbridge? Amazing. What a dull story, honestly. Why do you think you have to chip in on my story about a Coatbridge house and all of a sudden you've got some social link to it with your best mate? I know crane drivers who've been on Noel Edmonds' programme. But anyway, he bought this semi-detached property for $112,500. Hello? I mean, where only in Coatbridge. 112,000. I should imagine, but you get quite a mansion up there, won't you, for that kind of money? You get a lot, don't you? The further up you go, the bigger the property. You do so. Liverpool, they were selling houses off for a couple of quid. Admittedly, they just had, foundations and things like that. But you can get a lot. I see them on the television. They're always sort of doing something, with sort of houses. And then you go back and you look what people have done to them and you go, that is amazing. That is brilliant. 5:15 is the time, just a fraction after. So now they're trying to do spinning in the newspapers. They're trying to make out that Stacey What's-Her-Face is groomed for greatness by the Beeb, like they tried to do it for the girl from the One Show, like they tried to do it with everybody else. It's just tedious and boring. She's made a few documentaries, and she's obviously desperate to be something. Quite silly. And they say here how she's getting ahead of the rest by being irritating, I should imagine. She's from a perfect background with the right accent. I can't work out the accent at all. She's paired with the most popular dance pro. They've been given the best outfit. She's being overscored by the judges, allegedly. And the Beeb bosses have to decide which show to give her next. They've done this with all of them. Steph McGovern, all these people, they're all so desperate. They will crawl through mud to get to the little thing that goes famous. And then they think she just makes documentaries. Louis Theroux's been doing it for years. He didn't need to sort of go on to Strictly. But if people like doing it and their agent goes, listen, it's a very good thing, and so people then go, okay, she's going to be the new star. Why can't you just be a reporter? Why can't you just be a presenter? What's this rubbish about being a star? The girl who can do no wrong. Not for me. Not for me. Very irritating. Being able to walk up 3 flights of stairs without stopping. It's no good sort of stopping halfway up and clinging onto the banister. Can slash the risk of heart death by up to 63%. There you go. My friend Joel, he says, Google Gwen Doozy from Arsenal. Lovely hair like a Gap model. He said, lovely Gap model. I wish I could be a model. I'd love to have long hair. I don't know why. When I left school, because at school you had to keep your hair regulation, and I always wanted to grow long hair, so I grew fairly long. Are you all right? You've taken the cheese out. Have you heard of somebody being allergic to cheese? I suppose you could be allergic to anything now, but he's not allergic to cheese. We just sort of said, take out the cheese out of a ham and cheese sandwich. Is it okay? Is it all right? Just don't like. Isn't that funny? Have you ever eaten cheese? Yeah, you can eat pizza. Mind you, it's not cheese, is it? Really, it's not the same sort of cheese that we would eat. So you don't. I'm trying to think of what I don't eat. Squash. In Paul Cooper's shop, he's got squash for sale and things like that. See, I love most of the things in there, but anything Swede I don't like. Although Marks and Spencer's used to do a winter mixture, and it had leeks. I love leeks. I don't know. I might get some leeks today actually and put those. You don't like peas? I think peas are just boring. Peas and cheese. But peas, actually, incidentally, they're the worst thing to pick up, aren't they? Because you've got a fork, so you have to kind of mash them and then pick them up that way. So, but I like peas in the pod. I love eating peas in the pot, raw peas in the pod. And also, I used to like eating raw potato as a child. I know, people look at me and they think I'm rather peculiar, but there again, I appreciated the fact that I was rather peculiar. Because kids eat different things, don't they? When I was in Egypt, my parents told me I used to eat dirt. I've got pictures of me eating dirt. I don't know why. Perhaps I'm just one of those odd children who eat dirt. And as kids, you eat everything. You get the hose from the garden. It's that old thing, isn't it? All the things that we didn't seem to do us any harm. Because when I looked at Peter Shelley, Pete Shelley, who's just died from the Buzzcocks, he was only 63. And you kind of realise your own mortality, which is awful. Howard says, I've treated myself for Christmas. I bought a neon-lighted jacket. I'm trying to compete with the truckers. Oh, believe you me, Howard, you don't need the jacket. Okay, they know. Cliff says, when you don't have a chimney, does Santa come through the cat flap? I don't know, actually. I don't know what happens. If you don't have a chimney, doesn't he just walk through the door like everybody else? It's just magic, isn't it? 1 minute he's there, then he goes, whoosh, and he's gone. And I like that idea. But listen, you can believe whatever you want in this day and age. Sarah said, I've just tuned in, great show as usual. What do you think of Meghan's recent diva behaviour? I'm not sure whether or not I believe it. I said yesterday that I think the press don't like her. I've just got a feeling. They like Harry, but Harry's a bit sort of, swings and roundabouts. You can sway him. He quite clearly is devoted to her, you can see that. But whether or not the British press like it, I'm not totally convinced, because there's been lots of backstabbings going on. I think it's the fact she's Canadian, I think it's the fact she was an actress. I think it's the fact that he just went ahead and did what he wanted to do. And they seem fine, but the press don't seem to like her. And they're trying to build up as if there is some bad blood between her and Catherine. Now, there might be. I don't know what the hierarchy... I know that there is hierarchy within the royal family. Certain... I told you before, when they arrive at Sandringham for Christmas, then there's a hierarchy of who arrives first, because you're lower down the scale, and nobody arrives after the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. They arrive last. There are certain times you are told to arrive, and you'll be told this by courtiers, and you will follow the advice. The Queen will not be messed about. You will do it the way it's always been done, and if you don't, and I think Harry's a bit of a loose cannon, unlike William, who we think's just a bit sort of bland, but he's sort of being trained to be king. What that involves, I've got no idea. Not working, as far as I can see. But anyway, I must try that walking up steps. 3 flights of stairs without stopping. Will it work? I don't know. Another one here. This is images showing a barmaid being choked unconscious by a chef at the club's Christmas party. This is a lady called Molly Phillips. She collapsed and smacked her head on a fridge after being put in a headlock by an American football playing Nathan Webb. We're naming these people because they're named in the newspapers. She was taken to hospital amid fears she'd suffered a stroke, and she realised what had happened when she checked the tape days later. At first, she didn't want to create a fuss at the Cameo Club in Cardiff. That sounds wonderful, doesn't it, the Cameo Club? As she was buying a house and needed a secure job, but she finally resigned and went to the police because she didn't feel safe. She says, "It wasn't until I watched the CCTV properly that I realised what had happened. He's laughing the whole time." She even claimed that a director joked with her, "All right, buddy, here you've been choking girls lately." There's normal behaviour in Cardiff. The club said she was insistent she didn't want us to take any action against Nathan. I think it's up to the club to decide whether they're going to take action against somebody. She's expected to negotiate compensation. Police said a man was arrested on suspicion of assault. A probe goes on. Can't do that to people. I'm sorry, you just can't. You just really can't do it. But, some people think that you can. Oh, there's a law student mum. Only goes to prove it can be anybody nowadays. She also worked as an escort. I always have grave doubts about people who work as escorts. That's not a car, by the way, incidentally. It's somebody who goes out with the opposite sex for money, or the same sex, or whatever it happens to be. What it leads to, I've got no idea. I don't think it's just let's sit around playing Ring a Roses, put it that way. But anyway, Elizabeth Wilkins beat her baby son. He was left with a fractured skull. She was convicted of GBH with intent and ABH, jail for 7 years. It'll screw your Christmas up, won't it, love? Which is good news. The Charity Cafe, you'll know this one, set up in memory of Jimmy Mizzen, has been robbed twice in 4 days. Margaret and Barry launched the Cafe of Good Hope after he was killed the day after his 16th birthday. It's been burgled overnight twice inside a week by raiders who sold stock and even a charity box crammed with change. Margaret, who launched the cafe to give young disabled people a chance of work, says the first time the raiders made a huge mess. The second time we got a man on CCTV rifling away behind the counter looking for cash. Isn't that disgusting? It really is. People like that are filth. Absolute filth. They really are. They will rob a cafe. I've seen them robbing, well, that poor old lady who died at 77. Shouldn't happen. Should not happen. Mark Wright, you'll remember him. That's the one with the fake smile on the television. Has asked to leave his presenting job. Oh, well, that's your career finish, pal. He wants to come back here to live full-time with Michelle Keegan. Rivetingly dull. He's been given time off to front The Bachelor UK, which he filmed in August. And he's also hosting The Bachelor here next year and has other UK offers, which he can't do. Oh, dear, I think he's fake. Seriously, fake from top to bottom. I just don't get him. When you see him grinning, it just doesn't look natural. What happened to Coatbridge Man? Coatbridge Man was the man with the house. That was it. I ended up the story. James says you had hair. Yes, of course I had hair. What do you think? I came out looking... I'm not bald. I do have hair. Ta-da! Ta-da! I have hair. Actually, I'm going to go and get it cut today. Just have a little trim, 1.5 all round. 1 on the side. Stop it. I've learnt to do the numbers. So So I'll be heading that way. I hope I'm going to get the car back today. I'm hoping so. And I like the Phil Mitchell look, says James. Yeah, she's American, Steve, just worked in Canada. I thought she was Canadian. I wish the press would shut up and leave her alone. They can't, Christine. They absolutely can't. And you know that for a fact. You know that, because she's a member of the royal family, she has no privacy. I do remember at one point people asking people to leave people alone. But for her, they're not going to do it. They're absolutely not going to do it. So, where is the worst place to live in England? The worst... No, it's not Coatbridge. It's not Coatbridge. Yeah, all right, Coatbridge not in England. But I say, where is... Okay, whatever. Yeah, all right, put your hand down. Where do you think? No, it's not. It's 8 of the 10 places. One of them, I'll take number 10, Dover. Have you been to Dover? Dover's really a dump, I'm afraid. Bristol and Blackburn. Yeah, I've never been there. I thought it sounded quite nice. Number 8, Accrington. Accrington Stanley. Who are they? Remember that advert on the television? Accrington Stanley. Hull. See, I like Hull. Bit of a doomsday place, isn't it? It's lots of dark, satanic buildings. Castleford. See, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? A castle with a ford in front of it. That sounds good. Number 5, Blackpool. Oh, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. What a dump. What a dump. Not helped by the people who go there. Dreadful place. Dreadful. I went there one year. Oh, awful. Rochdale. See, that's Lancashire. I thought Rochdale was quite nice. Number 3, Liverpool. Sorry, Liverpool. You don't score what? Ferry, cross the Mersey. Number 2, Rotherham. Don't know what Rotherham's famous for. I can't remember, actually. I thought it sounded quite nice. And number 1, Huddersfield. What? Well, you didn't say Huddersfield. Came up with some other place. Not giving you that glory. So, only one place in the south, absolutely. But apparently somebody says that Huddersfield, he said, it's a horrible place to live. There's nothing but pound shops and coffee shops. Another called it a rough, boring, chavvy, and a rude word. Amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, I suppose it's what you make of it. You might find people who come to Twickenham and they go, oh, I don't like Twickenham. And I go, well, I like Twickenham. I just wish they'd light the blooming Christmas tree. It's been off for what seems like... When do they put it on? Perhaps they can't be... Perhaps we need money. Perhaps we have to donate or something, which is ridiculous. OK, short break. LBC News Time, 5. Isn't it amazing? What did we have 2 weeks ago on this programme? Oh, there's going to be a shortage of sprouts this Christmas. What have we got in the papers today? Oh, there could be a shortage of turkeys. Oh, do me a favour, of course not. There's no shortage of turkeys. I promise you, there is no problem at all. If you can't get a fresh turkey, and you should order fresh turkeys by now, because it gets a little bit too near the time. They do, the best turkeys are these Copa turkeys, which are sort of lovely. I was watching a film the other day of them sort of growing up and think, I know how it works. Believe you me, I know how it works. But, now they're saying there could be a shortage. You know why? Because there's a shortage of overseas EU workers. I've not noticed it. Steve, steps from Bakerloo line up to the top of Paddington Station. Ticket hall. That's a great test, says Nick. Oh, God, not for me, Nick. Not seriously. If ever the escalator breaks at Waterloo, and you have to... Walking up an escalator is the biggest nightmare I've ever had in my life. Especially if you're carrying bags and stuff like that. That's always a pain for me. I don't like it. But then somebody said, what were they doing? Oh, yes! Sandy's is featured at Waterloo Station. I need to go somewhere else this morning to go and see if I can see it. Because apparently it's got Stuart from Sandy's, a proper fish boy. Also, pan fry like Jamie Oliver. Love Jamie Oliver. Because remember yesterday, they were telling you, what are the top UK 5 toppings on toast? Talk about a cheap filling. Cheap filling for the newspapers. They managed to fill nearly a whole page with this one. So, at number 5, eggs. Egg on toast. How boring for dull people. 4, Marmite. It's got to be thin. I've seen people apply it so it looks like tar, and you can't eat it like... Just very thin layer, isn't it? Very thin layer. We used to have, when I was littler, we used to have Marmite sandwiches. And I quite like Marmite sandwiches on soft bread. That's quite nice. Number 3, jam. I haven't had jam in years. It's mainly because it's just sugar, isn't it? I mean, I'd be up on the ceiling with a feather duster. Number 2, marmalade. I like marmalade, but only I like the lemon and lime one, because I like the jar. And number 1, butter. I was watching... What was I watching the other day? Not The Price is Right. I have seen that a few times, actually. The original, and I've seen Joe Pasquale doing it. And I love The Price is Right. This was Family Fortunes with Les Dennis. Some of those families, they're really dumb. They're really dumb. How they get through, I'll never know. You know, something you'd use to decorate... Oh, no, it wasn't. Something you'd... Oh, whatever it was, the answer was paint. You know, whatever you put in a room to enhance it. One bloke said brush. I mean, where do they get them from? Anyway, they still walked away with a lot of money, so that was actually quite nice. The school kids who are getting a little bit of meditation at their primary school. Do you know, honestly, what a bunch of snowflakes. What a bunch of snowflakes. When I was at school, if you fell over, you cried, and they went, no, wipe it clean. Ow, it hurts. No, we just get the dirt out. There you go, put a plaster. Look at that, you've got a dinosaur plaster. Woo, thank you. Except when I was younger, we didn't have dinosaur plasters. It's only recently that they've had things like that. We just got a plaster, and you go around, they go, that's really cool, you've got a plaster. And all of a sudden you forgot about the pain. You didn't care about the pain at all. I'm definitely not going to try the Bakerloo line up to the top of Paddington. They're going to drive me mad. Absolute mad. I want to be a Gap model. It's never going to happen, is it? Not in my wildest dreams. Not in my wildest dreams could I ever be a model for anything at all. There used to be an agency years ago. Dale joined it. It was called Ugly. The agency was called Ugly, and it's very famous. It's still going. And it was for not classically beautiful people. Ugly people. And ugly people know they're ugly. And that's why they joined the agency. And it was all sorts of people. Tall, short, fat, thin. And Dale joined it. And he got an advert on the television. He played a taste bud. They encased him in pink vinyl. We had all the photos of it. I had all the photos. Probably still got them, actually. And Dale as a taste bud. He was so excited. It didn't lead to any more work, though. But I think the Ugly agency is still doing the rounds. And it was for people, you know, people away from it. You know, if you work with classically beautiful... If you work with classically beautiful people, to see somebody who's normal... I mean, I went to a hospital club, which is in Endell Street, and they do a lot of model things down there. Well, I promise you, it's worth going just to see what beautiful people look like. The male models, everybody's... You know that they're a male model because they're thin. Nobody's fat. Everybody's thin. They've all got the sort of hair that you can do loads of things with. It's floppy. They look like they've all walked out of Marlborough or Eton College or somewhere like... No, you haven't got floppy hair. You haven't got floppy hair. But very interesting to go there. I just used to go up and down in the lift to feel depressed. You know, you'd be standing in the lift and all these male models would be there. Okay, yeah, you're going to Italy next week? Yeah, I'm doing Italy. I'm doing Gucci over in Italy. And I'd be thinking, I'm going to the toilet. You know, way! I didn't care. Yes, Professor Jonathan Shalit has highlighted the fact that M.A. Tack reveals she fancies the candle from Beauty and the Beast. We can't quite get our heads around that one. That's slightly bizarre today. Kevin Hart has stepped down as the Oscars host over some alleged homophobic comments that he wrote 10 years ago, apparently. 10 years ago. I can't remember last Thursday. Rita Simons. She loves Joe Swash. You see, I don't get Joe Swash at all, Rita. I can't. He just looks too old and past it now. It's just this peculiar colour of creosote. Also... I've got so many friends who are working in radio and seem to be doing very well, actually. And one here, this is Thieves Are So-and-So's. I had one in 1997, took everything, broke the right side of my face. Kids were babies, they survived it. Of course, the police didn't come until all's done. I was told to just close the windows and all will be fine. Taught me to self-defend. Yeah, I mean, they don't have enough police officers, do they? They don't have enough people out there to actually look after everybody. And that's why the crooks know they can get away with it. And of course, the worst thing is, if you actually try and defend yourself, the crooks take you to court. That's how bad it gets. Family Fortune, something you use with a rolling pin. A woman said eggs, says Chantel. I mean, Steve, honestly, too silly for words, but funny. And Dominic the Milky says, wait a minute, the top 5 on toast, no beans. No beans at all. No Nutella. No Nutella. Amazing. No Nutella. But beans on toast was like, oh, I should love beans on toast. They never do beans on bread, do they? It's always beans on toast. Whereas my favourite would be fried bread with beans on. But, of course, I haven't had fried bread for I can't find anybody to do me fried bread. I find it very depressing. That I'd love to do it myself, but just pouring the oil in the pan and watching it all evaporate into a piece of bread makes me feel somewhat depressed. Jan says, talking about buses, which we weren't, but it doesn't matter. We're going on the bus to Lincoln Christmas Market today, which is going to take about an hour and a half. I can't remember the last time I went on a bus. They have double-deckers here, and we're hoping to get a front seat. Oop, top. Pity about the rain. We don't have rain, but we do have... I love sitting upstairs on the bus. I sit at the front. Right at the front. I hate it if somebody wants to come and sit next to me. I always make them feel very uncomfortable. I start coughing and wheezing. Like that. I'm sorry, it's not contagious. And gradually speaking, they steer well clear, which is good news. I think you'll have a nice time, actually. I think you'll have a very nice time. I've yet to give the team here my Christmas list, because they've got to decide what to buy me for Christmas. Difficult, for somebody who sort of looks after you for the whole year. It's kind of payback time. I don't make a big deal about it, seriously. I always say I'll come and visit you, next year. Steve, loving the show, sitting up in bed with a cup in Doha. Looking forward to a leisurely breakfast later. Lots of love, Guinevere and Trelawney. There's none so blind as those who cannot see the funny side. Some people always want to see a funny side, don't they? Sometimes I laugh something on the... I'm not supposed to laugh at it. I never laughed at Charlie Chaplin. I never laughed at any... the Keystone Cops, any of these people. I just didn't get it. I never even laughed at I laughed at Porridge the other day because I thought it was so well acted and I thought the script was so brilliant. And then I saw Fresh Fields with Before Your Time, isn't it? How come you look so old and yet you don't know anything? How is this possible? Come on, goodness sake. How old are you? How old are you, Nick? 4? You're much older than 4. Don't be so ridiculous. Even I can tell that. 40. You're 40. Are you really? Well, you must have heard of Fresh Fields with Anton Rogers and Julia Mackenzie. It's ITV. He doesn't watch ITV. Did you not watch ITV as a child? Oh, did you think it was a bit naff? Did your parents think it was naff? Oh, really? How funny. Yeah, Fresh Fields. It was on the television the other day. She's lovely. I love Julie Mackenzie. And I sat next to her at a lunch. And I was a bit excited, actually. A little bit excited. You do, don't you, when you get to these sort of things. I can't find this blooming thing. I shall find it, but, I go through the papers every morning. Oh, by the way, Britain's Golden Girls, the royal drama leading the way in a bumper crop of Globe nominations. So that's very nice, thank you. Also, Dutch Courage, you wake up with hangxiety. Hangxiety. There you go. And the BBC planning Meghan the Musical. Is it not a little bit too in advance for Meghan the Musical? It's a musical comedy based on her love. Why would I do that? She's not a musical comedy. Ugly is in Shepherd's Bush opposite the television centre. We'll be driving past it later, says Adam. No, it does exist, sir. I thought it did. I thought it did exist. I decided, actually, that it still existed. Because it was around in Dale's time. Have you tried jogging up the escalators at Leicester Square? I don't use Leicester Square station. I use the bus over the road. I must admit, when you get near the top, and it's a bit of an effort, and of course going down on the return journey is a lot easier. But January, see you there, says Tony, sitting in a wine bar in Do You Know the Way to San Jose? On work trip, listening to my favourites. That cold still sounds rough, does it? I don't have a cold, I've just had a sore throat. But he says, thank you for keeping me company. So he's been to Dublin and now San Jose. I think given the choice, I've never been to Dublin at all. People keep saying to me, you must go to Dublin, it's good for Guinness. I said, I've never drunk Guinness in my life. Never drunk Guinness, not remotely interested. Oh, I'd like to go to Dublin, but I'd be doing all the stupid things. I'd be doing the tourist stuff. Like Nottingham. I managed to go up to see Day. Oh, I found it. I'll have to do it in a minute for you. This is to determine whether or not you're upper class or not, okay? Start panicking. Is it about your job? Not really. Jobs don't sort of come into it. Really nice of it. I've just spent 5 minutes trying to break into a packet of biscuits. Why do they not make biscuits so you just push a button or something on the top and the packet opens? They seal, because they're all made in factories, aren't they? And I just fancied a Dutch shortcake. It's my part of let's celebrate Christmas. Whether it's posh or not, I don't know. Because here is the definitive guide. This is the Tatler guide to what's posh and not and what's not posh. Okay? So, should we start with what's not posh? Wet wipes. Wet wipes apparently are not posh. Saying, I'm all right, thanks, when somebody says, would you like a drink? You go, I'm all right, thanks. It's like saying to somebody, oh, would you like cheese and ham sandwich? They go, I can't eat cheese. And you go, oh, that's okay. That's okay. You can get away with that one. 3-day weddings in Burma apparently is not posh. That seems quite posh to me. Knowing about yachts, it floats. It's not posh. Cryogenic freezing, that's not posh. But I mean, because we wanted my Aunt Enid done, but we couldn't get her into the freezer. That was the problem. We had to bend her double, and she wouldn't stay there. She kept opening the door and finding a way out again. Tinder is not posh. Tinder, that dating, it's not for dating though, is it? Is it for other things? Is it? It's for rude. It's Rudy, isn't it? It's Rudy's. That's what I thought it was. Have you been on Tinder? No, liar. And never. Grindr. I don't know how many are there? There are loads of these different sites. Are there really? Good Lord. I've never done anything like that. I always maintain if you can't pull between here and the bus stop, don't bother. Seriously, this is quite a long walk down here for me. Windsor is not posh. Never was. Never was. Wearing makeup outside of London is not posh. Dips are not posh. Jacob Rees-Mogg, it says here, is not posh. This is according to Tatler. Tissues are not posh. No, I agree. Handkerchiefs. Handkerchiefs are definitely in. I buy loads of hankies, and I buy them on Amazon, and you can get like 40 hankies for a few quid, and I love that as well. Talking about yourself is not posh. Well, thank God for that. I would never talk about myself. Being friends with your parents. Friends with your parents. I'm not sure about that one. Not sure about that one. Also, the word posh. Mouthwash. Not posh. Not posh. So now, what is posh? This is according to Tatler magazine, and they apparently know about it. Eating bread. It's apparently posh. What sort of artisan bread, I'm assuming? It doesn't say artisan. Having a job is posh. Well, there you go, we're all posh. We're all posh here. Pepto-Bismol. I've heard of it, I don't know what it is. Isn't it something for an upset tummy or something like that? Champagne is posh. Loving your parents is posh. You love your parents, don't you? No, that's great. Have you bought them presents for Christmas? Have you got them nice presents? Or is it just going to be a Boots gift voucher like last year so your mum can get some bath cubes or something? Do you spend a lot on your parents, or do you just average? How much do you spend on your parents? That's all you do want to say. You want to tell me because I'm the presenter. And if I ask a question, you have to come up with an answer. Is it more than £50? There's a roundabout £50. Is that roundabout underneath £50 or roundabout on top of it? Roundabout underneath. Okay. And do you ask them what they want for Christmas, or do you just go out there and... Usually what? They know what the present... Oh, do they? Oh, right. Oh, well, that's all right. This year, Dad already knows. And what's he actually getting? He's getting an umbrella. God, that's boring, isn't it? An umbrella. Doesn't he have an umbrella? Oh, right. Is it a lovely umbrella? Is it? You know where the best umbrella place is? Just near Holborn. There's a lovely shop. All it sells is umbrellas. In fact, it's within 2 minutes of the British Museum. And it's the best umbrella shop in London. It's so... I can't remember what it's called. It's very famous. All it sells is umbrellas, walking sticks. Oh, it's like stepping back into a distant time. It's beautiful. I've passed it. So if anybody says to me, where's the best umbrella shop, I always tell them it's that one. Have you seen a picture of it? That's it. James Smith and Sons. Beautiful. Everything to do with umbrellas and everything. They've been there since about 1830. Obviously different umbrellas, but they do everything now. For gentlemen. There you go. He's found the site already. He's so excited. Look at all the handles on them. Now, this one is £229. They're a little bit out of your price bracket. I suspect your dad's going to get one from Marks and Spencer's or something like that. They aren't cheap, but that's a solid stick umbrella, bark ash. You know, you're actually paying for somebody to make that. There must be a cheaper one down there. There's a city. Yeah, I mean, why don't you type in Poundland? There you go. Look, £59.95. That's more like it. That's the London umbrella. £65.75. God, they're not cheap, are they? I've kind of amazed myself at how expensive an umbrella can be. So, We're having a quick... See if we can find anything under 60 quid. I have a feeling we might be barking up the wrong tree with James Smith and Sons. But I've always said it was the best umbrella shop. You know, you can spend £300-400 on an umbrella. I suspect your father won't be getting one of those, will he? It'd be lovely if you could afford something like that. Of course, you'd be so worried. Blackthorn umbrella here, found in Ireland and the British Isles, and that's just under £400. That's a root knob. I thought it was an umbrella, but it isn't. So that's that. And they do gifts as well. You could get him cufflinks. Not many people have double cuffs now. There you go, some £295. They're umbrella cufflinks. Everything to do with umbrellas. Check them out online. I went into my checkertrade.com. I don't know why. Oh, look at that. That's a shoehorn. £80. That's a stag antler sort of handle. I love a shoehorn. Don't you? Do you like a shoehorn? Do you have a shoehorn at home? No, I don't think so. And, well, the cheapest for you is about... Look at that, a soldier's mug. £40. It's a great shop, great shop. Anyway, so what else? What else is posh? According to Tatler, living in central London is posh. We don't live in central London. You don't live in central... You don't so. You live in a cheap area. It's a poor area. Where do you live? Where do you live? Elephant... It's a cheap area, Elephant. Zone 1. Yeah. Holland Park's marginally better. Depends which bit you're in. Marginally, yeah. But it depends which bit you're in of Holland Park. I tell you what's also posh. Yorkshire tea. I think they've got this backwards, don't you? Astrology is posh. No, it's not. Soda streams. Do you remember Soda Streams? I like Soda Streams. Fried eggs are posh. Fried eggs are posh. Nicknames are posh. Oi, Fat Boy Fat. That's a nickname. I don't know what do you have a nickname at school? What was it? What do you mean? Do not shake you. When I ask a question, I'm asking a pertinent question to enhance the programme. Dandelion. Because you were tall and willowy, probably. Oh, because you... Oh, right. They called you Dandelion. God, I bet your childhood was hell. It really, oh, I'm so sorry. We just call you... Scottish boy. It's like we call Joanne Travel Girl. It's so much easier if you can't remember people's names. And we've got so many Thomases in this building. We're plagued with Toms and Thomases. There's more Toms out there than you can shake a stick at. You could, couldn't you? So I've never known a place with so many Toms. At one time, it was all Allens, as in surname. We used to have Carol Allen, Steve Allen, Dominic Allen, who? Darren Allen? Who's Darren Allen? You fool. No, there was about 6 Allens in the building. It became the most common name on LBC. Now it's all Toms, isn't it? All Toms. But yeah, Allen was the popular name. Don't know why. Asking questions during a conversation is apparently posh. Isn't that just called being rude and interrupting? That's what I thought. Sweden is posh. Have you ever been to Sweden? It's lovely. Yeah, of course you would have done, yeah. Wish I'd not asked. It was fine when we just limited him to Aberdeen. Now he's been around the world a few times. It's turning into a nightmare. There'll be a travel guide next. Also, British Airways is not posh. See, as I always think it is. I always feel that's coming home. Public displays of abstinence. Doesn't abstinence make the heart grow fonder? Saying no is posh. No! You do that to dogs, don't you? No! Mustn't wet over grandma's foot. No! That's what they're like. Also, knowing about plants. That's quite good. Gout is posh. My brother would be thrilled. Gout's posh. What have you got? Gout. Like something very old, isn't it? And you can read more on that in the Mail for today. So, Golden Globe. Could it be Olivia Colman? Could she be getting a Golden Globe? Let's hope so. We do quite well on things like that. Somebody says, I've never laughed at The Simpsons, says Nicholas. Am I strange? I don't get The Simpsons either. A friend of mine, when it came over here years ago, he said, oh, it's fantastic, The Simpsons is going to be on the television. I went, oh, right, whoopee-doo. And I watched it, and nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. I understand what it is, but it just doesn't do anything for me. It's funny that, isn't it? Well, we obviously have got different senses of humour. Boris has had to apologise as we head towards the news at 6. Why? he failed to declare massive income, £52,000. He's like jumping up and down and going, it's Friday. And they're going, yeah, it's Friday. And then all the people around me are going, can't wait to go home to bed. I'm thinking, it's Friday. It is a little bit dark when we leave here, isn't it? The bus was really busy yesterday. Was it yesterday, day before? Yesterday was busy too. Really ridiculous. We waited for ages. Scottish boy and me, we sort of stand there waiting, and the bus comes along, and I'm thinking, because we need 2 separate seats. That's how it works, isn't it? It sort of works better for us like that. And I sort of get off the bus, and normally, because I don't think Scottish boy falls asleep, but Chris falls asleep all the time. In fact, he fell asleep on Friday evening in the pub. So I said, did you fall asleep with your head on the table? He said, no, backwards. You know why? He'd been out to the museum. He'd done all the things in London that you really should have done. So he went to the museum, he did a few other little bits and pieces, and then he gets to the pub at 10 o'clock at night. Small wonder he fell asleep. I shall barely make it to 10 o'clock this evening, because it's Friday evening. It's Friday evening. I just sort of think, oh, it's quite, you know, and once you get to that stage where you think, I want to go to sleep, please don't think about it now, if you're heading off into work. But it's interesting. Why is nobody called Billy Crystal for the Oscars 2019? He's about the best person. He's done them so many times. Texts and emails 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we squeeze everything in. There are worse places than Rotherham, says Paul in Manchesterford. Quite a few famous people born there. Sandy Powell, Dougie Brown, and his sister Lynn, who was Ivy Tilsley, Perry. The Chuckle Brothers and David Seaman, and Brassed Off was filmed in the area. Wow. Wow, thank you for that. Yes, I remember Ivy Tilsley. They set her up badly, didn't they, on The Word. I thought, was it The Word or one of those other programmes where they filmed her? She'd had a few sherbets. In fact, she's had quite a few sherbets, and it all went a little bit pear-shaped. Phil says, who's your biggest celebrity listener that you know of? I have a few. I have a few celebrity listeners. Yes, it's a diplomatic answer, isn't it? I mean, one of them's got more than 6.5 million people following, so, you know, I'm always very envious of things like that, but actually envy doesn't come into it. So I have a lot of, I think mainly because the time I'm up in the morning is the time that a lot of restaurants are getting ready, a lot of people are going into work, a lot of people for breakfast television, a lot of people for other radio stations, and things like that, and they listen into this. Because, to be honest with you, it's got nothing to do with the programme. It's got to do with the fact that we might throw up a story that might generate some interest. They might go, oh, I quite like that. Let's follow up on that. And so that's how a friend of mine used to say to me, he used to say, Ian, he said, when you do a story, can you tell me which paper it's in? So I was doing the research for his programme, and so I'd say, oh, a good story about umbrellas on page 32 of the Mail or something. And he'd write down umbrellas, page 32. Until the end, I got bored with doing stories. It was a lot easier not to do the stories. I should have just made... Well, I can't do that because I was... Because a lot of places don't have the luxury that I have of sort of sitting down chatting for 3 hours to you. It's basically like a sermon that goes on for ages and ages. Beans on bread go all soggy, says Grace. My sister enjoys her beans sandwiches occasionally. And by the way, Father Christmas now comes through the internet. Never thought about that. Never thought about that. That's the first time that's ever crossed my mind. Well, that didn't cross my mind until you told me. So it comes through the internet. I've got a Rudy the Chocolate Rudolph. He comes with a red nose and real chocolate antlers. Only £15, says Tracy Chocella in Brixton. Only £15, and Elf delivering week after next. Ooh, little Julie says, I have the dreaded sore throat. Kevin the Milkman's been wearing the shorts again since we've had the mild mornings. He'll be in for a shock when we get single figures. Oh, he's not going to drop again, is it? Please tell me it's not going to drop again. I've got this feeling, actually. I was hoping I was going to get the car back. Now I've got this feeling in the back of my mind that they might go, it's not quite ready yet, it'll be ready on Monday. In which case, it's not too bad. I don't think it's too bad. Christmas jumper at work, says Michael. Christmas jumper at work. We have that, don't we? I noticed that one of the ladies who kindly comes in and removes cups and glasses and all the rest of it, she was wearing an elf hat. Do you see that? I thought that was quite cute. I've got one at home. Somebody very kindly sent me in one. People send me in all sorts of things. Elf hat was very popular. What was the best thing I've got sent in? I can't remember. So many nice things that people sent in. So, I mean, perhaps we should wear a Christmas jumper, but I've just given my one away. I've got another one, but I'm not giving that to anybody. And it's got a fire. A fire which, you know, works. Well, it's a you know, what do they call it, LED or something like that. I keep seeing Christmas jumpers with lights in. I want one covered in lights, and I'm not just 3 little lights on a button. No. I'm looking for something with like 100 different twinkly lights. That would suit me down to the ground. We call my 18-year-old Stinky, says Andrew. I didn't realise it was posh until I saw an old Sherlock Holmes film where Dr. Watson met up with his old friend, Stinky. Oh, they always used to have that, didn't they? Oh, have you met Stinky Webber? Stinky, come over here. You must know this, Potterton. Acne Potterton, you know, and all those sort of, and so people came out at school, and it was mainly prep schools and public schools that had, so you would get in these old films, you're quite right, Angela, Stinky Wilson or Stinky Potterton or whoever it happened to be, because it was just a name that stuck, and they all had different, even the girls had different names for each other, and I quite liked that, actually. I thought that was quite good. I don't think did you have a nickname at school? Did you? Just called Nick, yeah. Nick, and his nickname is Nick, I think. Nick, are you Nick? Yes, he's called Nick. Thank you. You didn't have a. I can tell you're fibbing. You must have had a nickname at school. You must have done. Everybody had a nickname at school. No, they didn't call you sort of tall boy or. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of sort of names. It used to be Specky Four Eyes in our school. That was sort of reasonably popular, and but everybody had the Mickey taken out of them. Joseph from Bethlehem says 18 days to Christmas. Is it? It's not 18 days, is it? Tell me it's not 18 days. 18. Oh, blooming well is actually. Oh God, it sounds even worse. He says, "Oh come all ye faithful, it's Happy Friday. Eat, drink, and be merry." Because I'm Joseph. Thank you. That's an old one from ages ago. An old one. Try not to get this cold which is doing the rounds. My mother, Steve, says Richard in Notting Hill, a.k.a. Holland Park. They do that. I always tell people, they would say, where do you live? And I go, Twickenham. I do live in Twickenham, actually, but some people who live outside try and pretend that they're muscling in on our territory. Not the same. But Richard says, my mother managed to get me in a posh stage school when I was a young boy by putting on a posh voice and telling them we lived in Holland Park. We lived in a 2-bed flat in Portobello Road above a fruit barrow. They saw right through me and expelled me after a year. I could have been a big star, but ended up selling apples and oranges like the rest of the family. He said, well, listen, good for you, because, you know, dying breed, you know, to see people who've got barrows out there with fruit and veg, the old barrows, you know, I'm not even sure if they make them or they're just old barrows. And what was I talking about then? Yeah, actually, leave your hair alone. You did this the other day. It's very infuriating. It looks fine if you've been dragged through a hedge backwards and fallen in a puddle. Right, with this hair. How much I was always amazed. A friend of mine paid a fortune to get his hair. How much do you pay to get your hair cut? How much do you pay on average? You go, Tony. Oh, you get it for free. £5. Oh, because you're going to the. Right, the professionals are cuts. You go to the Tony and Guy Academy, so you pay a £5. You're so tight. And how much do you pay, Scottish boy? How much you pay? Yours is a bit more, isn't it? Yours is about 15 quid. 8, 9, 20, 2, 14, 30. I'm going to come and hit you in a minute. What? How much is it? How much is it? It's... Come on, put the fingers up again. Come on, you can do it. You can work this out. 12. And you tip on top of that. Yeah. How much do you tip? Would you tip £3 on top, take it to 15? Do you rip? Blimey. I want to be a hairdresser around your neck of the woods. God, you tip £3. Friend of mine, have his hair done. He pays £70. I've never had that much hair that it warranted £70. Yeah. Seriously, I thought it was an awful lot of money. My friend Jonathan, he spent... we used to sort of say, how much are you spending on it? And he'd say, I spent 70 or whatever it happened to be. Amazing, isn't it? I never spent very much at all. At the moment, it's probably about £5 for just having clippers done, but I love it. But Richard, don't ever knock selling apples and oranges like the rest of the family, because Peter Dean, Pete Beale, as was in EastEnders, his family business was greengrocering. Paul Cooper and all of his lovely staff have been selling fruit and veg for ages. It's odd to find in this day and age. Odd to find. But if you do, Hang on to them. James Smith and Son, Steve, says Brenda. The umbrellas cost a lot, but it's worth it. I've got a small one that fits into my handbag, yet 4 persons can shelter... Good God. Sounds like the TARDIS. 4 people. I've got lots of umbrellas. My favourite are the ones that light up. And they've got fibre optics built into the actual umbrella on the outside and on the inside. And you push a button on the handle. And when you're out at night time, it all twinkles. I think they're called rainbow umbrellas. Whatever they are, they've got lights in, and they look... I came out to the Albert Hall one year, about 4 or 5 years ago, and I put the button on, and people go, "Where'd you get that from?" I mean, I could... Seriously, if I'd owned the company, I couldn't have done better. And I was telling people what the website was, which I now can't remember. Something like, "I want one of those." It was very good, though. The umbrella shop again, James Smith and Sons, so you know about that. I like the idea that you've got an umbrella where 4 of you can actually shelter under it. I think that's amazing. Steve says, Rose, I'm just about to lead 142 children singing in front of 1,000 of my colleagues. Wow. What do you do? Are you a school teacher? Is there some convention going on in Birmingham? 142 children singing. Ah. Mary says, the cheap bits of Southwark are a great place to live. If you live in Zone 1, you can walk wherever you need. Yeah, it is cheap, though, isn't it, Mary? We are agreed on that bit. OK, coming up very shortly, we'll introduce you to the 2 people who are going to be joining me for In Conversation tomorrow morning on LBC, repeated on Sunday evening. So stand by 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or, if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing for free by downloading the LBC Catch-Up app from the App Store on your iPhone or from Google Play on your Android device. So, nice people, nice conversations, Other stories in the paper today. Did I do them here? I can't remember. Oh, yes. Brit Nazis threat to kill Harry over Meghan. Have you heard of this one? This one surfaced yesterday, and I thought it was slightly peculiar then. And there's also a story about Fleur East. They say she's been the ever-smiling face of the jungle. And, of course, now it all comes out that apparently... she's become very popular. She's battled depression. And I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think there is anybody in this world nowadays, without belittling anybody's illnesses or anything like that, who does not suffer. If you go back in your life, there'll be something you suffer from, either insecurity. Mine used to be, when I was younger, going red. You know, when you're a kid, and all of a sudden, I mean, I remember starting work in a department store, and at lunchtime, my friend Dave said, we'll go up to the canteen. The canteen was the size, I promise you, of this double studio here, which I've got at the moment, which I'm sharing. And we sat there, and of course, I was new boy, so everybody looks at you as you walk in. And Dave went, "Oh, this is Stephen." And you don't look at me, because you could feel yourself going red. And the worst thing is, somebody then goes, "Oh, you're going red." And that makes it even worse. All of a sudden, I used to have the most flushed cheeks in existence, and I used to have to make excuses. I'd say, "Oh, just got to go to the toilet." Anything to get out of the room. You could feel your cheeks burning. It was the most awful thing. So anybody who ever tells me, and also spots, you know, you get spots when you're a kid. If you go through puberty without actually getting spots, it was the miracle of all miracles. There'd be nothing worse. You'd be about to go on a date, and all of a sudden a spot would appear by the side of your nose, as if by magic. It was absolutely ridiculous. And so everybody suffers with something. Everybody suffers with something. So when people talk about depression, it's probably because they don't exactly know what depression is, but you've got to get through it in some way, shape or form. And that forms what you are as an adult. You know, and so people talk about it. You know, there was somebody talking on the television the other day. Who's the man who does all your money? Who we have on LBC every so often. I can't remember what his name is, but he was talking about the death of his mother, which was years ago, and it still affects him. He says, "I don't want to go through that ever again." And I thought, you're exactly the same as so many other people. They've been through exactly the same thing. So everybody's got a story. I've always said that. You look at people at bus stops or sleeping in doorways or begging. We've got three professional beggars in Twickenham the other day. Professional beggars sitting there, little handwritten note, you know, hungry, starving, blah, 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 blah. They got moved on by the police 3 times. They're just beggars. They're professional. That's what they do for a living. Where they come from, it's a living. Holly says, "I went to work in the charity shop yesterday with my Jolly Holly Christmas jumper, very popular. The lights flash and change colour. No music, thank goodness. Don't want to annoy the customers." Yeah, I mean, I agree. Lights, I can put up with on anything. You know me, I'm not remotely bothered about lights. The more there are, the merrier. They made me one at Channel 5. They made me a jumper which had lots of lights in it and a little battery pack, and that we liked a lot. We liked a lot. Primary school kids, we've done this one. I can't work out why, unless it's based on a Christian charity who've said Father Christmas isn't real. They decided to ruin children's Christmas. So they go there, stupid people. Angry parents said the kids came home upset. The school has apologised. They're near Spalding, Fleetwood Lane School, and said it wouldn't invite the charity again. I don't want to be rude, but you should have bloody well checked in the first place. If it's a Christian charity, they're going to be telling you that there's no Father Christmas. They're not going to be lying to you and saying there is a Father Christmas, much as though it upsets people. But the school should have known that. Should have had half a brain cell. Luckily, the pupils came home and said, Mummy, there is a Father Christmas, and Mummy said, yes, there is a Father Christmas. So, peace reigns eternal. But, if you invite a group in to start debunking Christmas, you're on a hiding to nothing. Steve, I saw Eddie Marston on a plane from LA to London a few years back. I didn't say anything, but he could tell I recognised him. He gave me a lovely nod and a smile. Brilliant actor, says Ashley. He's lovely. He really is lovely. Mohammed says, by the way, I've never used the Aston Martin umbrella as I'm afraid to get it wet. I know the feeling, actually. I know the feeling. Cheap in London for a haircut, Steve. I'm going this morning, and it's £10 for a clipper cut in Ferndown in Dorset. 5 minutes, says Keith. That seems a bit too much. You can get it round here, £3 or £4 in Hounslow. Seriously, for a haircut. Admittedly, just clippers. But I mean, who cares? I'm not looking to sort of raise the fashion stakes in any way, shape or form. I'm not going for colouring or anything like that. More of your texts and emails in a moment. And Pat in Brentwood said, who's this Dave O'Brien? He's on along at 10 o'clock this morning. You must know Dave. Everybody knows him. Oh, sorry. You know him as... What do we know him as? It's Mark, isn't it, or something? Yeah, but Mark O'Brien. Yeah, I mean, he goes by different names. I think he's got a lot, because he's titled. And, he is round here anyway. We've got a name for him. LBC News. LBC. As a committee of Brexiteers urged the PM to delay her key Brexit vote, Nick will be asking if you're willing to wait for a better deal. Oh, God, how much longer? How much longer? I'm not sure I can wait this long. He'll bring you the latest on the massive O2 outage and how police are filling gaps in the service by using unpaid volunteers. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari and the breakfast team from 7 this morning on LBC. Thank you to Claire. They have a family business called Twist. They have a farm and they make tea. Twist. And she very kindly sent me in some of it. I have to tell you though, Claire, somebody opened it. Somebody actually opened it. They've already had a go at it. I mean, it was quite clearly addressed to me. I was looking at the label this morning. I went, who's opened it? Everybody went, ooh. Somebody opened it. I was horrified, but thank you very much indeed. Do you know, I haven't had a tin for ages and ages. But, what's he opening? It's like going around to people's houses and opening somebody else's post. Dreadful. What is the secret of long life? Apparently, it's a daily mixed grill. Now, before we go any further, we've had trouble with mixed grills before, because it makes your little tinky go tiny. Well, this man here is 100. His name's Arthur. He's a Second World War veteran. Every day... I'm not saying this is going to work for you. It just obviously works for him. He has a mixed grill and 2 glasses of wine a night. Okay? He downs home-cooked gammon steak, sausages, fried egg, mushrooms, chips, tomato, peas and hash browns with claret. He says, I think it's knocked decades off my looks. I couldn't comment on the looks thing, but that just seems an awful lot of food. Mixed grills are very tasty, easy to cook. I also like sausage and mash and fish and chips. He says, I don't feel I'm 100. You're only as old as you feel. He was a woodworking instructor. He worked as a railway apprentice. His wife died aged 89. He still does all his own cooking and cleaning. He was 100 in October. He says he finds the modern world a little bit perplexing. Joined the club, but he wishes mobile phones and computers were around when he was young. He said, I get upset about the world today because I wonder where it's going. It seems so complicated. Listen, you enjoy your mixed grill. Sounds like, except for the peas. Not round here. We can't do peas round here. We've all kind of sort of left those to other people. It's the most awkward food to eat. Most awkward food. The stars turned out. Topped the Daily Mirror on a sports unsung hero. Big names on the carpet. Graham Swan, Rebecca Adlington. We've not seen her out for a while, have we? She's sort of kind of disappeared. You see, because at one time she was sort of just about everywhere. And also, you know, it's people who set up different things. You know, somebody who's become a sporty, and then they invite the Vardis. She's wearing the most inappropriate outfit you've ever seen. Looks ridiculous. Somebody should have said to it, sorry, don't you think you should dress properly? You know, this isn't some tacky episode of a reality show. This is people who've actually done some good. But also the awards honoured Lawrence Dallaglio. Harry Kane got the inspirational person thing. It was at the Grosvenor House, and Ben Shepherd. I wonder how much he got paid for that. That's got to be a 40 grand job, isn't it, Ben? Would that be about right? 40,000 pounds. That's what it normally costs for people hosting stuff like that. That's it's quite a lot of money. In fact, an awful lot of money, actually, but that's what people earn nowadays. That's why all these people, you see them on the television. When you consider what he's doing, Good Morning Britain, plus he's got to do that that endlessly tedious thing with the machine, which I'm sure he must record about 5 a day. I think that's the only way you can do it. Steve, another one here. Regarding nicknames at school, I seem to have gone through the cast, says Bishop Play School. At junior school, I was Humpty, rather portly, and at upper school, Jemima. I grew tall with lanky legs, and now there's more hair on my body than my head. I'm probably Big Ted. Imagine. Chris at Chelsea says, speaking of marquees taking off, one did just that in the Richard Curtis film about time, with Bill Nighy, Donald Gleeson, Rachel McAdams, Tom Hollander, all excellent, hilarious in parts, touching and sad, but ultimately uplifting. I don't recommend it. Oh, sorry, I don't recall it at all. I haven't heard of it. What did I order? I had to order Prime Suspect because I just love Prime Suspects. I used to love, says Cranky, the Works canteen when I was an apprentice electrician. Chips and baked beans. Do you know what they do in our local Chinese takeaway? We only have one now. It's a bit disappointing, but they do chips all in the same container. Chips with rice on top, and then with curry sauce poured over the top. And John, who works for Paul, so it made me salivate then, he said, oh, it's really good, Steve. I said, what is it? So it's chips on the bottom. He said, and the curry sauce soaks down through the rice. I've never heard of it before. I might try it today, actually. Might try it, just to be completely different. So there you go. You've stimulated people into going chips and baked beans and stuff like that. But chips, when they get soggy, some people like, I don't do soggy chips. Not a soggy chip sort of person. How to resist the temptation to smoke over the party season? I mean, if you're lucky, you can get away with it. It's difficult. Nobody's ever said it was easy trying to stop smoking. I stopped. I wouldn't go back to it. Occasionally, I think, oh, it'd be interesting to have a cigarette, and then I think, oh, God, no, definitely not. You know, I mean, if you have to go smoke-free, you have to turn down parties, because if you're remotely tempted, if you're easily swayed, easily persuaded by somebody to have, just go on, have a puff, you'll be back on them instantly. And you will rue the day you went to the Christmas party, because that's what happens. I mean, you see people standing outside buildings now having cigarettes. That's been going on for years. And I never thought they'd bring in a smoking ban. I seriously thought it would never succeed. But now I've actually seen it in operation. I mean, I'm old enough to remember smoking on the tube, smoking in the radio studio. Nobody ever said, oh, you can't smoke in the radio studio. Although we did move into a non-smoking type building, so they designated my studio as the smoking bit. And everybody would come and sit in there until I had a guest, and then everybody had to sort of get out. And the guest would sit there choking in the smog. It was awful, but that's the way it was. Everything must have been filthy. But it is difficult. But there's 2 pages in the paper today to help you quit. And you could be smoke-free, they say, in 4 steps. They're quite big steps, but the trick is you have to want to give up smoking. It's no good going, oh yeah, I'll stop smoking. You have to want to give up smoking. Also, Brits delight in giving wacky Secret Santa gifts, which embarrasses and puzzles others. I knew somebody who did an awful thing. They had a box of Ferrero Rocher, which they were giving to a friend. So they opened the box very carefully, unwrapped all the Ferrero Rocher and put sprouts in, and then sealed them all up again, and then put the box back together. That's a dreadful thing to do. Ta! Yeah, because this person didn't like sprouts. Wonder where all the Ferrero Rocher gone. Made me cough. And that's what it is. So 20 presents from friends. Take notice of this one. Okay, these are acceptable gifts for your favourite person. Number 20, a board game. Don't even consider it. Okay, please don't think about it. A diary. Please don't think about it. I got one the other year from Aussie Boy, which was very sweet. Clothing. Please don't buy me anything in the clothing line, okay? A puzzle. Don't think about it. Makeup. Oh, no. Could go a little bit of makeup or so. Jewellery. No, definitely not. And then it runs through a plant. Who buys somebody a plant for Christmas as a gift? Definitely not me. Stationery. Years ago, stationery was quite fashionable. I don't think it's fashionable anymore. Lotions and soaps. No, thank you. Bubble bath. No. Perfume. No. Floyd works in the garage where I take my car. He recognised Creed the other day when I took the car and he went, is that aftershave you're all talking about? He went and bought some as well. Very addictive. Very expensive, as we both discovered. Sweets. Don't buy me sweets, please. Money. Always acceptable. But I think it shows lack of interest, money. So I always give money. You know, because some of the people I work with, they need the money. They need it, seriously. Go and buy all their bits and pieces. Book or candles? A book. Sort of, yeah, I'm quite good into books and candles. I love candles. A gift card. I've got a Dave O'Brien book. I've already got it signed personally to me. Yeah. Do you have one? No. There you go, see? Because you're not in the loop. That's why. A gift card. Never acceptable, a gift card. Ever accept. You open it and there's a Boots gift voucher. Oh, no, absolutely not. That's for people who've got no imagination whatsoever. Chocolates. So-so. So-so. I mean, they've got to be really nice chocolates. And number one, alcohol. Absolutely, every time. It's great. And we like that. That's acceptable gifts for the person you work with. Stave, it may be a little black country, that's the neck of the woods, but battered chips with gravy. Battered chips? How does that work? Battered what, chips that have been fried and then put into batter and then fried again? Are you serious? Good Lord. Batter, I've never even heard of battered chips. I thought I'd heard of most things, but we haven't heard of that one. Peter says, have you been on the exclusive tour at Hampton Court Palace? Hello. Of course, I was a member for many years. Shows most... that's a Yorkshire fish cake. Are they battered... That's orange chips in the Midlands. Oh, it's quite nice. Whatever. Oh, my God, what's that? Pea fritters. Yuck, yuck, yuck. No, thank you very much indeed. We don't want that. And white pudding. No, definitely not. Rag pudding. Have you heard of rag pudding? That looks like it comes with gravy. It's minced meat and onions cooked in a suet pastry. Pizza Crunch is in Glasgow. That looks quite nice too, doesn't it? And I'm not sure about that one. It looks very odd. There you go. Haggis supper. Don't put your hands up in the air like it's something to do with you. Scraps. Oh, scraps are the best. You know what scraps are? When they fry the fish, when they take the bits out, the little bits of scraps that are left when they clean out the oil and everything. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it's got a bit of fish in it. And that was very good. What are those? Cod roe? Oh, no, not cod roe. Definitely not. Minty sauce on mushy peas. No, thank you very much indeed. Deep-fried Mars bar. You would have to be mad to eat deep-fried Mars bar. Other brands are available. Deep-fried Snickers, deep-fried Twix. Ugh, how disgusting. That is really the worst ever. The worst ever. Not my sort of thing at all. But we can't find the battered chips. Doesn't matter, does it? I'm sure we shall live to fight another day. But, cranky, thank you. Nigel says Ben Shepherd's the new Pip Schofield, who also does sports for Sky. Perhaps he's not getting on with his wife or something like that. He must spend most of his time away. It's amazing. Must be worth a fortune. Well, I should imagine he's what's probably known in the business as a bit careful. A bit careful. I love that. Morning, everybody. Phil Vickery says chips and rice is called, Steve, half and half. It sounds quite nice, though, doesn't it? Because apparently, as the curry sauce sinks through the rice, I might have to have it today, but I have a horrible feeling the curry sauce I used last time was an Uncle Ben's one, and it had so much sugar in it, it drove me round the bend. You know, and yet I do like a curry sauce. I like a curry. Perhaps I should try it. Perhaps I'll just be economical. I was called Flossie at school, says Jackie, by teachers, as he thought my hair looked like candy floss. I used to go out with somebody who used to have hair like that as well. Best chip shop is King's Winford. They have battered chips, says Andrew. Battered chips? I've never even heard of battered chips. And Simon says, if someone gave me a W.H. Smith voucher, I'd block them from my life. Hash brown chips in Iceland, says Jane. Nigella does battered deep-fried Bounty, says Christine. Oh, no. Have you had dried ice cream? No, but I did watch a guy on television, and I think it was on This Morning. I've had a pretty certain. And he did ice cream. He had a big metal thing in front of him, like the top of a fridge freezer, and it was a whole freezing unit, and he took ice cream and he put it on there and chopped it up and everything else and did all... So it was freezing while he was doing it. It was very laborious, but I mean, I was fascinated by it. I was chop, again, chop again. It was interesting. Beer battered chips are sold in Waitrose stores, says Barry. Now, don't start that one. You know we're not supposed to eat chips. And dried ice cream, says Phil in Bournemouth. Dried ice... Oh, I know. Is that the stuff that they do on the space missions? They do dried ice cream. Is it like... It's like... Yes. I think you can... Do you know, I have a feeling you can buy it in the Science Museum. I don't know why. Years ago, says Darryl, when we had chips from our local shop, they always asked if you wanted crackling from the chips. They don't do it today. I know. It's a shame, isn't it, really? All those nice things that we liked when we were a lot younger. Chippy in Wolverhampton, Steve, does battered chips with pickled onion vinegar. Do you know, I used to have pickled onion vinegar. I used to have, well, vinegar. But I haven't had it since. Not for ages and ages and ages. But I like beer battered chips. That sounds quite a nice idea, doesn't it? Front pages of the papers. You need to know this, as we're just about wrapping up. We've got 8 minutes to 7. 8 minutes. Daily Mirror. At last where they belong. 4 out of 5 accused of killing Stephen Lawrence now in jail. You can read that story in the paper today. Also, how Singer got life back on track. They kind of leave it till the last little bit, then they throw in the fact that she's sort of got herself through there. Whether it changes anything, I don't know. Does that make you warm to somebody? Because that's what it's designed to do. So out of the people left in there, Nick Knowles is out, John Barrowman's still in, Emily, James, Harry Redknapp and Fleur. See, I think, I did say yesterday I wanted it between probably John Barrowman and Harry Redknapp, but I was sneaking feeling it'll be Harry Redknapp. I mean, if he gets booted out, I will be surprised. Emily and James could do well in it. John Barrowman, you know, he's there, but he's very personable, and he sings and he chats and he does, and it all works. But I just think that the public are going to go for Harry Redknapp. I think because he was a bit like John McCririck, sat around with his shirt off, and people going, really, when your body's that bad, please don't sit around with your shirt off. The neo-Nazi plotters shoot Prince Harry, race traitor attack over his marriage to Meghan. More Looney Tunes people out there. And turn the tide on plastic, cleaning up the waterways with their own recycled boat. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Also, the mum, who's got £30,000 in damages after being put in a coma to fight life-threatening conditions she blames on a hotel's buffet food. Now, actually, in all these cases, and people do put through all sorts of things, if the hotel buffet food was dangerous, then other people would have gone down with it at the same time. So we'll watch that one. The Return of the Daleks, they're coming back. It's going to be a New Year's special. Can't wait. Always the best villains. Always the best villains. Front page of the Daily Star, it's Anton Glum. He doesn't look very happy. The new girlfriend doesn't look as happy. Ex-wife smiling, I should imagine. Can you really stay best friends after divorcing? Don't think so in that particular case. Britain's second biggest network crashes. God, it was terrible yesterday. The O2, you know, people, we couldn't get stuff through. I couldn't get texts that people were sending me. Regular texters who use my telephone and send in to me. Couldn't get through to any of them. People who were trying to tell me, hoping for the car company that the car's ready. That didn't get through until later on, so I didn't know. Front page of the Express, look who's cozying up to the rich. Yes, it's Socialist Corbyn. He really, you know, they say he goes begging for donations from city fat cats. Oh, well, we'll watch, shall we? What now, Prime Minister? The Prime Minister pictured by the Downing Street Christmas tree. An otherwise dark day, but once the lights came on, it was all a little bit brighter for her. The Times this morning, trees, candles and baubles, the cool guide to Christmas decorations. I should imagine this is a good standby for all of the newspapers. Just run the same story every year, because every year it's the same. Every year you'll buy a tree, every year you'll buy candles, and every year you buy baubles. It's like showing pictures of the Notting Hill Carnival. You could show the same pictures every year, because every year there's going to be a large black lady dancing with a policeman's helmet on her head. It's the same. I'm sure she's had more publicity on this programme than anybody else. We love her to pieces. But it's the same thing, isn't it? And then they show, the dark side of it. And you think, oh, goodness sake. Do you know millions of you, and I can't believe it, are waiting how long to see a GP? 3 weeks. You must be in some parts of the country. I mean, I can normally get an appointment to see a GP, although I haven't seen a GP for quite a while, within days. normally within days at all. Gangs targeting cash machines struck almost twice a day last year. They stole £47 million. And I don't know what you can do unless you sort of push a button and a slide comes down over the front of it. I can't £47 million. Hello. Small wonder people thieve on the streets of London. Not just streets of London. You see it on the CCTV. They've sort of picked up a digger and they just drive into the bank and pick up... Although failing that, they blow them up. We had one in Twickenham that was blown up. Never seen anything like it. They do the chopped ice cream thing in the new bit of Westfield at Shepherd's Bush. Very noisy. It's very clever, though, isn't it? I thought it looked really amazing. I was amazed at how long it took to make it, but I was fascinated by watching it. Very interesting. Here we go. Biased in Britain. We've worked twice as hard. This is a picture on the front of The Guardian this morning of Michael Keynes. He's one of just 2 black head chefs with a Michelin star in Britain. He says the lack of diversity in the industry must be urgently addressed. Well, now you know who he is. He's on the front of The Guardian. Perhaps it'll be the start of something new. Back down or else, Tory MPs tell May. This is in the Eye this morning. And the woman who said they wanted to put me in a care home. I'm 31. Also, back down or else, as say the Cabinet Ministers urging the Prime Minister to consider pulling Tuesday's Brexit vote. And the Downing Street insisting the showdown with the Commons will go ahead, despite the Chief Whip acknowledging an uphill battle. Also, what Labour should do next to win power from Paul Mason. And the customer fury, the O2 thing drove everybody mad, including my producer this morning, was not happy at all because you couldn't get anything through on O2. I, of course, was good. I just wondered why I didn't get any texts and emails coming through. And then somebody said to me, it's because O2's down. And luckily, you all came back, and it took for ages. Then it was off this morning, and then it came back on again. And hopefully, we're all back to normal. But my goodness me, you suddenly realise how much you need your telephone. They couldn't book guests. They couldn't do all sorts of things. It really was a little bit of a pain. And that's just about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your company this week. And hope you have a fantastic weekend.